Chapter 97. The Ox Demon Cave and Cold Mountain Stronghold have launched a large-scale attack on Novice Village 51169. This is a battle of life and death. During this period of time, every time you kill an enemy, you will receive a corresponding reward. The more enemies you kill, the stronger you are, and the greater the reward. This is a mandatory mission. The final mission is to defeat the Ox Demon Cave and Cold Mountain Stronghold or kill the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master and Ox Demon Lord. After the mission, you can go to the village chief to collect the reward. Mission failure, Novice Village 51169 will be destroyed. All players will drop by 3 realms and their experience will be reduced by 50% for 10 days. Cold Mountain Stronghold. A mandatory mission. All of the players in Novice Village 51169 were shocked by this news, and their minds were in a trance. No one had expected this. The mandatory mission mentioned on the forum would befall them. They also didn't expect that Cold Mountain Stronghold would appear on the Lion-Tiger Plains and join hands with the Ox Demon Cave. There was a short moment of silence. Then, the crowd boiled over. When did Cold Mountain Stronghold come here? They are even colluding with the Ox Demon Cave. I was wondering why these monsters suddenly went crazy and attacked the village. One Ox Demon Cave is troublesome enough. Now there's an even more troublesome Cold Mountain Stronghold. How are we supposed to fight? I want to know where the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master is. The players were all agitated. Many of them felt uneasy. This was something they couldn't do anything about. Cold Mountain Stronghold's reputation among the players was simply too great. They destroyed 2 novice villages in a row and came out unscathed. Their powerful and invincible attitude was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the players. Especially with the mandatory mission, it gave these players a heavy psychological pressure. After all, if they failed the mission, the punishment would be too painful. Kill. With Zhengkang Niufeng as the leader, the bandit team was like an invincible sharp knife, forcefully cutting into the players' camp. The full power of the 8th realm of the martial realm was enough to rival the Ox Demon Lord without the support of any faction. Or on the Lion-Tiger Plains. An 8th realm martial realm hall master was not as strong as the Ox Demon Lord. However, 2, 3, 4, or even 5 were 2 completely different concepts. To deal with a single Ox Demon Lord, they already needed dozens of players in the 6th stage of the martial realm. Now, facing the charge of Niufeng and the others, the players were flustered. Players with unranked weapons, step aside. Immediately, a player shouted. Bronze skin of the 7th stage of the basic realm, 8th stage of the basic realm, iron bones. This was no longer a secret. As time passed in the game, the secrets of the basic martial arts realm had been thoroughly researched by the players. Even if no one had reached the limit of the basic martial arts realm, it was still the same. There was no such thing as forcefully deducting health points in this game. In order to deal with a boss of the 7th stage of the martial realm and above, one needed to be strong enough and equipped with a sharp enough weapon. Or else, no matter how many people there were, it was useless. This was the experience that many players had gained from fighting bosses with blood and tears. Especially the video of the Liangshan village chief attacking the village. Tens of thousands of players were easily killed, allowing the enemy to enter and exit as if there was no one around. This made everyone understand how important it was to break through defenses in this game. In an instant, another group of players split off from the player camp and charged towards the bandit group. Seng Hong held his saber and used his full strength of the 8th stage of the martial realm. The 100 saber technique reached an unimaginable level in his hands. His powerful attacks caused the players to retreat step by step. Last time, when he attacked the player village in the stone forest, he was surrounded and killed by the players before the real battle began. This was an eternal pain in Seng Hong's heart. If he wasn't surrounded and killed, then Zheng Fang wouldn't be the only one in the Liangshan village who reached the 9th stage of the martial realm. When he thought of Zheng Fang's smiling old face, he felt that Zheng Fang was laughing at him. Furthermore, Seng Hong was more worried. If Qin Shujian thought that he wasn't doing a good job and didn't put him in an important position, then that would really affect his future. Therefore, this time, he had to prove himself. The players in front of him were the best way to prove himself. Bang! The tiger head saber emitted a terrifying aura. Seng Hong roared and sent the two players in front of him flying. This saber, after Qin Shujian obtained the 1,000 mountain blood, the tiger head saber didn't have much use for him. Seeing that Seng Hong's original weapon was destroyed by him, he gave it to him. The scene was chaotic. Although there weren't many people in the Liangshan village, every one of them was at the 6th stage of the martial realm. To the current players, they were at least at the level of an elite NPC. Bandits who had mastered other cultivation techniques were equivalent to a moderately sized boss. Therefore, although there weren't many people in the Liangshan village, when they really charged, the players had no way to stop them. Qin Shujian stood at the back, watching the scene of the two sides fighting and killing. This time, he could clearly see that the players' strength had transformed to a very powerful level. If they delayed for another 10 days or half a month, they might be able to threaten his Liangshan village. There's too little time. Qin Shujian sighed and shook his head helplessly. The players had to be fast. He could only be faster than the players. After this time, he might really have to seize the time and break through the ordinary realm boundary. Soon, Qin Shujian collected his thoughts. His calm eyes became cold. Looking at the scene of the battle in the distance, the killing intent in his heart gradually boiled. Bang! The ground suddenly caved in. In the next moment, Qin Shujian disappeared from where he stood. In the air, the 5th grade weapon, 1,000 mountain blood, was brazenly unsheathed. With the appearance of the long saber, an earth-shattering bloody light seemed to be completely released. The moment Qin Shujian grasped the 1,000 mountain blood, he felt a strong killing intent surge from the saber. But this time, he didn't suppress this killing intent. Instead, he used his mind to burst out and directly charged into the crowd of players. Entering the lion-tiger plane, the effect of the Liangshan village's strength originally disappeared. But, for the current Qin Shujian, it didn't matter if his realm increased by 2. At least, this was the case when facing players who were at most at the 6th stage of the martial realm. Not to mention anything else, just the tenfold body forging scripture, the tenfold everlasting spring technique, and the ninfold tiger subduing body forging technique had already pushed his strength to a terrifying level. True Qi level 2. The 1,000 mountain blood was instantly covered with a thin layer of green true Qi. Vajra tiger subduing body level 2. The veins on Qin Shujian's arm that was holding the saber bulged like a dragon. A power that far surpassed the 10th stage of the martial realm instantly erupted. Boom! The blade covered with true Qi, combined with a force of several tens of thousands of pounds, directly killed any players who tried to resist. It didn't matter if they were at the 3rd or 4th stage of the martial realm. It didn't matter if they were at the 6th stage of the martial realm. In front of this saber, they were as weak as paper. Such a frightening aura instantly caused the other players' attacks to falter. Even a boss at the level of Ox-Demon Lord wouldn't have such a terrifying scene. Then, it went without saying who the boss that suddenly appeared in front of them was. The Liangshan village master. Some players who had watched the video on the forum immediately confirmed the identity of the person who came. In an instant, the surrounding players went crazy. Damn, the Liangshan village master is here. Are there any more high-level players? Come quickly. Don't worry about the other bosses. Surround the Liangshan village master and kill him. At this moment, the Ox-Demon Lord and the other bosses were no longer important. What else was more important than the Liangshan village master? Some nosy players made a ranking list of the bosses in the novice village. The Liangshan village master's name immediately rose to the top 3 and didn't drop. Soon, the news of the Liangshan village master appearing on the battlefield spread. Many players gave up on the Ox-Demon Lord and the other bosses and changed their target to Qin Shujian. The reason why they did this. The first reason was because the Liangshan village master was the strongest and the most famous. The second reason was, the stronger the boss, the more likely it was to be killed. The rewards would definitely make all the players go crazy. Looking at the players who were charging at him, Qin Shujian felt disdain in his heart. The 1,000 mountain blood turned into a sharp weapon in an instant. In his hands, a level 9 sharp weapon was already terrifying enough. Now that he was using a level 5 sharp weapon, it was as easy as cutting vegetables. The piercingly cold blade light burst forth, and the shadow of a black tiger appeared in midair. Its bell-sized eyes turned blood-red. It looked at the players below and let out an earth-shaking roar. Roar. The roar shook the heavens, and the sound waves shook the air. Many players who were close to the roar had painful expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but cover their ears. Faint traces of blood even flowed out of their 7 orifices. Even worse, they directly raised their heads and spat out blood. They turned into white light and revived. Black Tiger Roar. It shocked everyone within 100 miles. This move of the Black Tiger Blade technique became more and more terrifying in Qin Shujian's hands as his realm became more and more profound. With one roar, no less than 10 players died. Even more players instantly lost the ability to resist. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blade light pierced through the air, cleanly harvesting lives. Qin Shujian was like a bloody executioner. He walked among the players. Every time he swung his blade, a player would die. No matter how many players rushed at him, they couldn't stop him. And his target? It was the novice village behind the players. A player raised his sword to block the attack. However, the blade light flashed, and the long sword broke in the middle. My level 9 sharp weapon. The player felt a sharp pain in his heart, but before he could react, he saw the blade flash again, and he was swallowed by it. The fort master of Mount Liang wants to kill his way into the novice village. Stop him. Stop him. Someone, come quickly. Seeing Qin Shujian enter an unstoppable state, many of the players were horrified. At this moment, it was as if they were in a real battlefield. The bloody killing intent made people tremble. Some of the more timid players already had the urge to retreat. However, when they thought of the consequences of failing the forced quest, they forcefully resisted this urge. Now, this game had become a second world for humans. Wealth and opportunities could be found here. For many people, this place had become an indispensable part of their lives. If they failed the quest, it would be too difficult to catch up with other players. Therefore, they couldn't retreat. Chapter 98. Sometimes. Whether one could succeed or not depended not only on oneself, but also on external factors. Players were not afraid of death. But the difference in strength still could not stop Qin Shujian's footsteps. Kill. 1,000 mountain blood's cold light burst forth, and the sword light raged like a chaotic blade. Almost none of the players who came into contact with it could escape unscathed. Whoosh. The sound of air being torn was heard. Qin Shujian's ears twitched, and 1,000 mountain blood suddenly slashed out, colliding with the 3 lights. Bang! Sparks flew, and the lights disappeared. 2 silver arrows flew out. One of the silver arrows was directly broken in half and fell to the ground. What a pity, Wang Wenjing secretly said. He had a clear understanding of Qin Shujian's strength again. Those 3 arrows were not ordinary arrows. They were fine steel arrows that he spent a lot of money to hire NPC craftsmen in the novice village to make. In terms of sharpness, it was not inferior to a 9th grade weapon. Coupled with a strong explosive force, it was enough to injure and kill any boss. This was a method Wang Wenjing came up with to deal with this powerful boss after the Cold Mountain stronghold was wiped out in the Stone Forest. After all, there was almost no chance of winning against a 10th grade martial arts boss in a head-on fight. If one relied on hidden weapons and cold arrows, there was a chance of winning. This method of killing bosses was actually not a secret. Players had already posted it on the forum, and it had been repeatedly verified. Once he missed. Wang Wenjing raised the big bow in his hand, took out 3 more arrows, and knocked them. On the other side, Qin Shujian also looked in the direction of the arrows and saw Wang Wenjing knocking an arrow. The next second, his strong physical strength instantly exploded, and then he stomped his feet. The ground shook, and his body shot out like an arrow. At the same time, Thousand Mountain blood turned into a rainbow and tore the players in front of it apart. Wang Wenzheng's heart suddenly beat wildly. Seeing the blade breaking through the air, he released the bowstring without thinking. The arrow suddenly burst out and fiercely collided with the rainbow of the blade. Boom! It was just a moment. Under the impact of the terrifying power, the arrow was broken in an instant, and then it flew back. In Wang Wenzheng's eyes, countless cold lights were magnified. Soon after, he felt a sharp pain in his body. The broken arrow had pierced through his body, directly ending his life. The players standing beside him did not escape the fate of being pierced by the arrows. It all happened in a flash. More than 10 players were killed by the flying arrows. Immediately after. In the end, the rainbow blade fell and cleared all the players in front of it. From the perspective of the entire battlefield. The player faction was originally blocking the entrance of the novice village, fighting against the beasts and bandits. But now, Qin Shujian single-handedly pierced through the entire player camp, creating a temporary gap that couldn't be filled. The novice village was completely exposed to the eyes of others. Qin Shujian ignored the surrounding players, his eyes only focused on the village in front of him. When he stepped into the range of the novice village, the guards guarding the novice village finally made their move. The NPCs in the novice village couldn't easily leave the novice village. So, they could only attack when the enemy walked into the novice village. Just as Qin Shujian had always imagined. The stronger the forces in the novice village were, the stronger the NPCs in the novice village would be. In front of him, the guards who attacked gave the feeling that they were at least in the 4th stage of the martial arts realm. There was not much conversation. When the guards attacked, Qin Shujian was 1 step ahead of them. Qian Shanxue cut through the air with a thunderous force and swept past the guards' bodies in an instant. The guards' movements suddenly stiffened. Then, blood burst out of their bodies and they fell to the ground powerlessly. Everything happened in a split second. By the time the other players reacted, more than half of the guards who attacked had already fallen. Go. Kill. The players who came back to their senses immediately charged forward. If a boss killed his way into the novice village while being blocked by thousands of people, it would be really embarrassing. Moreover, if they were careless and the entire village was destroyed, they would be too ashamed to show their faces. You're courting death. Qin Shujian roared angrily. The strength of the 10th stage of the martial arts realm exploded. The Black Tiger Saber technique of One with the Heavens became even more terrifying with the help of Qian Shanxue. At the same time, when the players swarmed forward, in the novice village, 7 or 8 powerful auras exploded. Every aura was at least in the 7th stage of the martial arts realm. When they exploded together, their power was not small at all. Qin Shujian also felt it. He looked at his life source. Since the start of the battle, he had already harvested thousands of life sources. He was not far away from 2,000 life sources. As the player's realm increased, the amount of life sources that could be harvested with each kill also increased at a terrifying speed. Currently, apart from the Black Tiger Saber technique that had reached the 10th stage and the One with the Heavens, the rest of the techniques could be improved. Shortly after, Qin Shujian's mind moved. 1,400 life sources disappeared. The tiger subduing body honing technique was directly upgraded from the 9th stage to the 10th stage. Boom. The qi and blood that were close to being stagnant seemed to have turned into mercury at this moment. It was as if it had undergone a terrifying transformation. The 2nd level of the tiger subduing King Kong had also become the 3rd level of the tiger subduing King Kong. In an instant, Qin Shujian's skin turned red. It was as if he was in a furnace. A powerful energy that had nowhere to vent was exploding in his body. I've gone too far. This was the thought in Qin Shujian's mind. He did not expect that the upgrade of the tiger subduing body honing technique would reach the limit of what his body could bear. His skin was faintly red, causing his eyes to be filled with blood vessels. He looked a little scary. This powerful energy that had reached the limit needed to be vented. Qin Shujian took a step forward. He held Qian Shanxue in both hands and suddenly slashed out. The blade emitted a cold light. The terrifying energy attached to the long blade left a trace in the air. Soon after, the terrifying energy exploded on the blade. Boom! The raging wind blew the players away. The cold light from Qian Shanxue cut through the air and headed towards the 3 NPC experts who had jumped out of the novice village. Bang! The 3 NPCs had just jumped into the air when they were cut in half. Blood rained down along with their corpses. With one slash, he directly killed 3 experts who were at least of the 7th stage of the martial arts realm. Before the other players could be shocked, Qin Shujian had already raised his blade. It was as if thunder was shaking. He had completely started his killing spree. The 3 NPCs' bodies had just fallen to the ground. The other NPC experts who had rushed over from the novice village had just arrived. When they saw the corpses on the ground, their faces were filled with shock. Obviously, they did not understand why, in just a few seconds, their companions who were not weaker than them had died. They did not have time to think too much. Qin Shujian, who had started his killing spree, jumped up. When he used his strength to split the mountain, the terrifying wind blade enveloped the 5 NPC experts who had just arrived. Dodge! Feeling the wind blade of death, all the NPCs' faces changed. Just as they were dodging, the blade had already fallen. Rumble! The ground trembled. The blade remained. An NPC standing in the middle could not dodge in time and was directly cut in half. As for the other NPCs who had dodged, they were also hit by the wind. Their internal organs were displaced and they almost could not breathe. This terrifying power had completely exceeded the limits of what they could endure. However, the injuries on their bodies were not as shocking as the scene in front of them. Looking at Qin Shujian, who was holding Qian Shanxue, they only felt that they were facing an undefeatable existence. Looking at the bloodshot eyes that had not completely faded, they felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. An expert. An undefeatable expert. Who dares to cause trouble here? You're courting death. Boom. A powerful aura exploded from the novice village. A furious voice came like rolling thunder. Immediately after, they saw a white-clothed old man leaping into the air. Quick, stop him. Seeing this scene, some of the players immediately came back to their senses and shouted in fear. In an instant, the other players also came back to their senses. Suddenly, a group of people abandoned Qin Shujian and rushed toward the white-clothed old man. The white-clothed old man was forcefully stopped. He said with an unhappy expression, "Young heroes, now that there are enemies invading, why don't you follow me to kill the enemies? Why are you blocking my way?" Hearing this, many players blushed with shame. You're old, do a good deed and don't come out. As long as you don't die, our novice village still has hope. Before, they were not sure if the village chief of the novice village was a match for the Cold Mountain Stronghold master. But when he killed several NPCs of the martial arts level 8 with one strike, they saw the reality clearly. That terrifying power. Even if the village chief of the novice village came, he would still die. So when they saw the white-clothed old man rushing over, some players reacted and hurriedly went to stop the village chief's plan to die. As long as the village chief did not die, they might still have a chance to win if they used the human wave tactic. If the village chief was killed, then everything would be in vain. However, these words were only in the minds of the players. They would not directly say it out loud. This guy is ferocious and his aura is at its peak. Why don't we first exhaust a part of his strength? Then, village chief, you can kill him in one blow and save the building. That's right. How can I let you fight in front and hide on the side alone? The white-clothed old man flung his sleeves and angrily rebuked, "If I'm afraid of death, then I'm not worthy of being the village chief." While speaking, he directly forced the players in front of him to retreat and walked toward Qin Shujian. There, the players were still rushing forward, but they were still one-sidedly crushed. Seeing this, the players who blocked the village chief of the novice village only had a big word in their hearts. Isn't it good to live well? Why do you have to go and die? Chapter 99. Invading my village, die. The white-clothed old man's posture was aloof as he struck out with his palm, setting off a strong wind. Under the cloud-like indifferent true energy, endless killing intent was hidden. This palm. The surrounding players were forced to retreat. As for the target, it was Qin Shujian, who was in the middle of a massacre. Looking at the peerless power of the palm, Qin Shujian moved his feet, holding the 1,000 mountain blood with both hands. The biting cold blade light instantly burst out, turning into a black tiger in the air, directly disappearing into the clouds. In an instant, the terrifying blade light exploded, directly tearing the clouds into pieces. Immediately after, the black tiger tore through the clouds, turning into a deadly blade light, charging straight at Wen Yang. It seemed like a moment had passed. But it also seemed like a long time had passed. When the blade light disappeared, it seemed like everything had stopped. But then, the white-clothed old man's expression froze, a bloody mark appeared on his forehead, spreading down. Village 51,169's village chief Wen Yang has died. Village 51,169's village chief has died. The core token is ownerless. You can go to the center of the village to fight for the token. Village 51,169's village chief Wen Yang has died. The mandatory mission has failed. Your realm has dropped by 3 levels. The experience you gain for the next 10 days will be reduced by 50%. The mission failure prompt woke the other players up. Immediately after, they saw all the players' auras suddenly drop to the extreme. A dozen 6th-level martial arts level players were surrounding and killing Niu Feng. Suddenly, the mission failure prompt came, and then their realms dropped to the 3rd level of the martial arts level. This sudden change. Without waiting for the players to react, they saw a 9-ringed broadsword heavily chopping at them. The terrifying power sent the dozen or so players who were besieging them flying. Poochie. In the air, the players spat out blood, and before they landed, they were directly shaken to death by this violent power. A 6th-level martial arts level against an 8th-level martial arts level, relying on the number of people could barely support. But a 3rd-level martial arts level against an 8th-level martial arts level. Only death awaited them then. Such a scene. It didn't just appear here. Failing the mandatory mission and dropping by 3 levels was simply a nightmarish blow to the players. What's going on? Are those people in the village useless? F***CK, how did the village chief die so quickly? What the hell? The remaining players were all enraged. They were fighting with their lives on the front lines. Only Cold Mountain Stronghold Master had managed to kill his way in. There were at least 1,000 players in the novice village. Even if they couldn't besiege and kill the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master, it shouldn't be a problem to stop him. No one had expected this. Not even 10 minutes had passed since the other party charged in and failed the mission. However, no matter how angry the players were, it was useless. In the early stages of the game, they were weakened to the level of the floor. Even if the players could continuously revive, it was still a one-sided battle. In the novice village, Wen Yang's body fell to the ground. The village chief of the novice village did not even manage to withstand a single blow and died under Qin Shujian's saber. He had pushed the tiger-subduing body-tempering art to the 10th level. Even Qin Shujian himself did not know what level his strength had reached. This was a mixed and violent power. Even his physical body was almost unable to withstand it and collapsed. However, as the destructive saber slashed out, the full power was vented. Qin Shujian felt the swelling in his body ease up a lot. His qi and blood also gradually calmed down. The situation changed too quickly. The players did not even think that Wen Yang, the village chief, would die so quickly. By the time they reacted, the matter was already a foregone conclusion. They felt the weakness in their bodies. It was the discomfort caused by the sudden drop in level. Looking at Qin Shujian standing in front of Wen Yang's corpse, these players suddenly did not know what to do. Fight. They definitely could not beat him. If it was before they failed the mission, with their level and numbers, they still had a chance of winning. However, after failing the mission, their level dropped by 3 levels. Even the current top high-level players were only around the 3rd level of the martial arts realm. One side was the 3rd level of the martial arts realm. One side was the 10th level of the martial arts realm. Moreover, it was a big boss that could kill the novice village chief, who was also at the 10th level of the martial arts realm. Even if the other party stood there and did not fight back, whether or not they would be able to fight was still an unknown question. However, the players did not make a move, but it did not mean that Qin Shujian would not make a move. After killing Wen Yang and harvesting a wave of life sources, his gaze fell on the other players and the remaining few NPC experts. In his eyes, these were all walking sources of life. Swish! Qin Shujian's body suddenly moved. The 1,000 mountain blood exploded with a sharp cold light, directly enveloping the few stunned NPCs on the side. Compared to the endless stream of players, it was more meaningful to kill these high-level NPCs first. There were no accidents. Facing this fatal saber, those NPCs at the 7th or 8th level of the martial arts realm did not even have the chance to fight back. Their lives were directly taken by the saber. Immediately after, Qin Shujian stepped on the 5 elements 8 trigrams. His figure was like a ghost as he shuttled through the players. The shocking saber light shone brightly in the scorching sun, harvesting the lives of one player after another. Facing such a massacre, the players were not completely without courage. However, the difference in strength was there. Any resistance was futile. Boom! Hundreds of figures rushed in again. Master. Qin Shujian looked over and saw Niu Feng, Xu Yuanming, and the others. They were still at the 8th level of the martial arts realm. After all, at their level, only players at the 5th level of the martial arts realm and above could give them a chance to break through. However, there were not many players at the 5th level of the martial arts realm and above. In addition, now that their realms had all dropped, there was nothing to see. Niu Feng, take some people to the center of the village and guard the core token. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Qin Shujian immediately ordered. Yes. Hearing this, Niu Feng immediately led a dozen bandits and charged toward the center of the village. An 8th level of the martial arts realm boss leading a group of 6th or 7th level of the martial arts realm elite NPCs. In the camp of players, whose strongest was only at the 3rd level of the martial arts realm, it was like entering an unstoppable place. The rest of you, follow me. Qin Shujian ordered Xu Yuanming and the others. After speaking, he directly tore a hole in the middle of the players and charged toward the other side of the village. Behind him, the bandits of the Cold Mountain stronghold followed closely. It was also at this moment that a terrifying figure violently charged in. The scales on the Ox Demon Lord's huge body were shattered. Occasionally, arrows would pierce into his flesh. However, this degree of injury was insignificant to his huge body. Stronghold Master Qin, the Ox Demon Lord, sent several players flying with his head and stomped a few to death with his hooves. A thunderous voice came from his mouth. Cows can speak. Monster! The players who were fighting with their lives on the side all had faces of astonishment. This was because from start to finish, the Ox Demon Lord had never spoken. They also did not know that the Ox Demon Lord could speak. Now that they saw it, they could not help but feel a sense of horror. I'll have to trouble the Ox Demon Cave to kill the remaining players. Qin Shujian's voice came from afar. The Ox Demon Lord's ferocious head revealed a cruel smile. No problem. Leave these players to my Ox Demon Cave. After speaking, the Ox Demon Lord roared angrily. Thousands of beasts responded one after another. Several elite-level beasts broke through the defense line of the players and directly gathered beside him. Kill all the players, the Ox Demon Lord directly ordered. After that, the beasts' attacks became crazy again. On the other side, Qin Shujian walked forward unwaveringly. Every time he waved his blade, there would be a player in front of him who would die. His goal was very clear. That was to find the resurrection point of the players. According to his experience playing games, as the resurrection point of the players in the novice village, there would definitely be a fixed resurrection point. However, In the previous 2 attacks on the village, he was anxious about the core token and did not think about finding the resurrection point of the players. However, this time, Qin Shujian put the matter of the core token aside. He wanted to find the resurrection point of the players first. There were some things. He wanted to personally verify it. Not long after, a platform that looked like a square appeared in Qin Shujian's line of sight. Around the square, there was a layer of green light screen. In the square, white light would appear from time to time. One by one, the players who died were constantly being resurrected. Why is the Liang Mountain chieftain here? There were players who had just been resurrected. When they saw Qin Shujian rushing towards the resurrection point, there was a trace of confusion and hesitation in their angry faces. According to the video on the forum, the boss in front of them should not have appeared at the resurrection point. He should have gone to the center of the village to obtain the core token. Wait. Suddenly, a player was shocked and angry. He pointed to the front and shouted, "Look, what is he trying to do?" There was no need for that person to remind them. The others also saw the changes in front of them. They saw Qin Shujian instructing the bandits behind him to kill all the players outside the resurrection point. Then, the bandits suddenly spread out and occupied the entire periphery of the resurrection point. Damn, does this boss want to camp the corpses or torture them? I can't tolerate this. If this spreads, we won't be able to survive. Let's fight it out with them. Let's fight it out. The players were suddenly excited. Right now, they had thrown all thoughts of not being able to fight it out with force and not doing anything pointless. Playing the game. There were 2 things that they could not tolerate the most. One was camping the corpses. The other was torturing them. In the eyes of these players, Qin Shujian's actions were no different from camping the corpses and torturing the corpses. He had already completely rubbed their faces against the ground. It was already shameful enough that they were killed by a boss as if he was invincible. If they had to camp the corpses and torment the corpses, if this matter spread out, their novice village 51169 would become the laughingstock of the gaming world. Their heads could be cut off. Their blood could be shed. He really couldn't afford to lose face. Chapter 100. The resurrection square wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It could hold about 2,000 to 3,000 people. Players couldn't attack when they were in the resurrection point. So, these resurrected players immediately charged out of the resurrection circle and charged towards the bandits that surrounded them. Kill any mutants who step out of the circle of light. Qin Shujian's face was cold. 1,000 Mountain Blood's cold light flashed and killed a dozen players who rushed out. At the same time, he also checked his own source of life and found that it had slowly increased a little from the original foundation. Receiving Qin Shujian's order, the bandits led by Niu Feng, Xu Yuanming, and the others all burst out with their strongest attacks and killed the players who rushed out of the resurrection circle one by one. At this time, all the players had died at least once or twice. And some. They had died more than 4 or 5 times. Furthermore, there was the punishment of dropping 3 levels. Among the current players, it wasn't easy to find someone who was at the 2nd stage of the basic realm. More and more, they had fallen to the ground. On the other hand, the bandits. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was not at the same level. In layman's terms, in terms of attack, defense, and speed, the players couldn't compare to the bandits of Cold Mountain Village. Under the suppression of all aspects, victory or defeat was only a matter of a second. But the players who rushed out, they couldn't hold on for long and were all killed back. Qin Shujian looked at the circle of light around the resurrection square and the players who were rushing out of it. He couldn't help but move his feet. As soon as he moved, it immediately attracted the attention of the other players in the resurrection point. What is this boss doing? Does he really want to torture Quan? Qin Shujian's actions made them mistakenly think that the other party wanted to rush into the resurrection point to kill people. Even if the players knew that they were invincible in the resurrection point. But after seeing Qin Shujian's actions, they still couldn't help but be nervous. Invincible was invincible. But it was hard to say if it also restricted the boss attacks. After all, no boss would attack the resurrection point. And no boss would be crazy enough to command his subordinates to directly surround the resurrection point to guard the corpse. So, it was hard to say. Standing in front of the green circle of light, Qin Shujian could clearly see a layer of almost transparent membrane. It was like a barrier that covered the entire resurrection point. Surround them. Don't let any of the mutants leave the range of the barrier. If a player dared to come out, he would kill one. If 2 players came out, he would kill a pair. Rumble. The ground trembled slightly, as if 10,000 beasts were galloping. Qin Shujian turned around and saw Ox Demon Lord leading hundreds of beasts over. Fort Master Qin, other than the mutants here, we have killed everyone else in the village. Ox Demon Lord reported the results of the battle even before he arrived. It could be seen. The Lord of the demonic Ox Cave was in an excellent mood. It was no wonder that Ox Demon Lord acted this way. The mutants had been attacking the beasts of the Lion-Tiger Plain, and had even killed their way to the front of the Demon Ox Cave, which made him furious. But there was no end to the mutants. Furthermore, the village was guarded by experts. No matter how powerful the Demon Ox Cave was, they didn't dare to attack the village of the mutants. So Ox Demon Lord had been suppressing his anger. But every mutant who stepped into the territory of the Demon Ox Cave would be attacked fiercely. This was also the reason. This time, when the Cold Mountain Stronghold attacked the novice village, Ox Demon Lord would cooperate. On one hand, he was afraid of Qin Shujian and the strength of the Cold Mountain Stronghold. On the other hand, he wanted to get rid of the cancer-like mutants. Killed them all? Qin Shujian frowned and shifted his gaze back to the resurrection point. It was packed full of people, about 2,000 to 3,000. Including the players who kept rushing out of the resurrection point, the number of people definitely wouldn't exceed 4,000. 4,000 people. Actually, it wasn't a small number. But Qin Shujian was sure that the number of players who showed up from the beginning to the end was definitely more than 4,000. Could it be? His brows gradually knitted together. It seemed that there was only one explanation left. And that was, the resurrection point was full. When it was full, the players who had died couldn't be revived immediately. Only when the resurrection point was empty could the dead players be revived. He had this thought in his mind. Qin Shujian couldn't help but observe. After 3 to 5 minutes, he finally confirmed his guess. It seems that the players can't be revived without limit. If the resurrection point is full, then they can't revive any more players. Qin Shujian looked at the scene in front of him and didn't say anything. Ox Demon Lord had already returned to his original form and stood beside Qin Shujian in his human form. He asked, "Stronghold Master Qin, do you need my Demon Ox Cave's help to kill these mutants?" He didn't know why Qin Shujian had people surround the barrier and continuously kill these mutants. The fact that the mutants couldn't die wasn't a secret. As long as the mutant village's token was destroyed, then the mutant disaster on the Lion-Tiger Plains would naturally be resolved. However, in order to maintain a good relationship with the Cold Mountain Stronghold, Ox Demon Lord still wanted to show his care. No need. Qin Shujian straightforwardly rejected. What a joke. Only when his subordinates killed the players could he obtain a portion of the life source. If the Demon Ox Cave's monsters killed the players, then he wouldn't obtain any life source at all. Now that he could steadily farm players and harvest life sources, Qin Shujian didn't want anyone to come and take a share of the loot. Ox Demon Lord helplessly shook his head. All right then. Qin Shujian didn't have time to bother with him right now. Right now, his attention was on his own stats panel. There. Every time his life source jumped, it would be around 10 points. However, in just a short while, he had already obtained over 3,000 life sources. Moreover, this rising trend showed no signs of stopping. Only, when his life source reached 11,000, it suddenly stopped jumping. Qin Shujian immediately came back to his senses from the stats panel. When he looked around, there wasn't a single player rushing out of the resurrection point. He saw that within the resurrection point, the players' faces were ashen. They were no longer as excited as before. Suddenly, Qin Shujian ordered a bandit beside him, "Attack this barrier." That bandit didn't hesitate. He immediately swung his sword at the barrier. With a bang, the bandit retreated. The almost transparent barrier didn't even ripple. It was as if it couldn't be shaken at all. Just as that bandit was about to attack again, Qin Shujian waved his hand and said, "Back down. No need to attack anymore." "Yes." The bandit obeyed and retreated. Looking at the resurrection point in front of him, Qin Shujian's expression was indescribable. Looks like this barrier that protects the resurrection point is just a simple barrier. If this barrier is broken, then won't the players be at my mercy? Thinking of this, his eyes gradually turned cold. This way. Qin Shujian even thought that he could harvest life sources endlessly. When his life source reached 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million, or even more, how high would his realm be? At that time, perhaps there really wouldn't be any players who could threaten him. Boom. Thousand Mountain blood was wrapped in a biting cold wind and heavily struck the barrier. Immediately after, a strong rebound force came. Qin Shujian held the long sword tightly. His feet were like iron hooks that tightly gripped the ground. At the same time, the mercury-like qi and blood in his body erupted. An even stronger force surged from his body. The rebounding force from the long saber was instantly dispersed by this force. Black Tiger Saber Technique. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. A black tiger that was several feet in size appeared in the air and finally gathered in the long sword. Qin Shujian's eyes were fierce. The terrifying force contained in Thousand Mountain blood poured out in torrents. In an instant. When the blade slashed, the air swept back like waves. This power. Even through the protective barrier, the players could feel the threat of death. Under everyone's nervous gazes, Yizichen said. Thousand Mountain blood landed heavily on the barrier. Buzz, an invisible wave rippled with the two as the center. An even stronger rebound force came from the barrier. Through Thousand Mountain blood, it directly hit Qin Shujian. Whoosh. This time, Qin Shujian didn't take the rebound force head-on. Instead, he chose to retreat and dissipate the force. When his body stopped moving, he looked at the barrier again and found that it was still intact. Immediately, Qin Shujian didn't plan to attack the barrier again. That sword. He had already done his best. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, the barrier might not be able to be broken. Or it could be said that with the strength of basic martial arts, he wasn't qualified to break this barrier. Or else, with his current strength that far surpassed the average 10th stage basic martial arts, coupled with the 5th stage Thousand Mountain blood, how could there be no signs of breaking the barrier? Phew. When the other players saw this, they secretly sighed in relief. It was good that it couldn't be broken. As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, many of the players felt ashamed. When the players had already fallen to the point where they were surrounded by the boss in the resurrection point and had to worry about the boss rushing in. Could it be that the Inhumans are so weak that they don't even dare to resist? Qin Shujian sneered and mocked, trying to provoke the players' anger. In the end, many players rolled their eyes at him and replied with a hee-hee. That was it. Backbone. Of the players at the resurrection point, which one of them hadn't been killed at least 10 or 20 times? No matter how much backbone they had, they couldn't withstand such consumption. These players were resigned to their fate. Since they couldn't win, they might as well not fight. It was good to just stay at the resurrection point. Anyway, no one would resurrect when it was full and there was no possibility of being squeezed out of the resurrection point. Seeing this, Qin Shujian tried his best to mock a few more times. Unfortunately, the players were stubborn. They didn't have any intention of rushing out to fight him with their lives. In the end, he had to give up the idea of continuing to farm for 1,000,000 or 800,000 points of life. Chapter 101. The players were holed up in the resurrection point. Qin Shujian couldn't do anything about it. For him now, the green barrier of the resurrection point was much harder than a turtle shell. It couldn't be broken at this stage. Since it couldn't be broken, Qin Shujian didn't want to waste any more time here. Watch them. He ordered Wang Taizhu and the other bandit hall masters beside him. After that, Qin Shujian left the resurrection point directly and walked towards the center of the village. Since there was no chance to farm for life sources, then he should get the core token as soon as possible. The matter of Lion-Tiger Plain could be considered to have come to an end for the time being. Qin Shujian left directly. Ox Demon Lord stood there awkwardly. They didn't greet him. He didn't know whether to leave or stay. Finally, Ox Demon Lord looked at the bandits surrounding the resurrection point. He chose to stay here to avoid going over and asking for trouble. On the other side, Niu Feng led a group of bandits and cleared all the players around the core token. The core token that belonged to Novice Village 51169 was currently floating in the air, shrouded in a faint halo. Outside the halo, the bandits were guarding there. "Chief, all the players have been cleared." Niu Feng had a smile on his face when he saw the person who came. Qin Shujian nodded. "Well done." He. Niu Feng smiled honestly. His body consciously made way for him. Qin Shujian walked directly into the halo. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. You got Novice Village 51,169's core token. You can choose to destroy or absorb. Destroy. The core token will be converted into the corresponding life source. Novice Village 51169 will no longer exist. Absorb. You can get a part of the force's experience. The same message as before. But in the absorption option, there was no prompt to upgrade to a third-level force. From this, it could be seen. A Novice Village's core token was no longer enough to upgrade a second-level force. However, Qin Shujian didn't hesitate and chose to absorb it directly. In his opinion, even if he destroyed the token, he estimated that he would not be able to obtain much life force. Now that he already had more than 10,000 life force sources, he was not lacking any more. You have absorbed Novice Village 51,169's core token. Shortly after, Novice Village 51,169's building collapsed with a loud bang. As the core token has been absorbed by the Liangshan Fort Master, Novice Village 51169 no longer exists. The players who originally belonged to Novice Village 51169 will be assigned to their respective villages. During the distribution period, you will be forced to go offline. Countdown, 5 seconds. At the same time, the players in the resurrection point received the system notification. Inexplicably, the players looked relieved. Compared to being surrounded and guarded by a group of elite NPCs, it was better to just give up. The moment all the players disappeared, the bandits of Cold Mountain Stronghold were no longer surprised. It was the Ox Demon Lord's first time seeing such a scene. He was slightly surprised, but he wasn't too surprised. At this moment, after absorbing the core token, Qin Shujian brought Niu Feng and the others to meet up with the other bandits. Fort Master Qin's cultivation is unparalleled. You killed the Inhumans in one fell swoop and solved the crisis of Lion-Tiger Plains. Everyone in Ox Demon Cave is grateful. Ox Demon Lord immediately went up and flattered him. These words he often heard the exotic beasts under him say. So Ox Demon Lord was very familiar with these words. Killing mutants is our duty. The region of Mount Liang is often troubled by mutants. The reason why we were able to succeed so smoothly this time is all thanks to the help of the demonic Ox Cave. Qin Shujian smiled. Fort Master Qin is too polite. The Ox Demon commander laughed out loud, but he found these words to be quite strange. Those who didn't know would think that Lion-Tiger Plains was Cold Mountain Stronghold's territory. Ox Demon Cave was more like an external force. However, Ox Demon Lord didn't dare to argue about this matter. Cold Mountain Stronghold looked like they wanted to swallow him up from the start. If he didn't bring up the Chengyun Trading Company in time, Ox Demon Cave would have followed in the footsteps of the Inhumans. So for this kind of big boss, he would do his best to serve him. As long as he didn't do anything to Ox Demon Cave, everything was fine. Now that the Inhumans problem has been solved, does Fort Master Qin want to come with me to Ox Demon Cave to rest? Ox Demon Lord asked probingly. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, No, the demon disaster is wreaking havoc now. I have to go back and prevent the demon disaster from invading. Ox Demon Cave also has to pay attention to Lion-Tiger Plains. Fort Master Qin, don't worry. It's fine if the demon disaster doesn't step out of Immortal Plains. If he dares to step out, he definitely won't be able to return. Ox Demon Lord wasn't afraid at all. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't say anything else. Since the Chengyun Trading Company came to Ox Demon Cave, then he would give Jiyu Feng face. Moreover, Cold Mountain Stronghold's forces had been expanding too quickly recently. They needed some time to digest and convert all their gains into strength on the surface. So after reminding Ox Demon Lord, Qin Shujian directly said this and then left with the mountain bandits. Fort Master Qin, let me send you off. Ox Demon Lord followed closely behind. Qin Shujian didn't refuse. Then they saw a large number of ferocious and mutated beasts galloping across the vast plains. Both parties only stopped when they reached the border between the two places. Qin Shujian said, "Up ahead is Liang Mountain's boundary. Fort Master, please return." Alright, Fort Master Qin is welcome to visit Ox Demon Cave at any time in the future. Ox Demon Lord also had a serious expression. You've received Ox Demon Cave's permission to enter and leave Lion-Tiger Plains as you wish. When the man finished speaking, a system notification popped up in Qin Shujian's mind. Obviously, Ox Demon Lord directly gave Cold Mountain Stronghold permission to enter and leave as they wished in order to be on good terms with Cold Mountain Stronghold. Definitely. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Ox Demon Lord's decision was actually a wise one. The difference in strength between both parties was obvious. Whether or not he gave them permission to enter and leave Lion-Tiger Plains wouldn't cause any changes. If Cold Mountain Stronghold really wanted to attack Ox Demon Cave, whether there would be a notification, it wouldn't change the outcome. Very clearly, the Ox Demon commander was aware of this. After seeing Qin Shujian and the others leave Lion-Tiger Plains, Ox Demon Lord's anxious heart finally relaxed. He couldn't help but let out a huge sigh of relief. On the other side, Fort Master, why didn't we just destroy Ox Demon Cave directly? Niu Feng asked in confusion. He could tell. At first, Qin Shujian really did have the intention to attack Ox Demon Cave. It was only when he mentioned the Carrier Trading Company that he dismissed the idea. Niu Feng didn't know much about the Carrier Trading Company. He only had the chance to meet Jiyu Feng once at Cold Mountain Stronghold. Qin Shujian didn't say anything. Seng Hong sneered. Fort Master naturally has his reasons for doing so. The Carrier Trading Company isn't as simple as you think. We can destroy Ox Demon Cave at any time. But if we offend the Carrier Trading Company, we have to weigh the pros and cons, although he wasn't sure how much information the Carrier Trading Company had. But Chaotic Gold Mountain's information network was much better than Minute Gari Mountain's. In addition to Jiyu Feng's arrival and Qin Shujian's attitude, he could infer that the Carrier Trading Company wasn't a force to be trifled with. Or else, given Fort Master's unyielding character, Ox Demon Cave didn't have a chance to speak from the beginning. After being ridiculed for no reason, Niu Feng was furious. He looked at Seng Hong with eyes that seemed to be burning with anger. But, considering Jiyu Feng's strength, he suppressed his anger for the time being. They were both at the 8th level of the basic realm. But there were also differences in strength. But Niu Feng snorted coldly and glared at Seng Hong. He gave Seng Hong a look that said, "Just wait and see," and didn't say anything else. Qin Shujian naturally noticed their glances, but he didn't stop them. Within a force, it was inevitable that there would be some disputes. Right now, the demon disaster is wreaking havoc on the Undying Plains. Ox Demon Cave is a small matter, but the demon disaster is a big matter. Everything at present is to deal with the demon disaster. In the end, Qin Shujian explained. Currently, Chaotic Stone Forest, Cold Mountain Stronghold, and the Novice Village on Lion-Tiger Plain had all been destroyed. All that was left was the vast Endless Mountain Range and the base of the Shining Rebel Army. He didn't plan to act yet. The Endless Mountain Range was too mysterious. From the map Gu Feng gave him, it could be seen that the Endless Mountain Range was a huge mountain range that ran through the 13 prefectures of Great Jiao. There were all kinds of terrifying existences within. With Cold Mountain Stronghold's current strength, they didn't have the ability to act wildly there. As for the Shining rebel army, previously, the information hall had sent a few bandits to investigate, but in the end, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no news from them. Before he truly understood the situation of the Shining rebel army, Qin Shujian didn't plan to act against this force. Of course. The main reason was that Cold Mountain Stronghold's strength had increased too quickly. He needed to properly digest it. At this moment, when the Cold Mountain Stronghold bandits returned, a huge uproar occurred on the player forums. Unsurprisingly, the scene of the village siege on Lion Tiger Plain was still uploaded to the forums. Compared to the previous 2 videos of villages being attacked and exterminated, the commotion caused by the video this time was much greater. In the previous 2 sieges, Cold Mountain Stronghold displayed their absolute strength and directly took the core token. From beginning to end, they charged forward recklessly, killing the players without any resistance. But this time, Cold Mountain Stronghold and Ox Demon Cave didn't just charge forward recklessly. The Cold Mountain Stronghold chief, a famous boss, was even more tyrannical. He directly insta-killed the novice village chief. His strength shocked all the players. In the previous siege, although the Cold Mountain Stronghold chief was also extremely tyrannical, he wasn't able to insta-kill the strongest player in the novice village. Therefore, the change in Qin Shujian's strength shocked the players. Aside from this point, the scene that attracted the players' attention the most was the scene where the players surrounded the respawn point and directly camped the corpses. An NPC camped the players' corpses. To everyone, this sounded like something out of a fantasy story. But now, it was happening right in front of their eyes. Even the players from other novice villages. When they watched the video, they could almost feel the despair of the players from Novice Village 51169. Chapter 102. First comment: damn, this Liangshan gangmaster is too ruthless. Second comment: Sho Quan is guarding the corpses. This is rubbing the faces of the players from Novice Village 51169 on the ground. Third comment: TSK. There was a lot of discussion on the forum. It was not strange for Sho Quan to guard the corpses to happen among the players. If it was spread on the forum, at most, it would be despised. However, NPCs guarding the corpses of players. This was the first time this happened. It had a completely different meaning. Apart from this matter, there was another matter that caused a heated discussion among the players. That was, the game was updated. It was not an offline update but a direct online update. There was no announcement before this, which was very abrupt. As for the update content, there were only 2. The player's respawn interval is 10 minutes. For every additional death on the day, the respawn interval will be extended by 10 minutes. The maximum duration will not exceed 1 hour. Remove the restriction on the respawn point. Players' respawn is no longer limited to the respawn point. They can respawn randomly in any public area in the novice village. These 2 updates. It directly made some players think of what happened in Novice Village 51169. Especially the last one. It was more like a deliberate update to prevent NPCs from guarding the corpses. Logically speaking, this should be a good thing. However, the previous update seemed to be restricting the players. Before the update, there was almost no interval between players' respawn. In order to deal with monsters and bosses, many teams relied on this almost endless number of players to win. Now after the update, this advantage that he could take advantage of was gone in an instant. Under the increase and decrease, it was completely impossible to say whether this update was good or bad. However, there were some players who hated this update to the core. Immortal Plains, Novice Village 17561. When the update appeared, all the players' faces completely darkened. What's with the update? This is forcing us into a dead end. Damn it. Many players were angrily cursing. Now that the immortal planes had been conquered by the undead skeletons, only they were left here struggling at death's door. The reason why they could resist the demon disaster until now. It wasn't because of how strong they were, but because they were able to resurrect continuously, making full use of their advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the demonic disaster did not have a boss as powerful as the Cold Mountain Fort Master. Naturally, it was impossible for the demonic disaster to force its way into the beginner's village and wipe out the entire beginner's village. The foundation of all this. It was all because of the advantage of resurrection. But now that the game had been updated, the player's advantage of resurrection was instantly gone. How could they accept that? Why did the game update at this time? Chen Chen slashed an undead skeleton in front of him with 3 slashes and muttered to himself in shock. Beside him, they were Shu Ziqing and Wu Quan. When the 3 of them released the undead evil lord, they were like grasshoppers tied to a rope. After a few days of fishing in troubled waters and killing skeletons, he had basically recovered his original level of 0. Shu Ziqing's beautiful face turned pale and unsightly as she cried out involuntarily, "If that's the case, I'm afraid we won't be able to block the attacks of these skeletons." He couldn't block the attack. This meant that the mission had failed and the village had been destroyed. This loss could not be easily borne at any time. Chen Chen said seriously, "The source of the demonic disaster should be the thing that broke the seal in the valley. These skeletons are endless and it's not possible to kill them alone. Right now, the only way to solve the demonic disaster is to get rid of the source." "Wait, there's a boss." Wu Quan directly interrupted Chen Chen's words and pointed to the front. Hearing this, Chen Chen and Shu Ziqing looked in the direction he pointed. There, a skeleton wrapped in bone armor with only the red flames in its eye sockets left. It was riding on a skeleton horse burning with white flames and holding a bone spear in its hand, exuding an intimidating aura. The surrounding undead skeletons didn't dare to approach and consciously circled around this skeleton knight. Chen Chen reacted immediately. "Let's go." There were many undead skeletons around and now there was a suspected boss monster. It was completely impossible for the 3 of them to deal with it. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Ziqing and Wu Quan also immediately withdrew. However, they ran fast, but the skeleton knight was even faster. The bone horse moved silently and the white flames fell on the ground, burning everything it touched. The skeleton knight held the bone spear and rushed forward in an instant. At the same time, a large number of skeleton knights appeared on the immortal plane and appeared in the battlefield where the players were fighting. These skeleton knights were extremely fast and powerful. The weakest ones were only at the 6th level of the martial arts realm and the strongest ones had even reached the 8th level of the martial arts realm. For the players at this stage, they were almost at the level of elite monsters and boss monsters. It was already difficult enough to deal with the undead skeletons. Now that there were skeleton knights of a higher realm, the players suddenly showed a one-sided situation. In the valley, the undead demon lord sat on the throne of bones. At this time, the aura on his body had become stronger than when he had just broken the seal. "Not enough, far from enough. If I want to recover, I need more power." The blue flames in the undead demon lord's eye sockets danced. He drove the undead skeletons to slaughter the creatures in the immortal plane, to plunder enough energy for him to recover from his previous injuries. However, the creatures in an underworld were limited. And the undead demon lord was also not an ordinary expert. Even if he slaughtered all the creatures in an underworld, he would still be far from recovering to his peak state. For the undead demon lord, an immortal plane, or even the entire ordinary realm, was an existence that he could destroy with a wave of his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about the experts outside of the ordinary realm and his injuries were too serious, he would have led the undead army to rush out of the ordinary realm and march to this side of the world. Why would he still need to invade one realm after another? All of a sudden, the black and red fog surged and the last mirror made of bones directly appeared in front of the undead demon lord. On the black mirror, many undead skeletons and skeleton knights appeared. And the ones fighting with the undead skeletons and skeleton knights were the players from the beginner village. Facing the skeleton knights that suddenly appeared. Although the players were retreating, However, with the number of players, they were still not defeated and were barely able to withstand the attack. Inhumans are really a magical race. The undead demon lord looked at the players in the mirror and a hoarse voice came from behind the bone armor mask. Unfortunately, any race is weak in front of the evil demon race. After that, the undead demon lord suddenly stood up from the skeleton throne and the black and red fog trembled crazily. Immediately after, his withered fingers were stained with blood as he carved in the void before his eyes. Streaks of mysterious veined patterns emerged from within and were arranged in a regular pattern. More than 10 minutes later, the undead demon lord retracted his fingers and saw the lines in the void in front of him converging. As if it had triggered some strange energy, the bloodlight suddenly shone brightly. Soon after, a blood-red halo of light that was 3 feet tall appeared. The undead demon lord pulled out the bone sword from the skeleton throne and then stepped directly into the bloodlight circle. Beginner Village 17561. On the battlefield where the players and the undead skeletons were fighting, a blood-red halo suddenly appeared. Then a terrifying evil aura overflowed from it. All the skeletons seemed to have been stimulated at this time and their attacks suddenly became more violent. What is this thing? Some players looked at this strange scene and their faces were full of shock. Now that the demon disaster was raging, every uncontrollable change could touch their nerves. In the bloodlight circle, a skeleton covered in bone armor with blue flames burning in its eye sockets and holding a bone sword stepped out. Immediately, the black and red fog instantly covered the sky, as if darkness had arrived. Boss. Big boss. The moment they saw the undead demon lord appear, this thought appeared in the minds of all the players who saw it. On the opponent's body, they felt an endless pressure, as well as an extremely terrifying evil aura. This was something that all the undead skeletons and even the skeleton knights did not have. The other party stood there as if he was a natural king. The players couldn't help but want to worship and prostrate themselves. Suddenly, some players woke up and hurriedly shouted, "A big boss has appeared, everyone be careful. This boss is not simple. Pay attention to intercept." The players' camp immediately moved. The remaining high-level players all rushed towards the skeleton boss that appeared in the bloodlight circle. The undead demon lord stood in place and quietly looked at the players' nervous movements. The blue flames in its eye sockets kept jumping. "I am the undead demon lord," a hoarse and low voice echoed in everyone's ears. Then the undead demon lord raised the bone sword in its hand. "Any existence that goes against me will be embraced by the abyss of death." On the bone sword, the dark red flames burned wildly. Looking at the undead demon lord's actions, the conscious players suddenly shouted, "The boss is going to use a big move, interrupt him." Although they had never seen a boss that used a big move as soon as it appeared. But it didn't stop them from wanting to interrupt the boss's big move. Suddenly, some players who rushed to the front of the undead demon lord had already launched attacks in their hands. Evil spirit slash. The blue flames in the undead demon lord's eye sockets seemed to reflect the appearance of the players. The bone sword in its hand slashed down. Boom. The dark red flames erupted in an instant. A condensed blood arc burst out from the bone sword. In an instant, it became several feet in size. Like a flowing light blade, with a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye, it directly swept past the players in front of it and rushed to the battlefield behind them. All the existence that touched the blood-colored blade light, whether it was players or undead skeletons, all exploded at this moment. Immediately after, the bloody mist that exploded instantly fused with the blood-colored blade light, causing it to become even more powerful. Moreover, it continued to slash forward without stopping. Rumble. Chapter 103. The blood-red blade light dissipated. There were dozens of gullies on the ground, with the undead evil lord as the starting point, all the way into the novice village. Within this range, whether it was the players, the undead skeletons, or the skeleton knights, they all disappeared. The remaining players were stunned on the spot. A big move killed 90% of the players on the field. In other words, thousands of players were all sent back to revive under this sword. How could they fight this? The two sides were not on the same level at all. Is this really a boss of the 10th stage of the martial arts? Some players moaned helplessly in their hearts. In the ordinary realm, how could there be such a terrifying existence? Didn't they agree? Everyone in the ordinary realm was considered a novice character. Was there no existence beyond the 10th stage of the martial arts? All of a sudden, the remaining players looked at the terrifying undead evil lord and once again felt the deep malice of this game. The blue flames in the undead evil lord's eyes jumped, his hoarse voice was filled with evil. Go kill. Immediately, those undead skeletons and skeleton knights that had stopped because of the undead evil lord's power, once again attacked the players. This time, with the undead evil lord in charge, the remaining players were almost unable to raise the slightest storm. More than 13,000 life sources, can it break the shackles of the ordinary realm? Qin Shujian looked at the life sources on the status panel and suddenly had the illusion of a nouveau riche. It could be said, this trip to the Lion-Tiger Plain, although they did not take down the Ox-Demon Cave, but they indirectly destroyed a novice village, the harvest was not small. Especially the acquisition of life sources, it was divided by the realm. The higher the realm, the more life sources they contributed. The players in the novice village 51169 were generally around the 4th stage of the martial arts, and there was no lack of 6th stage of the martial arts. This kind of strength was naturally not easy to deal with. But correspondingly, the amount of life sources they contributed was also very high. This time, the attack on the village directly caused the life sources to break through 5 digits. 5 digits of life sources. On the status panel, behind all the skills, there was a deduced plus sign, including the Black Tiger Saber technique that had not made any moves. Qin Shujian looked at his own status, his expression was somewhat uncertain. The further he went on the 10th stage of the martial arts, the more he could feel some kind of restriction, suppressing his path forward. This kind of restriction. This was the shackles of the ordinary realm. If he wanted to break free of this restriction, he would either have to leave the ordinary realm or rely on his own strength to break free. Qin Shujian had always taken the second path. 3 10th level cultivation techniques have already raised my strength to the limit of my current realm. If I go any further, I'm afraid there's a risk of my body exploding. He didn't forget the changes his body underwent when he raised the tiger subduing body tempering art to the 10th level during the attack on the village. That was a sign of reaching a limit. Even though his physical body was slowly improving under the nourishment of his abundant blood and qi, this kind of improvement could only be described as extremely slow when he reached the limit of the ordinary realm. Until now, he could only barely allow his body to contain the powerful qi and blood force so that he would not lose control again. If he continued to increase the level of his cultivation, the accumulated power would very likely exceed the limits of his body. The consequences of exceeding the limit were simple. Qin Shujian shook his head as he imagined his body exploding with a bang and blood splattering everywhere. He was still young. He didn't have any plans to die young. But as his mind fell on the 10th level of the body tempering art, Qin Shujian once again felt the danger from the unseen world. Even if the danger this time was lower than before. But it also meant that there was still a certain distance between him and the ordinary realm. In terms of cultivation techniques, there's no room for improvement. If I forcefully increase other cultivation techniques, the result would be my body exploding. But if I forcefully break through, I may encounter the danger of death. As expected, the ordinary realm's shackles aren't that easy to break. Qin Shujian helplessly shook his head. He suddenly felt somewhat puzzled. How did those people who broke through the ordinary realm's shackles and became the domain lord do it? One had to know that his current strength had already reached the limit of the 10th level of the martial realm. If he went any further, his body would explode and he would die. It couldn't be that those people who broke through the ordinary realm's shackles could go further than him. Qin Shujian's face was somewhat melancholy. Looking at the 10,000 points of life source, he felt that it wasn't that good anymore. After hesitating for a long time, he temporarily gave up on the idea of breaking through the ordinary realm's shackles. It wasn't that he didn't dare to face the unseen danger, but now wasn't the best time. According to the things that Ji Yufeng gave him, Once the ordinary realm's shackles were broken, then the entire ordinary realm would be upgraded. This way, the 10th level of the martial realm would no longer be the limit. Qin Shujian didn't forget that next door there was an evil demon that broke through the shackles. Now that there was the suppression of the ordinary realm's shackles, the evil demon might only be at the 10th level of the martial realm. But without the suppression of the shackles, the evil demon's cultivation might directly skyrocket. Forget it, let's first deal with the demon disaster and then think about the ordinary realm's shackles. Qin Shujian put down the impulse in his heart and his gaze fell on the black tiger saber technique. This cultivation technique that allowed him to reach the one with the world level had always been of great help to him. The reason why he was able to surpass others in the 10th level of the martial realm was because of the 3 10th level cultivation techniques and the help given by the black tiger saber technique. Qin Shujian once thought that the one with the world level was the limit of this cultivation technique. But now it seemed this cultivation technique hadn't reached the limit yet. The reason why he didn't have the chance to deduce before was because he didn't have enough life source. Glancing at the 5-digit life source, Qin Shujian directly waved his hand. Anyway, he had more life source than he could use. Rather than wasting it, he might as well convert it into his own strength as much as possible. Maybe the next level of the black tiger saber technique could increase his chances of breaking through the ordinary realm's shackles. Upgrade. Following Qin Shujian's thought. Suddenly, he saw the life source quickly decrease at the speed of flowing water. At the same time, Qin Shujian only felt his vision go black. In the next moment, he saw himself appear in a lonely void. There. It was as if countless flowing lights were flying. In his eyes, these flowing lights were the complete black tiger saber technique. Fierce tiger descends the mountain, shocking 100 miles. Fierce tiger turns around. The 318 moves of the black tiger saber technique appeared one by one in front of Qin Shujian and then slowly disappeared. Roar. In the sky above the cold mountain village, the shadow of a black tiger suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth and roared. The roar traveled 100 miles and intimidated all the beasts to lie still. In the lion-tiger plain, the ox-demon lord woke up from his deep sleep. In his bell-sized eyes, there was a look of panic. In that moment just now, he felt a great power that made his mind tremble. But this power came quickly and disappeared quickly, making the ox-demon lord mistakenly think that he had a nightmare. The panic in his bell-sized eyes gradually disappeared and turned into some doubts. Finally, he closed them again. Heavy snoring could be heard once again. Chapter 104. The bandits of Cold Mountain Stockade were also shocked. Looking up at the gradually fading black tiger phantom in the air, they didn't know what to say. In the room, Qin Shujian opened his closed eyes. A wisp of black light flashed in his eyes. A faint majestic aura filled the room. Then, Qin Shujian looked at the attribute panel again. The column related to the black tiger saber technique had changed. The access level. The black tiger saber technique, which was originally at the oneness of heaven and man level, had evolved to the access level. The words middle grade mortal level had completely disappeared. It was as if it had reached the access level. The black tiger saber technique had broken free of the shackles of its grade and completed a transformation. However, when his attention slid down and landed on the life force column, Qin Shujian's face suddenly darkened. Life force, 3129 previously, it had more than 13,000 points of life force. Now, it was only left with more than 3,000 points. This meant that after upgrading the black tiger saber technique to the next level, it consumed 10,000 points of life force. Hiss. Qin Shujian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He felt a dull pain in his heart. 10,000 points of life force. This was enough to upgrade 2 techniques that had just reached the first level to the peak of the 10th level. However, what was done could not be undone. Qin Shujian could only accept his fate. However, he thought of the scene he saw when the black tiger saber technique was upgraded to the access level. Qin Shujian opened his palm and drew a straight line in front of him. Buzz. The air trembled as if it had been hit by something. Then, he saw the wooden table 10 feet away from him quietly split into two. The cut was smooth and clean, as if it had been cut by a divine weapon. Saber intent. Qin Shujian revealed a faint smile on his face. After upgrading to the access level, the Black Tiger Saber technique was no longer limited to the original 3 moves and 18 styles. It allowed people to comprehend some kind of true essence. Although it hadn't been used in actual combat, Qin Shujian believed that the Black Tiger Saber technique, which had broken through to the access level, had definitely caused his strength to undergo a terrifying transformation. As expected, when his consciousness once again landed on the body forging scripture, he was stunned. That kind of vague threat had already become weak. Even the shackles on his body seemed like they could be torn apart at any moment. This proved it. As long as he wanted to, he could break the shackles of the ordinary realm at any time and reach a whole new realm. However, Qin Shujian suppressed this impulse. Since the shackles of the ordinary realm were no longer a problem, it would be better to deal with the demons first. Subsequently, he left the room. Outside, Zheng Fang and the others were already waiting. Qin Shujian was in a good mood now that he had solved the problem of the ordinary realm's shackles. Seeing the group, he couldn't help but ask, "Why are you all gathered here?" "Zhaizhu." Just now the shadow of a black tiger appeared on Mount Liang. The tiger's roar intimidated all the other beasts. "Do you know?" Zheng Fang wanted to say something, but stopped himself. What he wanted to ask was whether Qin Shujian's cultivation had improved again. After all, the black tiger silhouette that appeared was very familiar. In many battles with the enemy, he had seen Qin Shujian use this method. It was just that asking about his own Zhaizhu was an act of overstepping his boundaries, so he couldn't ask directly. Hearing this, Qin Shujian only thought about it and roughly understood what was going on. He smiled and said, "That's just me comprehending a cultivation technique. Don't be nervous. Congratulations to Zhaizhu for mastering the divine art and making great progress in your cultivation." Zheng Fang bowed. Xu Yuanming and the others also hurriedly said good things. All right. How are the arrangements for the newly recruited youths?" Qin Shujian waved his hand and looked at Zheng Fang. Hearing this, Zheng Fang cupped his hands and said, reporting to Zhaizhu, "After 2 consecutive days of work, the village below Mount Liang has begun to take shape. It won't be a problem to temporarily settle these people. In addition, the first 3 layers of the body forging scripture have also been taught. It's just that most of these youths are illiterate. If they want to learn the cultivation technique, I'm afraid it will take some time. Hurry up, I'll have to trouble Hall Master Zheng. This is what this old man should do." Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't say anything more on this issue. Zheng Fang used to be a private school teacher and a martial arts club master. Whether it was learning to read or teaching cultivation techniques, it was his old profession. In the field of teaching and dispelling doubts, naturally, it would be left to the professionals. Immediately after, Qin Shujian said again, "The intelligence hall should pay close attention to the immortal planes. If the devil disaster moves out of the immortal planes, you must report it immediately." This subordinate obeys. Wang Taizhu lowered his head and replied, "You can all disperse." Zheng Fang and the others immediately bowed and retreated. Qin Shujian walked alone in Mount Liang village. The joy from the advancement of the Black Tiger Saber technique gradually faded. As for the devil disaster, he also thought of the agreement with Ji Yufeng. Unfortunately, it had been 3 days since the other party left the Cold Mountain stockade, but there was still no news from them. Even the promised reward was nowhere to be seen. If the weapons and treasures were in place, Qin Shujian was confident that Mount Liang village's strength would increase by at least 50%. Devil disaster, evil demon. Qin Shujian stepped on a mountain rock and looked into the distance. That was the location of the immortal planes. After the Black Tiger Saber technique reached the path initiation level, he seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. When he looked at the immortal planes, he could see that the sky was filled with black and red chi, as if it had turned into a demonic domain. The ominous aura made Qin Shujian frown. Although he hadn't fought with the evil demon before, just by looking at the aura, he knew that the other party was difficult to deal with. I just don't know how big the gap is between me and the evil demon that broke the seal. On the other side, the original location of Novice Village 17561 had now turned into ruins. The undead demon lord stepped on the ruins, the blue flame in his eye sockets flickered with a strange evil aura. All the undead skeletons around stopped their killing. They turned to the undead demon lord's position and prostrated themselves. Even the skeleton knights riding on the skeleton horses lowered their proud heads. The entire immortal plains. Suddenly, they fell into a strange silence. Looking at the prostrating skeletons, the undead demon lord's withered fingers casually moved in front of him. In an instant, boom! The sky changed color. Purple lightning lingered in the sky, as if something sleeping was about to wake up. Suddenly, the undead demon lord stopped his movements. The head wrapped in bone armor looked up at the sky, and stared at the purple lightning. After a long time, he retracted his gaze, but did not do the same thing again. Shackles. The undead demon lord shook his head slightly, and said with a smile and anger, "This world is still so unfriendly to my evil demon clan." Then, the bone sword pierced through the air, and a dark red flame ignited. "My subjects, listen to my command, go and plunder more lives." In an instant, the evil aura filled the air. Chapter 105. How many skeletons were buried in the Undying Plains? Even with the Undying Demon Lord's current strength, he couldn't revive all the skeletons. But reviving a part of them wasn't a problem. And the number of skeletons in this part was in the tens of thousands. Or even in the hundreds of thousands. These subjects of the Undying Domain officially stepped out of the Undying Plains after receiving the Undying Demon Lord's order. Liang Mountain's boundary. When the devil disaster appeared, Qin Shujian had already ordered people to be stationed here at all times to prevent the devil disaster from crossing the boundary. When the tide of undead skeletons descended, the undead skeletons it immediately attracted the attention of Liang Mountain stronghold. Awu. The bandit who saw the skeletons first immediately gave a warning. Soon. Awu. Awu. One after another, the alarms rang out one after another. Soon, it spread throughout the entire Liang Mountain's boundary. It also reached the ears of Liang Mountain stronghold. In the Loyalty Hall, Qin Shujian, who heard the warning, immediately stood up. At the same time, Wang Taizhu hurriedly rushed in from the outside. The moment he saw Qin Shujian, he hurriedly reported. "Leader, those skeletons have walked out of the Undying Plains. Pass down my order, fight." "Yes." Looking at Wang Taizhu's hurriedly leaving back, Qin Shujian also walked out of the Loyalty Hall. He had been worried about something. Finally, it came. Compared to before the devil disaster, now that the devil disaster had officially spread to the Liang Mountain's boundary, Qin Shujian calmed down. To be honest, now that Liang Mountain stronghold had been promoted to a second-class force, its overall strength was considered top in the ordinary realm. Even in the face of the legendary devil disaster and demons, he had enough confidence. However, Qin Shujian suddenly thought of something. That was bordering the Undying Plains, there seemed to be a stone forest. "Men." A bandit immediately came in front of him. "Leader, what are your orders?" "Inform Niu Feng and Zheng Hong to kill the devil disaster invading the stone forest with all their strength. If there are any changes, report to me immediately." "Yes, leader." The bandit immediately accepted the order and retreated. After that, the entire Cold Mountain stronghold began to move. The Cold Mountain stronghold had 1,200 men. Excluding the 700 young and strong men, there should have been more than 500 bandits left. However, in the previous battle on the Lion-Tiger Plains, dozens of bandits had died, and they still hadn't respawned. Due to the fact that the bandits were generally at a higher level, it was much more difficult for them to advance. Therefore, in the battle on the Lion-Tiger Plain, there were not many bandits who were able to advance to the next tier. Apart from that, Chuanyun Hall and Wuwei Hall had taken away more than 100 men to guard the stone forest. As a result, Cold Mountain Stronghold only had about 300 bandits that could be used. But in Qin Shujian's opinion, this number was enough. That was because these 300 bandits were not ordinary bandits. The weakest among them was an expert in the 6th stage of the basic martial realm. Among them, there was no lack of experts in the 7th or 8th stage of the basic martial realm. Such power! If they were compared to Cold Mountain Stronghold, which was a first-class force, they would be worth more than a few thousand people. At the border of Liang Mountain. At this moment, a large number of undead skeletons rushed out. The bandits who were ordered to be on alert also took out their weapons and fought with the skeletons. Boom! With a surge of qi and blood, Zhao Shanlin shattered the bones of an undead skeleton with a palm strike. Immediately after, the large saber in his hand fiercely chopped down and beheaded it. The undead skeleton that was originally struggling suddenly stopped moving. Everyone attack the heads of these skeletons. That is their fatal weakness, Zhao Shanlin shouted loudly. After killing one of the skeletons, he didn't stop attacking the other skeletons. After hearing the other party's words, the bandits who were fighting with the undead skeletons immediately changed their attack pattern and focused on attacking the heads. In a moment, dozens of undead skeletons fell. With their strength of at least the 6th stage of the basic martial realm, dealing with these undead skeletons that were only in the 2nd or 3rd stage of the basic martial realm was a simple matter. Of course, if there weren't many undead skeletons. Whoosh! A cold gust of wind attacked from the right. Zhao Shanlin's ears twitched. He stepped on the 5 elements 8 trigrams and moved his body. Almost at the same time, a bone spear passed in front of his eyes. Without thinking, he directly chopped at the bone spear with his saber. Bang! Grey powder spilled out. A strong rebounding force came. Zhao Shanlin used this rebounding force to pull away from the bone spear. After he steadied himself, he looked at the source of the attack. There! A skeleton knight riding a skeleton horse appeared. Its withered hand tightly held a bone spear. Skeleton knight! Zhao Shanlin's expression quietly became serious. According to the information from the intelligence hall, there was no trace of these skeleton knights. Moreover, according to the information, the undead skeletons were at most in the 4th or 5th stage of the basic martial realm. However, he felt a huge threat from this skeleton knight. This meant that the skeleton knight in front of him was at least in the 7th stage of the basic martial realm. It was even possible that it was in the 8th stage of the basic martial realm. However, Zhao Shanlin didn't feel any fear in his heart because he was also in the 7th stage of the basic martial realm. He also grasped many cultivation techniques. In terms of strength, he wasn't weak at all. The two sides simply looked at each other for less than 3 seconds. In the next breath, the two sides moved at the same time and attacked each other. The skeleton knight's speed was extremely fast. Its body was like a phantom. When the bone spear stabbed out, the sharp and powerful force directly tore the air apart. Zhao Shanlin held his saber with both hands. Although the 5 elements 8 trigrams steps wasn't as fast as the skeleton knight, it was more mysterious. As he moved, he directly dodged the skeleton knight's attack. His saber carried a fierce wind as it chopped towards the bone horse. If you want to chop a person, chop the horse first. This theory had the same effect on both humans and skeletons. Or else, the opponent was riding on the bone horse and had an innate advantage. Bang! The bone spear stabbed down and directly blocked Zhao Shanlin's saber. Seeing that his attack didn't hit, Zhao Shanlin immediately moved and his saber didn't stop attacking. The cultivation technique he used was Zheng Hong's 100 saber technique. Ever since the chaotic Gold Mountain and the other forces surrendered, they had all contributed their cultivation techniques. In the end, they handed them over to the martial arts hall for all the bandits to learn. As the team leader, Zhao Shanlin naturally had the qualifications to learn. However, the 100 saber technique was very mysterious. With his current strength, after spending so much time, he had only just reached the entry level. However, in Zhao Shanlin's view, the entry level of the 100 saber technique was enough to increase his strength by a lot. Following the appearance of the first skeleton knight, immediately after, the second and third appeared. In the end, there were already dozens of skeleton knights. These skeleton knights, who were the weakest in the 6th stage of the basic martial realm and the strongest in the 8th stage of the basic martial realm, joined the battle and immediately gave the bandits a lot of pressure. In addition to the numerous dead skeletons on the battlefield, the bandits of the Cold Mountain stronghold finally suffered casualties. Chapter 106. Dead Bandits. Under the influence of the demonic energy, they climbed up again without waiting for the corpse to disappear, turning into a member of the Devil Disaster, waving their butcher's knife at their original companions. When Qin Shujian arrived with his men, just in time to see such a scene, the number of bandits that were originally guarding the border had been reduced by almost half. The remaining bandits, under the siege of the Devil Disaster, were also in imminent danger. Spear into flesh. Blade light burst out. A skull fell to the ground. The skeleton knight riding on the skeleton horse seemed to have lost its soul and fell heavily to the ground with the skeleton horse. Zhao Shanlin's expression was fierce. He grabbed the bone spear in his shoulder and immediately pulled it out with force, bringing with it a spray of blood. He killed a skeleton knight. The price he paid was very high. At this moment, he felt the movement behind him. When he looked back, he just happened to see Qin Shujian's figure. His pale face was immediately overjoyed. He shouted, "The chief has come to support. Kill all these damn things." As he spoke, however, he took a few steps back. There was no other way. Fighting with a skeleton knight, he had also suffered quite a lot of injuries. Kill. Qin Shujian looked at the endless stream of undead skeletons and skeleton knights coming from the undying plains. His eyes also became cold. Bandits that died in the hands of the Devil Disaster. It was completely different from bandits that died in the hands of players. If they died in the hands of players, they could still be resurrected. But if they died in the hands of the Devil Disaster, then they were really dead. This was a real loss. After receiving the order, Zheng Fang and the others also had killing intent on their faces and immediately went to support. Qin Shujian took a step forward. The 1,000 mountain blood on his back seemed to be stimulated by something and automatically unsheathed and fell into his hand. Slash. The 5-feet-long blade swept across, and an invisible wind spread out from it. In an instant, dozens of undead skeletons' bodies stiffened, the red flames in their eye sockets extinguished, and then they fell down powerlessly. This was the Black Tiger Saber technique of the entry level. It was no longer limited by the shackles of one move and one style. The saber intent was invisible and could directly destroy the souls of the undead skeletons. It could be said that the transformed Black Tiger Saber technique was the nemesis of these skeletons. After killing dozens of undead skeletons, Qin Shujian glanced at the life force that came into his account and raised his eyebrows. The undead skeletons didn't contribute much life force. It was only about 1/5 of those in the same realm. However, Qin Shujian stared at the endless sea of skeletons with a cold glint in his eyes. There were simply too many skeletons. Even if the amount of life force they contributed was not as much as that of others of the same level, with the suppression of numbers, if they could harvest all of them, it would still be an unimaginable amount of life force. Furthermore, he didn't feel guilty at all for killing these undead skeletons. You haven't even attacked the immortal plains, but you've already reached your hands into my Cold Mountain Stockade's territory. You're courting death. Qin Shujian's body abruptly shot up and locked onto one of the skeleton knights with a powerful aura. It was a simple slash. However, it fell in a mysterious trajectory. In front of this blade, the skeleton knight stood there in a daze as if it did not see it. When the blade was about to touch it, it seemed to have reacted. Just as it was about to raise its bone spear, the blade had already sunk into its head. In an instant, the soul flame was extinguished. A skeleton knight was killed just like that. After killing a skeleton knight with one slash, Qin Shujian's attack didn't stop. The 5-foot-long saber was shining with a cold light, and a terrifying thought was rising from his body. Roar. A black tiger appeared in the void, roaring as the sound waves rolled. The undead skeletons and skeleton knights within 100 feet all paused as if they had suffered some kind of shock. Immediately afterward, Qian Shanxue absorbed the black tiger in the void and then slashed out. As the terrifying blade light burst out, the saber intent turned into invisible waves and swept in all directions. Bang! 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 2 seconds later, within 100 feet, all the skeletons of the devil disaster were destroyed. After this slash, Qin Shujian also paused for a moment, and his essence, qi, and spirit seemed to be a little exhausted. But soon, under the surging qi and blood, the consumed power was restored to its peak state in just a few breaths. As for his qi and blood power, it was not consumed too much. The benefits of the 3 10th level cultivation techniques were now apparent. Not only did it make Qin Shujian's strength far surpass his peers, but it also made his foundation extremely deep, almost to the point where it was almost impossible to exhaust. On the other side, when Qin Shujian burst out such a powerful attack, all the bandits were stunned. Even Zheng Fang, an expert of the 9th stage of the basic realm, had a look of disbelief in his eyes. This kind of strength. It was already beyond his scope of understanding. Is this the difference between the 9th stage of the basic realm and the 10th stage of the basic realm? Zheng Fang could not help but have such a thought in his mind. But thinking about it, it was not very likely. He did not believe that there was such a huge difference in just one stage. But while the bandits were suppressed, the skeletons and the skeleton knights did not have any consciousness. They were indifferent to the death of their own kind, and still continued to attack. So after a short period of shock, everyone temporarily put aside the thoughts in their heart and turned to fight with the skeletons. But the scene just now could not be erased from their minds. In the undead plane, the undead evil lord sitting on the skeleton throne, at this time made a sound of surprise. What's going on? Is there a powerful expert in the ordinary realm? Just now, he felt hundreds and thousands of skeletons die, and the soul fire directly extinguished. This kind of sudden change, even the undead evil lord was surprised. It should be known that this was not a continuous death, but a sudden, instant death. To be able to do this step, only a certain kind of powerful attack, or a valiant expert was possible. Moreover, it was not as simple as an ordinary expert. Because among these dead souls, there was a part of the skeleton knights, and there was no lack of 8th stage of the basic realm. In this way, it directly attracted the attention of the undead evil lord. 10th stage of the basic realm? Or the limit of the basic realm? As an ancient demon, the undead evil lord naturally understood the difference between the 10th stage of the basic realm and the limit of the basic realm. The former only touched the peak of a realm. The latter reached the limit of this realm. In just a dozen breaths of time, the undead evil lord felt thousands of soul fire extinguished, and combined with the previous soul fire, the number of soul fire extinguished in a short period of time had reached 2,000 to 3,000. This time, even the undead evil lord could not sit still. If he lost too much of the undead army, it would not be a good thing for him. Suddenly, the undead evil lord stood up, the black and red fog surged, and a blood-red halo suddenly appeared in front of him. The army of the undead domain still lacks an expert enough to lead the army. Let me see this future general. Chapter 107. At the border between the Immortal Plains and Liang Mountain. The battle between the two sides continued. The Black Tiger Saber technique at the Dao initiation level allowed Qin Shujian to comprehend the saber intent. Against these skeletons that relied on the soul fire to revive, it was simply unstoppable. Whether it was the skeleton knights of the 8th level of the martial realm, or the undead skeletons of the 3rd level of the martial realm, in front of him, they were all no match for him. More importantly, the Black Tiger Saber technique, which was supposed to be a single attack, evolved into a group attack in front of these skeletons. The strength of the harvesting suddenly increased by several times. It was also because of the existence of Qin Shujian. Even if there were many skeletons coming from the Immortal Plains, they could not really occupy the territory of Liang Mountain. Suddenly, a blood-colored halo suddenly appeared. An existence holding a bone sword, wearing bone armor, and burning blue flames in his eyes stepped out from inside. Buzz! An invisible wave was emitted from the undead evil lord. The surrounding skeletons seemed to have received some kind of bonus, and their attacks suddenly became more violent. The moment the undead evil lord appeared, Qin Shujian's gaze also fell on the other party. Because he felt a great threat. This was the feeling between experts. Qin Shujian immediately understood that this sudden person might be the leader of these skeletons. Blood and Qi Mercury, the limit of the basic martial realm. The blue flames in the undead evil lord's eyes jumped, and his hoarse voice was also filled with admiration. If this was not the ordinary realm, you would have broken the limit long ago. Looking at Qin Shujian, the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. People who had reached the limit of the basic martial realm, their physical body had already reached the peak of this level. If such a person was transformed into an undead, his strength would be extremely powerful, and he would also have great potential. So, the moment he saw Qin Shujian, the undead evil lord had the intention to take him under his command. While the undead evil lord was sizing him up, Qin Shujian was also sizing him up. Who are you? Although he felt a great threat. But he was not afraid. In other words, with his current strength, Qin Shujian was confident that within the ordinary realm, there was no one who could pose a fatal threat to him. I am the undying evil lord. I can give you a chance to submit. You will obtain eternal life and unparalleled power. The undying evil lord said arrogantly. Undying evil lord? Qin Shujian's eyes flashed with a touch of doubt, but he soon understood. So you are the source of the demon calamity. Since the other party dared to call himself the undead demon lord, then he must be a demon that had broken out of his seal. It was just that he had thought that evil demons would have 3 heads and 6 arms, or a ferocious face. But looking at the undying evil lord before him, it was a little different from what he had imagined. This is purification. Only by washing away the filth in one's body can one become my undying subjects. Undying evil lord remained calm and said, if you are willing to submit, you can command my undead army. At that time, you can slaughter your way out of the ordinary realm with me. Not only will you be able to dominate a region, but you will also be able to obtain eternal life. At the end of his speech, undead evil lord's tone was a little fanatical. Her words seemed to contain some kind of temptation, making people unconsciously want to fall into it. Boom! The black tiger roared, turning into a sharp burst of will. Qin Shujian's eyes suddenly became clear. Looking at the undying evil lord's eyes became cold. Worthy of being an evil demon, your means are strange and unpredictable. Concept. The blue flame in the undying evil lord's eyes jumped faster, and his tone seemed to be quite shocked. Just that, without waiting for him to say too much. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already launched his attack. Mercury-like blood qi burst out, level 2 green true qi attached to the blade. A pure and incomparably sharp will instantly tore through the air. Boom! Before the blade arrived, the momentum was already like thunder. This blade, Qin Shujian did not hold back at all, directly using the strongest power that he could at the moment. Just one blade. The undying evil lord's mind was also shaken. Evil spirit slash. The dark red flame on the bone sword burst out, and when the sword was swung, an arc of bloodlight burst out, and a terrifying power instantly spread out. Since you don't want to surrender, then accept death. With the undying evil lord's arrogance, even if it was a person at the limit of the martial arts, he would at most only give one chance. Break. Facing the bloodlight, Qin Shujian's eyes were fierce, and a black tiger shadow appeared in the air, and then escaped into the blade. Thousand Mountain blood suddenly spat out a cold light. Rip. The bloodlight was torn apart in an instant, and the remaining force of the blade continued to slash towards the undying evil lord. The undying evil lord was not in a hurry, and the bone sword was raised first. Bang! The two collided, and a strong wind spread out. The undying evil lord stood still, and Qin Shujian, in the face of this force, took a step back. This time, the two sides seemed to have a clear winner. But Qin Shujian's expression was as usual, and just as he took a step back, he once again faced the pressure, and the Thousand Mountain blood slashed down in a mysterious trajectory, and a faint roar could be heard. The undying evil lord's bone sword slashed out, and the dark red flame turned into a fierce beast, as if to swallow Qin Shujian. The blade swept out, tearing the flame. Then, the undying evil lord disappeared in place, and the dark red light flashed. Qin Shujian stepped on the 5 elements 8 trigrams, and narrowly avoided the bone sword, and at the same time responded with a blade. Boom! Bang! The two of them were like ghosts, flashing about in the battlefield. Every time they collided, a strong gust of wind would erupt, sending anything they came into contact with flying away. Such a change. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the other bandits. This is the evil spirit that the chief spoke of, and its strength is indeed terrifying. Xu Yuanming repelled a skeleton knight with a blade, and his mouth also sucked in a cold breath. With his eyesight, he could not keep up with the speed of the two. What kind of cultivation technique is the chief using? Why does it look a little familiar? That's the 5 elements 8 trigrams step. Zheng Fang's tone was filled with emotion. This cultivation technique came from him, so how could he not recognize it? But what he did not expect was, even he himself had only practiced the 5 elements 8 trigram steps to the point of perfection, but Qin Shujian was obviously better, and had reached the peak of perfection. The student had surpassed the master, and this was how it was. More than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The two were still fighting, and did not stop for a moment. Whether it was the undying evil lord or Qin Shujian, at this time, their hearts became heavy. In the ordinary realm, no matter how powerful an expert was, they could only exert the strength of the basic realm. The undying evil lord was once a terrifying expert, but now, his realm was only at the 10th stage of the basic realm. But with the evil spirit's foundation, his strength could easily crush ordinary 10th stage of the basic realm. But Qin Shujian was not an ordinary 10th stage of the basic realm. He had also reached the limit of the basic realm, and was an expert who had comprehended blade intent. In the ordinary realm, his strength may not be as good as the undying evil lord, but the gap was not so big that he could not compete. Chapter 108. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian's mind moved. His life force was reduced by hundreds. The 5 elements 8 trigrams steps that was already at the peak of perfection suddenly became one with the heavens. At the same time, a feeling of good fortune surged into his heart. His understanding of the 5 elements 8 trigrams steps had also undergone an earth-shaking change. Immediately after, Qin Shujian took a step forward, and a vaguely visible 8 trigrams pattern emerged from under his feet. His body's movement speed was instantly more than twice as fast as before. In the sight of the undead demon lord, he suddenly lost sight of the other party. The next moment, a terrifying gust of wind came from behind his head. The undead demon lord abruptly turned around, and the other withered palm suddenly pressed out. The black and red palm heavily collided with the 1,000 mountain blood. Rumble. The 5th grade weapon combined with the power of the peak of the basic martial arts, instantly tore apart the palm and accurately chopped on the undead demon lord's palm. In an instant, sparks burst out. A powerful force erupted from it, and Qin Shujian immediately retreated. This time, the undead demon lord was finally forced back 2 steps by the force of the rebound. For a moment, the scene was silent. The 1,000 mountain blood blade was slanted downward. Qin Shujian stood in the same place calmly, coldly looking at the undead demon lord in front of him. The mercury-like blood in his body had already been consumed by more than half. The continuous confrontation just now, every blow was equivalent to an all-out attack. Even if he had a strong foundation, it had reached the point where he could not support it. Just that, Qin Shujian did not reveal any strange expression. While looking at the undead evil lord, he secretly looked at his own life source. More than 7,000. Although the contribution of life force from the skeletons of the devil disaster was not much compared to the same level, but their level was not low. After the previous battle, including the digestion of the 5 elements 8 trigram steps, it had provided him with a total of about 4,000 life force. Suddenly, Qin Shujian's originally somewhat flustered heart suddenly calmed down. With life force in hand, There was nothing to fear. Consuming a bit of blood was nothing. If the other party really did not give up, then at most he would fight to the death. On the other side, the undead demon lord was also hesitating. To tell the truth, Qin Shujian's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that it was just a peak basic realm cultivator, but he had never imagined that it was a peak basic realm cultivator who had comprehended a concept. In this way, one's strength couldn't simply be viewed as the limit of basic martial arts. Thought. This was not something a basic martial realm cultivator could possess. Even after surpassing the basic martial realm, not many people were able to comprehend it. If the limit of basic martial arts was considered mortal, then, comprehending the concept was equivalent to taking the first step towards transcendence. If it was outside the ordinary realm, the undead evil lord was confident that he could kill a basic realm martial artist with a single finger. Even if he was in the ordinary realm, he would be able to plunder a few more earthly realms to heal his injuries. He was confident that he would be able to kill him. However, Undying Evil Lord had to admit it. The current him. He was not confident that he could kill Qin Shujian. In other words, even if he managed to kill his opponent, he would have to pay a huge price. His injuries might even worsen. In this way, the gains would not make up for the losses. The undead evil lord did not want to waste the resources he had accumulated to leave the ordinary realm on a basic realm cultivator. So, the undead evil lord's withered finger swiped forward, and the blood-red halo that had disappeared reappeared. Before stepping into the blood-red halo, he took a deep look at Qin Shujian and left a ruthless sentence: "I will remember you. Anyone who blocks the footsteps of the evil demon clan will be destroyed. Basic realm cultivators are just ants. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you." After that, the undead evil lord directly disappeared into the blood-red halo. Finally, together with the blood-red halo, they disappeared from Qin Shujian's line of sight. The skeletons that were originally fighting with the bandits, when the undead evil lord disappeared, also began to retreat in an orderly manner, retreating back to the undead plains. No need to chase. Seeing that there were still some hot-headed bandits who wanted to chase, Qin Shujian's face suddenly darkened and shouted to stop their actions. To tell the truth, the undead evil lord's retreat also let him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If the other party really wanted to fight to the death with him, then he was afraid that the result would be to injure the enemy 800 and lose 1,000. It was good that he left. At least for a short period of time, there was no need to fight to the death. Although his heart was flustered, Qin Shujian's face was still as calm as an old dog. Don't chase a cornered enemy. The undead plains have not been investigated clearly. Although the evil demon is not to be feared, it is still necessary to be cautious. The Lord's divine power is invincible, repelling the evil demon in one fell swoop. This little one admires. Zhao Shanlin, who had simply bandaged his wounds, shouted loudly at this time, and at the same time heavily flattered. Suddenly, the other bandits also reacted, and immediately shouted, "The Lord's divine power is invincible. The Lord's divine power is invincible. All right." Qin Shujian's face had a faint smile, motioning for the others to calm down. Suddenly, the scene gradually calmed down, and then he opened his mouth and said, "Check the battlefield, bandage the injured brothers, some of the others stay here on guard, and the rest follow me to the stone forest." As for the corpse, there was no possibility of it existing at all. Qin Shujian had already understood that only similar to a natural death, other than leaving the corresponding corpse, those who died in the hands of others, the corpse would disappear after a period of time. In the words of Zheng Fang and the other NPCs, this was returning to heaven and earth. Everything in the world nurtured people, and people had nothing to repay the heavens with. Only by returning to heaven and earth could one repay the heavens' kindness. As for why only similar to a natural death would there be a corpse left behind and not return to heaven and earth? This point, no one, or rather, no NPC knew. At this time, the bandits on the spot were divided into 3 groups. Those who were injured went back to treat, and then left a portion here to guard, in case the undead evil lord returned. The last group of people, Qin Shujian, rushed to the stone forest. The devil disaster in the Liang mountain area was temporarily resolved, but it was not certain whether the devil disaster in the stone forest had retreated. But in fact, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, was overthinking. When he arrived at the stone forest, the devil disaster there had already retreated. It seemed that with the retreat of the undead evil lord, all the devil disaster that walked out of the undead plains had all retreated. It was just that, although the devil disaster had retreated, but Chuanyun Hall and Wuwei Hall had suffered heavy losses. After the baptism of the devil disaster, their overall strength had been reduced by almost half. If the devil disaster had not retreated in time, they would have been in danger of being wiped out. Even Niu Feng and Zheng Hong had suffered a great loss in the hands of the skeleton knights. For this, Qin Shujian was also in a heavy mood. Just one confrontation with the devil disaster and Liang mountain village had almost suffered heavy losses. After all, the overall strength of the two sides was still very far apart. For the first time, he became a little anxious about Jiyu Feng's words of joining forces to deal with the devil disaster. After a simple appeasement, Qin Shujian ordered a portion of people to stay behind to assist the two halls and returned to Liang mountain village. Just as he stepped foot back, someone came to find him. Chapter 110. Leader Qin, I heard that the devil disaster attacked Mount Liang and the stone forest. What's the situation now? When Jiyu Feng saw Qin Shujian, he went straight to the point. Behind him, it was a group of caravans. Qin Shujian waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's just a devil disaster. It's not qualified to be presumptuous in my territory. It seems that I worried too much." Jiyu Feng was shocked, but there was a faint smile on his face. When the devil disaster walked out of the immortal plains, he happened to be on his way to deliver supplies to Mount Liang village. After hearing the news, thus, he immediately rushed over, hoping to stop the spread of the devil disaster before Cold Mountain village was destroyed. After all, the devil disaster was caused by demons. Even in the ordinary realm, it was not something that one or two forces could compare with. Although Mount Liang village was a second-class force, in Jiyu Feng's eyes, it was still impossible to fight against the devil disaster alone. He thought that when he arrived at Mount Liang, he would see scenes of fighting, or simply ruins, and scenes of the devil disaster completely attacking. However, when he really entered the Mount Liang area, Jiyu Feng found there was no sign of the devil disaster here. There was not even a bit of devil chi. When he walked to Mount Liang village, he did not see any scenes of fighting or the devil disaster raging. However, Jiyu Feng did not think that his information was wrong. The information of the carrier trading company, not to mention the distant ones. In the star-brilliant ordinary realm, there were not many who could compare with them. Especially when he saw that there were many injured bandits, he could basically confirm that a battle had indeed taken place here. But it seemed the battle was over. At this time, he happened to meet Qin Shujian, who had just returned from the stone forest. After asking, he finally confirmed the answer in his heart. The devil disaster did happen. It was defeated by Mount Liang village again. This time, Jiyu Feng thought that he needed to re-evaluate Mount Liang village. After suppressing the shock in his heart, he pointed to the caravan behind him and said, "These are the things that leader Qin needed before. The payment can be considered as an advance payment. I want to discuss with leader about the devil disaster. This way, please." Qin Shujian nodded. Before leading Jiyu Feng up the mountain, he said to Zheng Fang, "I'll have to trouble Hall Master Zheng to take care of the matters here. Leave it to me." Zheng Fang did not decline. Walking on top of Mount Liang, Jiyu Feng sighed with emotion. Mount Liang village is really getting stronger day by day. If the youths of the village at the foot of the mountain are properly nurtured, they will soon be able to form a sufficient fighting force. It's just a small matter. Fort Master Qin, if this is considered a small matter, then there aren't many forces in the ordinary realm that are worthy of being mentioned. Jiyu Feng shook his head and laughed involuntarily. He was truly shocked in his heart. The last time he was here, there was still no sign of a village. Now, after a few days, the village had already begun to take shape. Today's cold mountain stronghold gave Jiyu Feng a feeling that it was not a Lulin force, but more like the embryonic form of a sect. The two of them chatted for a while, and soon entered the Hall of Loyalty. After they were seated, Jiyu Feng immediately asked impatiently, this time when the devil disaster came out of the Undying Plains, did Fort Master Qin encounter any demons? I didn't see any demons. I see. Jiyu Feng's heart relaxed. If the demons didn't make a move, stopping the devil disaster wasn't so shocking. Just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, Qin Shujian changed the topic. I didn't encounter any demons, but I did encounter something that called itself the Undying Demon Lord. The Undying Demon Lord. Jiyu Feng's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly jumped up. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. His eyes stared closely at Qin Shujian, as if he wanted to see something. According to the records, the demon sealed in the Undying Plains is called the Undying Demon Lord. Hearing this, Qin Shujian pretended to be enlightened. So he is the demon, no wonder his strength is extraordinary. You guys fought. If we didn't fight, do you think the devil disaster would retreat on its own? Hiss. Qin Shujian's words made Jiyu Feng's heart tremble violently. The shock in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He didn't doubt that the other party's words were false. Not many people in the ordinary realm knew of the Undying Demon Lord's name. Even he himself only found out after using the power of the Chengyun Trading Company. And it was just as the other party said. Once the devil disaster wreaked havoc, it was impossible for it to retreat for no reason. Only when it encountered a strong resistance would it have the possibility of retreating to the Undying Plains. In other words, the person in front of him really fought with the demons. Even so, not only did he not die, but it seemed that he didn't even lose. The weakest of the demons are experts above the divine martial realm. Although they are suppressed by the ordinary realm's rules and can only stay at the martial realm's 10th stage. But in terms of true strength, they are definitely not something that the limit of the martial realm can contend with. Jiyu Feng said some of the information about the demons. Then, he looked at Qin Shujian with a burning gaze. Fort Master Qin can contend with the Undying Demon Lord, your strength must have reached the limit. If you leave the ordinary realm, I'm afraid you can immediately break through the martial realm's shackles. Originally, I didn't have much confidence in resisting the devil disaster this time. But with Fort Master Qin's help, our chances of victory have greatly increased. These words. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. In order to resist the demons, the branch of the Chengyun Trading Company had already contacted many experts. But Jiyu Feng still didn't feel confident. Not for any other reason. Just because the demons were so strong, they could be said to be invincible in the ordinary realm. But now Jiyu Feng looked at Qin Shujian with a gaze filled with burning admiration. With the addition of the Liang Mountain Fort Master, who could contend with the demons, then the success rate of dealing with the devil disaster would at least increase by 30%. This was the benefit of being strong. One person. Sometimes, it could determine the success or failure of a matter. In response to Jiyu Feng's compliments, Qin Shujian remained calm. He said, Brother Jiyu, when do you plan to make a move against the devil disaster? The Undying Plains will fall in a short time. If we delay for too long, the strength of the devil disaster will be even more terrifying. That's right. Speaking up to here, Jiyu Feng's expression turned solemn. Since the demons have hit a wall in Fort Master Qin's hands, the devil disaster will definitely change its direction and spread to other places. Other places don't have experts like Fort Master Qin, so the chances of resisting the devil disaster are not high. Once the devil disaster devours lives, the ordinary realm might really fall. So, Jiyu Feng paused for a moment before continuing. This time, I came to Liang Mountain Fort to deliver supplies and to inform Fort Master Qin that the Carrier Trading Company will gather all their forces to attack the devil disaster in a day. When the time comes, I hope Fort Master Qin can help from the side and encircle the demons together. Are you confident? Originally, I was only 50% confident, but now I'm 80% confident. Jiu Feng stretched out his hand and gestured a number. He said confidently. 80% confidence was already very high. If it weren't for the Devil Disaster's shocking methods, he would even say 100%. Qin Shujian nodded. Okay. We will start with Feiye City. When the time comes, Fort Master Qin will seize the opportunity and attack from the front and rear at noon tomorrow. Next, Jiu Feng explained the plan in detail. Qin Shujian listened silently. He was no longer the bandit leader who only knew his own territory. Other than the known places in the Brilliant Star Ordinary Realm, there were other realms. Among them, Feiye City was right next to the Undying Plains. According to his estimation, since the Undying Evil Lord had retreated from Liang Mountain and Stone Forest, there was a high probability that he would turn his troops around and invade Feiye City. After that, Jiu Feng immediately got up and left. Qin Shujian didn't ask him to stay and let him leave. Fort Master, the inventory has been completed. In the wooden storehouse, Zheng Fang stood behind Qin Shujian and reported the situation. In front of them, there were dozens of big boxes. There were also many sacks. Qin Shujian opened one of the boxes and immediately revealed a long blade that was neatly arranged inside. He casually picked up one of them. It was as light as a feather and then flicked the blade with his finger. Hum. The melodious sound of the blade echoed in the storehouse. Good blade. Qin Shujian couldn't help but praise. A blade is good. He could tell by the sound of the blade. And to be able to withstand a flick of his finger, it proved that the material of the blade was extraordinary. When his hand touched the blade, he also received the system's information. Obtained grade 9 sharp weapon white-bladed blade. After that, Qin Shujian put down the white-bladed blade in his hand and picked up another long blade. He also received the same information. Immediately, he tested the sharpness of the blade and finally got a conclusion. Although the white-bladed blade was a grade 9 sharp weapon, it wasn't the best among the grade 9 sharp weapons. It was even inferior to the tiger head blade he had before. But in the end, this was also a graded weapon. Even a grade 7 martial realm expert with copper skin would be broken in front of the white-bladed blade. After checking the weapon, Qin Shujian then opened the other boxes. Inside were pieces of folded, cyan clothes that looked like martial arts clothes. When he picked up a piece of clothing, he felt that it was slightly heavy. He pinched the corner of the cloth with 2 fingers and slightly rubbed it. He felt that it was a bit heavy. He then pulled it and found that the toughness was not bad. Obtained grade 9 treasured armor cyan-clothed iron armor. Zheng Fang, who was standing on the side, explained in a timely manner, these cyan-clothed iron armors look like ordinary clothes on the outside, but there are interlayers on the inside. An inner armor made of iron wire is embedded within. I've tested it and it can increase the defense of martial artists below grade 7 martial realm by 50% and above grade 7 martial realm by 30%. And because of the interlayer, this cyan-clothed iron armor also has a certain effect in reducing force. It's not bad among grade 9 treasured armors. Grade 7 martial realm, copper skin realm. People who reached this level already had a good defense. Now that he wore the cyan-clothed iron armor, his defense would definitely increase. Qin Shujian pressed his palm on a piece of cyan-clothed iron armor and slightly activated his strength. He immediately felt that when the activated strength touched the clothes, a portion of it was quietly offset. He wasn't completely sure how much it was offset. But according to his estimation, it wasn't much different from what Zheng Fang said. How many white-bladed sabers and cyan-clothed iron armor are there? After counting, there are 500 white-bladed sabers and 500 cyan-clothed iron armor. As Zheng Fang spoke, he walked to the other sealed boxes and opened them. There are 5,000 sets of ordinary clothes in here. They don't have any defensive abilities. Qin Shujian looked at those boxes. Inside were cyan-clothed clothes that were similar to the cyan-clothed iron armor. The only difference was, there was no armor embedded inside, nor was there any defensive ability. Apart from that, there's enough food for 1,000 people for half a year. Hearing that, Qin Shujian was quite satisfied. The things that Jiyu Feng brought this time could be considered as solving Cold Mountain Stronghold's urgent problem. To be honest, although Cold Mountain Stronghold was now a Grade 2 faction, it was still very weak in all aspects. Many people didn't even have a decent weapon in their hands, let alone armor. That was even more of an extravagant hope. Take out 3,000 sets of ordinary clothes and distribute them. Also, pass down my order. Immediately calculate the losses of each hall after the demon calamity and have the hall masters report to me. Yes. While Cold Mountain Stronghold was temporarily stabilized. On the other side, the undead demon lord was just as they had guessed. The demon calamity didn't stop, but started to invade other places. Feiye City. As one of the 3,600 cities of Baiyun Prefecture, it also belonged to the Dazhao nation. Therefore, this place was also heavily guarded. It was considered the top power of the Brilliant Star Ordinary Realm. However, at this time, everyone in Feiye City was nervous. Inside the City Lord's mansion, there were many generals going in and out, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. A large number of skeletons walked out of the immortal plains and have already advanced 30 li towards our Feiye City. Along the way, there were no survivors. Thousands of people were killed by the demon calamity. Please make a decision. A middle-aged man with a square face, wearing black armor, reported with sweat on his forehead. Beside him, there were also several generals. They all looked respectfully at the old man in brocade clothes in front of them. The wrinkles on Zhong Baicheng's face seemed to have deepened, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he scanned the crowd. The demon calamity has only walked out of the immortal plains for half a day, but it has already advanced 30 li. It seems that our Feiye City has been peaceful for too long. City Lord, please calm down. It's not that we didn't try our best. It's just that there are too many skeletons. There are also many skeletons above the 6th stage of the martial realm assisting them. We have already lost more than 1,000 soldiers. If we don't retreat, we will be in danger of being wiped out. The middle-aged general's body trembled as he hurriedly bowed and explained. Since you have joined our army, you should be prepared to sacrifice your lives for the nation. Otherwise, you will be receiving a salary every day, but abandon the people at the crucial moment. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to our Dazhao nation? Zhong Baicheng heavily slammed his palm down, shattering the table. His calm face became furious. Our Feiye City has 13,000 soldiers. Can't we stop a mere demon calamity? As generals, you still have the face to come back. City Lord, please calm down. City Lord, please calm down. Everyone else's forehead was covered in sweat as they hurriedly apologized. Zhong Baicheng shouted, "Gather all the soldiers and horses. We must stop the demon calamity 50 miles away from Feiye City. Those who dare to retreat without my orders will be executed along with their families." Hearing this, the generals' faces turned pale. After looking at each other, they gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. Understood. Then, one of the generals suggested, "City Lord, there are many mutants in the city now. Should we borrow their hands to deal with the demon calamity? Mutants don't do anything without benefits. Moreover, their strength isn't high. This is not a good idea for now." Zhong Baicheng pondered for a moment, then shook his head and waved his hand. "You may leave. This official will take his leave." The generals obeyed and left. After they left, Zhong Baicheng's old face showed a trace of exhaustion. When the demon calamity appeared, he had sent people to be on guard, afraid that something like today would happen again. But no matter how well prepared they were, when the demon calamity really came, they would still collapse at the first touch. Although Feiye City had 13,000 soldiers, Zhong Baicheng was not confident that they could stop the demon calamity's footsteps. As for the mutants, to be honest, Feiye City could not afford this price now. Not long after, another group of people came to visit the City Lord mansion. City Lord Zhong, Steward Jiyu. Seeing the visitor, Zhong Baicheng's face suddenly showed a slight smile. Jiyu Feng cupped his hands and said, "I heard that the demon calamity is already coming to Feiye City. How is the situation now? Let's talk about this inside." Zhong Baicheng did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at the crowd behind Ji Yufeng and finally said. Subsequently, the group went straight into the City Lord Mansion's hall. After the servants served tea at the right time, Zhong Baicheng looked at Ji Yufeng and said, Steward Ji Yu, why don't you introduce these friends to this old man? Sure. Ji Yufeng smiled slightly and pointed to one of them. This is Chang Sheng, the leader of the 100 Victory faction. It's an honor to meet you. City Lord Zhong is too polite. The middle-aged Chang Sheng politely returned the greeting. Subsequently, Ji Yufeng introduced the others. This time, he brought a total of 13 people. Among them were forces invited from various places and experts transferred from the carrier trading company. But without exception, these people were all experts of Martial Realm Level 10. Or rather, some of them were not only Martial Realm Level 10. It was only because they entered the Ordinary Realm that they temporarily became Martial Realm Level 10. After a simple greeting, Zhong Baicheng looked dignified and said solemnly, the demon calamity came out of the immortal plains. In just half a day, it has advanced 30 miles and killed more than 1,000 of our soldiers. If Steward Ji Yu did not come, Feiya City's 13,000 soldiers would not have been able to hold on for long. He was not lying. The demon calamity had advanced too quickly. Feiya City did not even have the chance to ask for help from other cities. Fortunately, the carrier trading company was powerful and could provide timely assistance. Hearing Zhong Baicheng's words, Ji Yufeng's expression was still normal. But the others' expressions changed slightly. Chang Sheng was also shocked. The demon calamity is so powerful that even the army cannot contend against it. The demon calamity has the advantage of numbers. Most of the soldiers in the army are not strong. There is nothing we can do about it. Zhong Baicheng shook his head and said. Ji Yufeng glanced at Chang Sheng and said loudly, the demon calamity relies on numbers. Now that we have more than 10 experts of Martial Realm Level 10 here, we can even fight against the demon calamity. I have already contacted other local forces in the Brilliant Star Ordinary Realm. At noon tomorrow, we will attack the demon calamity from other directions. At this point, he paused. Then he looked at Zhong Baicheng and said, City Lord, I hope you can make the arrangements and work together to eliminate the demon calamity. Are you confident? Of course. Seeing Ji Yufeng's confident expression, Zhong Baicheng could only choose to believe. When he thought of the person behind the carrier trading company, he was even more confident. Some of the others who were feeling uneasy also calmed down after hearing Ji Yufeng's confident words. In the end, it was the name of the carrier trading company that helped. In these people's eyes, Zhong Baicheng's name as the city lord was not as useful as Ji Yufeng's name as the manager. While Feiya City was making arrangements, Cold Mountain's stronghold was also making preparations. After the battle of the demon calamity, almost 200 of the original 500 bandits of Martial Realm Level 6 and above were sacrificed. The strength of each hall decreased sharply. Now they had the strength to fight. Only 300 or so remained. As for the new bandits who had not completely transformed into battle strength, they were not considered at all. When he got this number, even Qin Shujian felt a pang of heartache. He lost a third of his strength in one battle. It was the first time he had encountered such a loss. This was different from killing players, which was a sure win. Fighting with NPCs was too risky. But there was no room for negotiation in the face of the demon calamity. After losing so much strength, Qin Shujian did not plan to coexist peacefully with the undead demon lord. After understanding the losses of each hall, he immediately distributed the white-bladed sabers and green armor. In a moment, all of the bandits above the 6th layer of the basic realm had changed their tattered clothes and broken broadswords for the same white-bladed broadswords and azure armor. With the 9th grade refined weapons and 9th grade armor, the strength of these bandits suddenly increased a lot. In this way, they lost a lot of people in the battle of the demon calamity, which led to the weakening of their strength, but almost all of it was recovered. Although there was still a gap, it was not big. In the Loyalty Hall, Qin Shujian's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "The demon calamity wreaked havoc on our brothers. We can't just let it go like this." Zhong Tianyu's voice was also filled with anger. He said in a deep voice, "As long as Master says the word, we will definitely kill those skeletons." In this battle, his loyalty hall also suffered losses. These were all brothers who went through life and death together. Now some of them died in the hands of the demon calamity. They could not take this lying down. Qin Shujian looked around at everyone and said, "Tomorrow at noon, we will attack the immortal plains. Master, with our strength, won't it be too risky?" Shu Yuanming braced himself and said under pressure. He felt that if he spoke like this, it was very likely that he would suffer the thunderous wrath of the other party. However, the wrath that Shu Yuanming expected did not come. Qin Shujian said calmly and told them about the cooperation between the Cold Mountain Village and the Carrier Trading Company. Immediately, no one, including Shu Yuanming, objected. Since their master was not impulsive and had long planned, attacking the immortal plains was not undesirable. "Go and get ready." In the end, Qin Shujian directly waved his hand and said. Immediately, the matter of the various halls passing down orders to make a move on the Undying Plains also thoroughly spread out. No one objected to Qin Shujian's decision. After all, the bandits who had been able to go step by step until now did not lack the courage in their hearts. The attack of the demon calamity. It was already a direct slap to their faces. This matter. No matter what, they could not just let it go. Time passed quickly. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 111. The demon disaster was endless. A tide of skeletons walked on the ground. On the left and right, skeleton knights followed. Among the many skeletons, there were a few large skeletons that looked like giant beasts. Wherever the demon disaster passed, the ground was slowly eroded and dyed with a strange black color. At this moment, all the crops and even the plants were slowly withering and turning yellow, until they were completely destroyed. In front of the demon disaster, war banners fluttered. The army of 10,000 formed a military formation, and the killing intent was thick. Looking at the advancing skeletons, many of the soldiers felt uneasy. But seeing that they were on the same side, the uneasiness in their hearts subsided. At the front of the military formation was the general of the army. "Don't panic, we don't even fear living people, much less a group of demons that have come back from the dead. The Great Zhao has dominated the world for thousands of years and has destroyed countless demon disasters. A mere demon is nothing to be afraid of." Hong Bin shouted loudly, and the warhorse he was riding also became restless under the impact of the devil disaster's aura. A loud shout, like rolling thunder. It instantly dispelled the fear in the hearts of the majority. That's right. The Great Zhao had dominated the world for thousands of years and had never lost a single battle. Whenever a mortal realm was born, it would be accompanied by the birth of demons and cause chaos in the world. But so what? No matter how rampant the demons were, in front of the Great Zhao's army, they could only be suppressed. They were soldiers of the Great Zhao. Naturally, they should not fear the demon disaster. At this time, the demon disaster was still advancing. Soon, it was less than 10 li away from the military formation. Hong Bin held his blade in front of his horse and did not move. Although he knew how terrifying the demon disaster was, he was still the general of the army and had fought with the army in the north and south. His bravery had not truly disappeared. Adding on Zhong Baicheng's firm orders, his last path of retreat was blocked. In this situation, Hong Bin looked at the demon disaster that was encroaching on him step by step. A battle intent that had been dormant for a long time gradually awakened. 10 li, 9 li, 8 li. The demon disaster steadily advanced. As the demon disaster got closer, the evil aura became thicker. The ground under their feet was like a shadow that spread and corroded the surroundings. "Grand Commander?" One of the people beside him was somewhat impatient and asked. Hong Bin raised his hand and indicated for him to not be anxious. This person could only temporarily suppress the restlessness in his heart. Hong Bin was the great commander of Feiye City. Now that Zhong Baicheng was not around, his status was the highest. Disobeying orders is a taboo in war. Before Hong Bin gave the order, if he acted on his own initiative, the other party had the right to directly kill him in front of the formation. 7 li, 6 li, 5 li. Archers, get ready, Hong Bin shouted. Crash. The formation of the army changed. 3,000 soldiers stepped out with bows in their hands and arrows on their backs. 4 li. Draw the bow. The arrow was narked on the big bow, and the bowstring was instantly stretched to the limit. Hong Bin sat on his horse and stared at the devil disaster in front of him, silently measuring the distance between them. When they were about 1 li away from each other, he raised his hand and swung it down, shouting, "Release the arrows." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with arrows, forming a rain of arrows, shooting towards the advancing skeletons. To be able to become a soldier, the weakest one was at least at the 3rd stage of the basic realm. Regardless of whether it was the big bow, it was another arrow. All of them were made by the special craftsmen of the military and had extremely long range and penetrating power. After a round of arrow rain, hundreds of skeletons fell. Among them, 2 skeletons were accidentally shot in the head and fell off their horses. But there were even more skeletons. With arrows in their bodies, their movement did not slow down. To these skeletons, they were already dead. Unless their soul fires were destroyed, any injuries wouldn't be fatal. Even if some of their legs were broken, they could still slowly crawl on the ground. But these skeletons did not crawl very far before they were directly stepped on by the skeletons behind them, and their soul flames were directly extinguished. Hong Bin looked at this scene. He did not say anything. This was an arrow formation. It was impossible to only aim at the skeletons' heads. But there was no reason for it. He seemed to have thought of something and could not help but think, if it was that army, perhaps they could do that. At this moment, after a round of arrow rain, the archers immediately took out the arrows on their backs and formed a new round of arrow rain. This repeated 10 times. Thousands of skeletons had already died under the arrows. But in comparison, the devil disaster's advance was less than half a li away from the army. Infantry, step forward, draw your swords. The archers stepped back and nearly 10,000 infantry stepped forward. The swords at their waists were suddenly unsheathed. Under the reflection of the sun, the cold light was frightening. Archers, support. The rest, follow me to kill. Hong Bin waved the long spear in his hand and squeezed his legs on the horse's back. He immediately rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow. The long spear was like a swimming dragon coming out of its cave. In an instant, it pierced through several skeletons. Then, it lifted up with force. The skeletons flew into the air and fell to the ground, turning into broken bones. Behind him, the army also rushed forward. The 2 sides converged together like a tide. Fight. The sound of shouting was endless. Hong Bin rode in the front. The long spear danced with killing intent. Any skeleton that touched it would be destroyed. Soon. His target was a tall skeleton. Judging from its aura, its strength was definitely not lower than the 8th level of the martial arts realm. And while the army was fighting and charging, thousands of people rushed over from the right side of the devil disaster. The leader was the leader of the Triumph faction, Chang Sheng. Brothers of Feiye City, don't panic. The Triumph faction is here to help. Chang Sheng leaped into the air. The 2 swords in his hands were like phantoms. In an instant, dozens of skeletons were killed. At the same time, a large number of people also rushed out from the left side of the devil disaster. The leader was also one of the people that Ji Yufeng had brought to meet Zhong Baicheng. At the same time, Zhong Baicheng and Ji Yufeng had already urged their horses forward and stood with the archers behind them. Beside the 2 of them, there were also nearly 10 people who were reinforcements brought by the carrier trading company. Zhong Baicheng looked at the several sides that were fighting non-stop. Killing intent appeared on his old face. The devil disaster is like a swarm of locusts. If they are given a few more days, I'm afraid that no one in the ordinary realm can stop them. Don't worry, City Lord Zhong. This time, the devil disaster will be completely eliminated. Ji Yufeng held the reins and laughed heartily. Not to mention anything else. This time, he had brought more than 10 experts who were comparable to the 10th level of the martial arts realm. Even if they faced the demons, they had a good chance of winning. Speaking of which, Ji Yufeng looked at the people on both sides and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, please help the army to eliminate the devil disaster. Manager Ji Yu, don't worry. With us here, the devil disaster will not be rampant," one of them said in a loud and clear voice. After that, everyone exchanged a glance before spurring their horses toward the devilish army in unison. On the spot, only Zhong Baicheng and Ji Yufeng did not move. Now that the demons had not appeared, they needed experts to hold the line to prevent unpredictable accidents. As the city lord of Feiye City, Zhong Baicheng's strength was needless to say. As for Ji Yufeng, although he was the manager of the carrier trading company, his strength was only at the 8th level of the martial arts realm. Compared to the others, he was much weaker. It was not realistic to charge into the devil disaster. It was better for him to stay here. Of course, no one would say these words out loud. The 10th level of the martial arts realm. It was indeed a rare expert in the ordinary realm. Because anyone who reached this level would choose to leave the ordinary realm to break through to a higher level. However, outside the ordinary realm, the 10th level of the martial arts realm was not rare. These experts entered the ordinary realm and became the top experts in the blink of an eye. Kill. There was a general in the army who swept the skeletons with his long spear like a dragon. There were also soldiers who were killed under the siege of the skeletons. Their bodies were infected by the devil chi and immediately turned into members of the devil disaster. Behind him, a dense rain of arrows was shot out continuously. All of them fell behind the devil disaster. Almost every moment, there were skeletons whose soul flames were extinguished and soldiers who died. "Eat my spear." Hong Bin's horse charged forward. His long spear was wrapped in fierce wind. After killing the giant skeleton that was comparable to the 8th or 9th level of the martial arts realm, he rushed toward one of the skeleton knights. At this time, there were already more than 10 people who had died under the bone spear. As the commander of the army, Hong Bin naturally would not sit and watch his subordinates be slaughtered. The long spear and the bone spear collided. The powerful force caused the bone horse under him to retreat. Hong Bin urged his horse forward. His long spear shook and scattered 7 spear flowers, completely enveloping the skeleton knight. Whoosh, whoosh. As the spear flowers bloomed, the killing intent quietly arrived. Puff. The soul flame of the skeleton knight that was comparable to the 8th level of the martial arts realm was directly pierced by the spear. Its skeleton fell to the ground in an instant. But soon, several more skeleton knights charged towards Hong Bin to kill him. Obviously, they also had their eyes on this tyrannical opponent. Hong Bin was not afraid at all. His aura was like a rainbow as he laughed. Just a dead person. Even if he revives, he will only be a ghost under my spear. Kill. Soon. The two sides engaged in battle. On the other side, Chang Sheng's dual sabers were as dazzling as butterflies dancing in the air. Whenever they encountered the skeletons, they would only be killed. Everyone, attack the heads of these things. That is their weakness. As he spoke, the saber light flashed and a skeleton fell to the ground. But seeing that the number of skeletons around him had not decreased at all, Chang Sheng's face was also grave. This time, the Triumph Gang had mobilized all of its members. The promise given by the Chengyun Trading Company made him not have the courage to refuse. And once the devil disaster became large-scale, his Triumph Gang might be affected after they walked out of the Brilliant Star Ordinary Field. This was also the reason why Chang Sheng was working so hard. Without lips, the teeth would be cold. As long as one was not a fool, one could understand this principle. But when he really faced the devil disaster head-on, Chang Sheng truly understood how big the gap between the two sides was. If the army of Feiye City had not endured most of the attacks of the devil disaster, it would not have been long before the Triumph Gang was completely defeated. Time passed little by little. The battle became more and more intense. A large number of experts of the 10th level of the martial arts realm joined the battle and immediately caused a huge lethality to the Devil Disaster. But the Devil Disaster was really terrifying. It was the number that made people despair. The 10th level of the martial arts realm was strong, but they had not reached the transcendent realm. Facing the endless Devil Disaster, they had not reached the point where they could be directly defeated. Chapter 112. Lion-Tiger Plains. Ox-Demon Cave. Ox-Demon Lord's tall body stood on top of it. His roar attracted tens of thousands of beasts. Then, tens of thousands of beasts galloped, shaking the entire Lion-Tiger Plains. Rumble. At the border between Lion-Tiger Plains and Stone Forest. Wang Hu looked at the beast tied in front of him. His aura made people tremble involuntarily. That's Ox-Demon Lord in front. The sound waves rolled. Even the stampede of beasts could not completely cover it. Stop. An irrefutable voice sounded. The beasts stopped. A tall figure walked out from within. The greenish-black scale armor gave people a strong visual impact. The bell-like eyes looked straight at Wang Hu and spoke in human language. Who are you? I'm the leader of the Cold Mountain Stronghold's Martial Arts Hall. I've been ordered by the Stronghold Master to clear the path in Stone Forest for everyone from Ox-Demon Cave to pass through. Looking at the Ox-Demon Lord in front of him, Wang Hu was also a little nervous. Especially the many mutated beasts behind him. There were more than 1,000 of them. Even though he was already an expert at the 7th stage of the martial arts realm, he was still not confident. However, thinking of his identity, Wang Hu forced himself to calm down. Ox-Demon Cave was strong. But in front of Cold Mountain Stronghold, they could not stir up any waves. Hearing this, Ox-Demon Lord said in a low voice, "Let me thank Stronghold Master Qin for his kindness. Please." Wang Hu turned sideways. In Cold Mountain Stronghold. At this time, more than 300 bandits had already gathered. Everyone had changed into green armor and white-bladed swords. A murderous aura filled the air. There were not many words. Qin Shujian looked at the sky and estimated the approximate time. Stronghold Master, how is it? Ox-Demon Cave has already passed through Stone Forest. Tens of thousands of beasts have already killed their way into Immortal Plains. Wang Hu was slightly out of breath as he reported truthfully. Good. Qin Shujian's expression was cold. He then ordered, "Everyone, follow me to quell the demon disaster." Yes. Then. Other than leaving Zheng Fang and Zhong Tianyu to take charge of the situation. The rest followed Qin Shujian and set off towards Immortal Plains. More than 300 people. They didn't have much of an advantage in terms of numbers. But in terms of quality, it was not to be underestimated. When they stepped into the Immortal Plains, Qin Shujian's expression darkened as he looked at the ground that had been dyed black by the demonic qi. This infested land. If the devil qi was not dispelled, it would be a dangerous place where humans and animals would be wiped out. Fortunately, the devil disaster hadn't invaded Mount Liang and the chaotic stone forest for a long time. Therefore, it hadn't affected many places. Otherwise, Mount Liang village would have to consider moving to another location. At this moment, he didn't see any skeletons roaming the undead plains as far as his eyes could see. Xu Yuanming looked at the scene and said in a deep voice, "Fort Master, it seems that the things on the Undying Plains have already attacked other places. Previously, when they were attacking them, there were a lot of skeletons, but now, not a single one could be seen. Just by thinking about it, one could figure out the reason. Continue forward." Qin Shujian waved his hand and ordered. It didn't matter if he couldn't see the skeletons. He would just dig through the entire Undying Plains. In the valley, the undead evil lord, who was sitting on the throne of bones, had flames in his eyes as if there was a shocking anger. Reckless. When? The ants in the ordinary realm had the courage to attack his undead domain. Immediately, the undead evil lord took a large amount of black and red mist, condensed it into a piece of dark red crystal, and then threw it on top of one of the human-shaped skeletons. Boom! Suddenly, The flames in the skeleton's eye sockets transformed into black and red. The grey bones also turned into a crystal-like black at this moment, and a slender bone blade condensed in its hand. A powerful aura erupted in an instant. Then, the undead evil lord did the same thing and condensed 4 more dark red crystals, helping the 4 skeletons to transform. At this moment, the thick black and red mist had become extremely thin, and even the aura of the undead evil lord seemed to have declined a little. However, the undead evil lord didn't stop the movement of his hand. The remaining black and red mist was all absorbed into his hand, and then spread out like a wave, submerging into the earth. Then, he saw the bones buried deep in the ground, which had existed for an unknown number of years. At this moment, it was completely revived. Go and kill everything. Then, the skeletons in the undead plains revived. In an instant, they killed all the existences that invaded the undead plains. Roar. Awoo. The dense beast roars were unceasing. The group of beasts led by the ox demon lord, when they encountered the demon disaster, fought with these skeletons. The ox demon lord's 4 hooves stomped on the ground, and when the ox horns collided, it made the skeletons fall apart. Then, the bone blades and bone swords fell on his body, but were all blocked by the green-black scales. All of a sudden, black light flickered. The ox demon lord groaned, the scales were broken, and a small blade mark appeared on his huge body, and blood flowed down instantly. A dignified look appeared in his bell-like eyes, staring at the black skeleton that appeared in front of him. The wound just now. It was caused by the skeleton in front of him. From the other party, the ox demon lord felt a great threat. One had to know. After receiving the items from the Chengyun Trading Company, he also had a breakthrough in his cultivation level. Now, he was an expert in the 10th stage of the martial arts realm, and his defense had reached an extremely high level. But even so, he still could not block the black skeleton's blade. Based on this point, the ox demon lord was sure that the other party was an expert that was not inferior to him. Sure enough, the demon disaster is not that easy to deal with. A seemingly ordinary skeleton has the strength of a 10th stage of the martial arts realm. The ox demon lord's heart sank. But now that his strength had soared, it gave him a lot of confidence. In the next moment, the ox demon lord rushed towards the black skeleton with a terrifying gust of wind. Both sides. They were completely engaged in battle. When the ox demon cave encountered the demon disaster, the cold mountain stronghold was also suffering from the devil disaster. At a glance, there were at least thousands of skeletons and skeleton knights. Even without Qin Shujian's order, the bandits of the Cold Mountain village had already charged over. In the midst of the demon disaster, 2 black skeletons attracted Qin Shujian's attention. The 2 skeletons were completely different from the other skeletons. Their aura was mixed with the demon aura, giving him a strong feeling. And at this moment, the 2 skeletons disappeared from where they were. In the next moment, the 2 bone blades had already appeared in front of him. Clang! There was the sound of the blade rubbing against the scabbard. The 1000 mountain blood was suddenly unsheathed. The snow-white blade light shot out, and a section of the long blade blocked the bone blade's attack. A strong gust of wind blew, and the 2 black skeletons were forced to retreat. I'm not even afraid of the undead demon lord. You 2 little skeletons want to overturn the heavens. Qin Shujian sneered. His body exploded, and when the long blade slashed through the air, a tiger's roar shook the sky. He was not surprised that there were skeletons in the 10th stage of the martial arts realm in the demon disaster. After all, the demon disaster was quite famous. Qin Shujian would be surprised if there were no powerful existences inside. But after fighting with the undead demon lord, in the entire demon disaster, except for the ancient demon lord, he did not care about the other skeletons at all. Just like the 2 black skeletons in front of him. They were only in the 10th stage of the martial arts realm. Boom! Boom! A violent gust of wind spread. The long blade slashed out like a shadow, and its power shook the surroundings. In terms of speed and movement techniques, the black skeletons were fast, but Qin Shujian, who had the union of heaven and man and the 5 elements 8 trigram steps, was even faster. In terms of attack, even the undead demon lord had to avoid the black tiger blade technique of the Path of Enlightenment. In terms of realm, he had reached the limit of the martial arts realm. No matter how one looked at it, Qin Shujian was an expert who could completely crush the 10th stage of the martial arts realm. So in just a moment of confrontation, the two black skeletons were directly sent flying by the powerful force. Qin Shujian took a step forward and directly closed the distance to the limit. When the Thousand Mountain blood was like splitting Mount Hua, it heavily covered one of the black skeletons. The bone blade was lifted and instantly sent flying by the terrifying force. In the next moment, the long blade shattered the skeleton, and the soul flame was extinguished. In the battlefield of Feiye City, the battle had been going on for so long, and it had reached a white-hot stage. More than 30% of the 13,000 soldiers of Feiye City had been killed, and less than 10,000 people were still charging and killing. Among these people, some who were exhausted retreated to replenish and let the soldiers behind them who had enough rest take over. And so on. Only then did they stop the erosion of the demon disaster. But the ones who could really stop the attack of the demon disaster were the 10th stage of the martial arts realm. The demon disaster is really terrifying. Jiyu Feng could not help but sigh. Until now, the number of the demon disaster had not decreased by much. Compared to ordinary people, these tireless skeletons were obviously more terrifying. He had always heard of the rumors of the demon disaster, but it was the first time he had faced it head-on. Only those who had truly seen the demon disaster could understand. These damn things, how difficult and terrifying were they? Zhong Baiqing's expression was solemn as well, and the seriousness hidden deep within his eyes revealed that his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. All living beings who died at the hands of the devil disaster. Those who die in the demon disaster will be infected by the demon chi, and in the next moment, they will become a member of the demon disaster. The more they kill, the stronger the demon disaster. If it is allowed to continue, it will eventually become a big problem. There was one more thing he did not say. The corrosive nature of the devil calamity had the greatest impact on the minds of the soldiers on the battlefield. After all, they were fighting side by side just a moment ago. In the next moment, it became a battle of waving blades, and if you did not kill him, he would kill your enemy. It was hard for people to be ruthless in such a situation. But on the battlefield, being soft-hearted meant death. Therefore, the impact on the soldiers' minds was the greatest. If not for Zhong Baiqing's presence and the fact that the army had yet to show any signs of defeat, the morale of the soldiers would have long collapsed. All of a sudden, a black ray of light suddenly appeared, and then disappeared just as abruptly. Chapter 113. An expert of the 10th stage of the martial realm, who was slaughtering in the demon disaster, suddenly stopped. He covered his throat with one hand and looked at the black skeleton that suddenly appeared in front of him in shock. Blood. It flowed through the gaps between his fingers. What? The sudden turn of events stunned the other experts. Even Jiyu Feng and Zhong Baiqing's eyes narrowed as they stared at the black skeleton. One move. It instantly killed an expert of the 10th stage of the martial realm. It was so fast. Even Zhong Baiqing, a veteran expert, did not notice the slightest clue in advance. But it only stopped for a moment. The black skeleton attacked again. This time, the others were prepared. As experts of the 10th stage of the martial realm, their strength couldn't be underestimated. A long spear swept across with the force of breaking through the air, directly bombarding an empty space. In the originally empty space, a black figure appeared, and then violently collided with each other. Boom! A strong air blast swept through. Hong Bin jumped off the horse. His feet pressed on the ground as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. His arm holding the spear was trembling slightly. In front of him, the black skeleton was as fast as a phantom. Its bone knife cut through everything like a black line. The biting cold killing intent was already coming toward him. Hong Bin was not afraid. As he stabbed out with his long spear, 7 spear flowers bloomed. He had reached the power of mixed yuan, which had already dug out the potential of his body to the limit. Bang! Bang! In just 2 or 3 breaths, the two sides had exchanged more than 10 moves. "Commander Hong, let me help you." At this time, an expert of the 10th stage of the martial realm joined the battle and joined forces with Hong Bin to fight the black skeleton. Chang Sheng's dual knives struck out like lightning and cut down a skeleton knight. When he was about to deal with the other skeletons, a strong sense of danger suddenly emerged in his heart. Without thinking, he turned his dual knives to defend. Almost at the same time, a black bone knife had already appeared in the air and slashed toward his chest. The dual knives just happened to block the bone knife's downward momentum. The sharp blade was less than half an inch away from his chest. The coldness made Chang Sheng's face change. A little. Just a little. He was about to be cut open by the bone knife. Looking at the black skeleton in front of him, Chang Sheng felt like he was facing a great enemy. This feeling was even stronger than when he encountered experts of the same level outside the ordinary realm. The undead plane. This place had already become the undead lord's territory. The battle had already begun. Although the two black skeletons were powerful. But in front of Qin Shujian, who was at the limit of the martial realm, they still couldn't make any waves. Kill. With Qin Shujian taking the lead, his strength at the peak of the basic realm could be said to be invincible in the demon disaster. No matter if it was a 10th stage basic realm black skeleton or an 8th stage basic realm skeleton, they were all turned into a pile of bones after a few rounds. As for the ordinary undead skeletons, they couldn't even get close to him before their soul flames were destroyed by the sword intent. It could be said, Qin Shujian, who had comprehended the saber will, was the natural nemesis of these devil disasters. Just by him alone. He had already killing undead more than half of the low-level skeletons were killed by the saber intent. Behind Qin Shujian, Niu Feng and the others were also engaged in a massacre. With the green armor and white-bladed blades, the strength of these bandits had increased exponentially. Their destructive power against the devil disaster had also increased exponentially. In addition, Qin Shujian was taking most of the pressure, so they were like fish in water. But inside the devil disaster, there were simply too many skeletons. Even if one had reached the peak of qi and blood, it did not mean that one's power was limitless. Once his qi and blood were depleted, his strength would drop. Therefore, these bandits first charged forward and then formed a circular formation. The exhausted bandits recovered in the formation while the others continued to resist the devil disaster. When someone was exhausted again, those who had rested and recovered would come out to replace them. All of a sudden, a huge bone claw suddenly tore through the air. The powerful force directly extinguished the soul flames of the undead skeletons that were affected. Be careful. Qin Shujian stomped on the ground, and his body suddenly turned around. Qian Shanxue rushed forward like a thunderbolt and collided with the bone claw. In a split second, a strong wind overflowed. Qin Shujian's body floated backwards like a willow catkin. Immediately after, a terrifying figure appeared. An evil and vast aura swept out like a hurricane, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. "You're very brave to dare to enter my undead domain." Looking at Qin Shujian in front of him, the undead demon lord's indifferent voice had a trace of admiration. To be able to reach the limit of the basic realm in the ordinary realm and comprehend the intent realm, as long as you're willing to contribute your soul, I can help you break through the shackles of the ordinary realm and become a domain lord. He had taken a liking to Qin Shujian. People who comprehended the intent realm would definitely have great achievements in the future. If he could cultivate a domain lord, it would be of great help to his future plans. This was something that could not be helped. As an evil demon, the undead demon lord's power was naturally extremely strong. Even if he reached the standard of breaking the shackles of the ordinary realm, it would be a simple matter. But his identity had already determined everything. No matter how strong he was, unless he could rival the heavens and earth, there was no possibility of breaking the shackles. Qin Shujian tilted his long blade, looking straight at the undead demon lord, and said with a faint smile, "Why don't you join my cold mountain stronghold? I'll give you the position of hall master, And you and I won't have to go through so much trouble. I'm from the evil demon clan. Even if I surrender, do you dare to accept it? The undead demon lord said sinisterly. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows. If you surrender, why wouldn't I dare? Shameless boasting. The undead demon lord's blue eyes revealed an evil thought. In the next moment, his aura surged. Under the bombardment of his withered palm, dark red flames swept out in an instant. Qin Shujian had long been prepared. The moment the undead demon lord attacked, the thousand mountain blood burst out with a terrifying cold light. A black tiger shadow leaped out from the blade, and then turned into an unknown number of blade lights bursting out. Swish! The blade light and the dark red flames bombarded together. The dark red flames were immediately pierced through by the blade light, and the remaining power continued to slash towards the undead demon lord. The undead demon lord stood still in the same place, and a layer of dark black shield-like thing appeared on the surface of his body, directly isolating the incoming blade light. Subsequently, a skeleton throne appeared in the void, and the undead demon lord sat on the throne, like a king looking down on the world. The vast and abyss-like power suppressed everything in an instant. In the undead domain, I am invincible. The indifferent voice was vast and mighty like the heavens, not allowing anyone to refuse. Suddenly, all the skeletons in the undead plains, at this time, suddenly increased their aura. This sudden turn of events gave the others a huge amount of pressure. Just that Qin Shujian only had the undead demon lord in his eyes. The changes in the surrounding devil disaster did not attract his attention in the slightest. Under the pressure of the powerful pressure, not only did it not make him afraid to surrender, but it also aroused the hidden unyielding will in his heart. If you are invincible, why would you be sealed? You are just a stray dog, and you dare to talk about being invincible. When comprehending the Black Tiger Blade technique, the starry scene that he saw seemed to reappear, and a pure thought surged from the bottom of Qin Shujian's heart. With a roar, a terrifying black tiger stood on the ground. It raised its head and roared furiously at the floating throne. The ferocious might that could kill everything suddenly erupted like a thunderbolt, colliding with the vast might of the abyssal abyss. The aura created by the undead demon lord was suddenly shaken. Immediately, an earth-shattering blade light burst out, like a waterfall tearing everything, and directly attacked the undead demon lord on the skeleton throne. Without a sound, the dark black barrier that blocked the blade light before reappeared, like an indestructible shield, blocking in front of the undead demon lord. Bang! Qian Shanshue's incomparably sharp blade directly slashed on the dark black barrier. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted, and the indestructible barrier quickly cracked, and then with a bang, it shattered into pieces. Looking at the incoming blade, the blue flames in the undead evil lord's eye sockets surged. His withered palm struck out, and an eye-catching palm print appeared. Boom! The two collided. A force that surpassed the limit of the basic martial arts erupted, and Qin Shujian only felt the pressure of Mount Tai falling, and his body fell back to the ground like a cannonball. In this undead domain, the limit of the basic martial arts is nothing, the undead demon lord sneered proudly. However, Qin Shujian did not reply. After the blow, blood and qi once again erupted, and Qian Shanshue slashed out with endless sharpness, and the tiger roar shook the world. After reaching the limit of the basic martial arts, no matter which aspect of his body's quality, it had all reached the limit of the human body. Speed. Attack. Nothing more. In less than a breath's time, Qin Shujian had already slashed out dozens of times. Each slash left a mark in the air. In the end, they converged into a huge net of slashes, enveloping the undying evil lord. This move seemed simple. In fact, he had already used his peak strength. The undead demon lord in the undead plains was much more terrifying than when he fought in the Liang mountain boundary. At that time, facing the undead demon lord, Qin Shujian was still confident that he could rely on the strength of the basic martial arts and the Black Tiger Blade technique of the Dao initiation level to fight with the opponent until both sides suffered. But now, the undead demon lord's strength had surged, and even if he did not move much, it already gave him a lot of pressure. Perhaps This was the terrifying part of the ancient demon lord. Even under the shackles of the ordinary realm, it was still not a match for many. However, since he had already killed his way into the undead planes, there was no reason to retreat. Especially after understanding the horror of the undead demon lord, Qin Shujian was even more determined to take his life while he was down. Now that the demon lord was so powerful, if he gave the other party a certain amount of time, then his Liang mountain village would really have to move. So, instead of passively taking a beating, it was better to take the initiative. Chapter 114. Possessing 3/10th level cultivation techniques. This gave Qin Shujian an obvious advantage over ordinary cultivators at the peak of the basic realm. That was his foundation. Under the accumulation of 3 cultivation techniques, his foundation was incomparably rich. Even if he used his most powerful technique, he did not need to worry about being exhausted in a short period of time. The blade net converged. Every silk line was a blade mark that had never disappeared. Every blade mark was a blade strike from Qin Shujian with all his strength. When the blade net enveloped, the undead demon lord sat on the skeleton throne, a dark oval barrier opened up, isolating the blade net completely. Just that, when the blade net fell, it instantly turned into a sky full of blade light, falling heavily on the dark oval barrier. Bang! The dark oval-shaped barrier shattered with a loud sound. Immediately after, the dense blade light bombarded the skeleton throne and the undead demon lord. Qin Shujian looked at the skeleton throne that had been completely enveloped by the blade light, but his heart did not relax in the slightest. Because the undead demon lord was an ancient demon, he did not believe that the other party would die so easily. More importantly, he did not receive any system information. Qin Shujian hadn't forgotten that killing or sealing evil spirits would earn him the reward of the heavens and earth. Now there was no sign at all. Obviously it did not look like success. Although these were just guesses. But to be careful, Qin Shujian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Taking advantage of the moment when the blade light was about to disappear, he leaped up, holding Qian Shanxue in both hands, and slashed down. The blade attached with true qi directly sank into the blade light. Instantly, the blade light dissipated. A withered palm tightly grasped the blade, stopping its downward momentum. At this time, the undead demon lord's skeleton throne had turned into ashes, and his whole body was directly forced to the ground by the blade. The bone armor on his body was also faintly visible. It seems that I was careless. I did not expect you to have such a move. The undead demon lord's words were calm, but the killing intent in his heart was like a sleeping demon crazily awakening. The palm that grasped Qian Shanxue was like an iron claw, not afraid of the sharpness of the 5th-grade weapon. You who just burst out with this move, how much strength do you have left? After saying this, a bone sword suddenly appeared. Dark red flames were still circling around the body of the sword, emitting a fatal threat. It's enough to kill you. Qin Shujian's face was fierce. His mercury-like blood qi instantly erupted, and a terrifying power gushed out from the blade, causing the undying evil lord's hand to loosen. The mountain blood took the opportunity to thrust forward, slashing towards the opponent's throat instead of retreating. Undead evil lord didn't expect Qin Shujian to do this. He was caught off guard. The blade slashed across the bone armor on his throat. Under the effect of the terrifying power, a crack appeared on the seemingly indestructible bone armor. Crack. No blood splattered. There were no cries of pain either. When the 1,000 mountain blood slashed past, it only brought out a wisp of bone fragments. The undead demon lord, on the other hand, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body involuntarily took a few steps back, and the dark red flame on the bone sword seemed to have dimmed a little. Roar. The undead evil lord let out a beast-like roar. It was a wound. He was thoroughly enraged. Heed my call, return the power of immortality. Suddenly, the power of all the skeletons in the demon disaster rapidly weakened. Faint black threads pulled out from the top of these skeletons' heads and then converged towards the undead evil lord. In an instant, the weather changed. Thunder rumbled between heaven and earth, as if to show the appearance of a terrifying existence. At the same time, Qin Shujian also felt a strong threat. Almost without hesitation. Looking at the undead evil lord who was surrounded by the black hurricane, he immediately launched his most powerful attack and slashed towards the opponent. Just that this powerful attack was blocked by the black hurricane. It couldn't attack the undead evil lord's body at all. What's going on? Why are these things weakening? On the battlefield of Feye City, many people found that the power of the demon disaster was rapidly fading. Some people were surprised and didn't know what was going on. Up until now, the army of Feye City had suffered heavy losses. Even 3 experts of the 10th level of the martial realm had died under the black skeleton's bone blade. But now, they found that the demon disaster, which was originally difficult to deal with, was now plummeting. Even those giant skeletons comparable to the 8th or 9th level of the martial realm began to fall step by step. 7th level of the martial realm. 6th level of the martial realm. Not only that, even the strength of the 2 powerful black skeletons suddenly plummeted. Hong Bin and Chang Sheng directly extinguished their soul flames, and their bones scattered on the ground. Zhong Baicheng only hesitated for a second or two, as if he understood something, and shouted angrily, "Everyone, kill these skeletons, quickly." After saying that, he directly stepped out of the crowd and charged towards the demon disaster. What overseeing a region? Guarding against the appearance of the demon. For Zhong Baicheng, it was no longer important. As the city lord of a city, how could he not know anything about the devil calamity? The situation in front of him. It was the demon that was absorbing the power of the demon disaster. Although Zhong Baicheng didn't know why the demon would absorb the power of the demon disaster at this time, there must be a reason for it to do so. He couldn't just sit and watch the demon succeed. So, at this time, trying to kill these skeletons became the only way to weaken the demon. In the same place. Soon, only Ji Yufeng was left. What Zhong Baicheng knew, there was no reason for the Chengyun Trading Company not to know. He only had to think about it slightly to know what the situation in front of him was. The demon disaster was born from the demon, and it was also the demon's main method of plundering power. As long as the demon disaster eroded more places, the power would become stronger, and once the demon absorbed the power of the demon disaster, it would also become stronger. But no evil demon would do such a thing unless they had no other choice. Because nurturing the demon disaster required consumption. If they didn't plunder enough power, then nurturing the demon disaster would be a futile effort. According to Ji Yufeng's guess, the demon disaster was the undead demon lord's main method of eroding the entire ordinary realm and plundering the power of the ordinary realm's living beings. It was also the foundation for him to leave the ordinary realm to recuperate. If there was no other reason, he would definitely not do this. Unless if he didn't do this, he would find that the consequences would be more serious. Ji Yufeng kept thinking in his mind. Just what could have forced an evil demon to do such a thing? All of a sudden, a light flashed in his mind, and a figure appeared. Qin Shujian. In the entire brilliant star ordinary realm, perhaps only the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master could pose a threat to the demon. After all, the other party was an expert who could take on the evil demon all by himself. According to the agreement between the two sides. At this moment, the Cold Mountain Stronghold should have attacked the Immortal Plains. Then, it was only natural that they would fight the undead demon lord. However, Ji Yufeng's face didn't have much joy. He knew very well that even if he was at the peak of the basic realm, he still wouldn't be enough in front of the demon. Even if this demon was also shackled and could only use the 10th level of the basic realm. But for someone with a high level of cultivation, even if it was suppressed to a certain level, it would still be much stronger than other people of that level. At this moment, as the demon disaster's power weakened, Feye City took advantage of this opportunity to turn the situation around. Ji Yufeng immediately shouted, "City Lord Zhong, now that the demon is fighting with someone on the Immortal Plains, I suggest that the soldiers of Feye City kill the demon disaster here, and the rest of the 10th level of the basic realm experts enter the Immortal Plains together and use this opportunity to extinguish the source of the demon disaster." In the end, Jiyu Feng was also an expert of the 8th level of the basic realm, and his voice could cover the entire area. Hearing this, everyone in the 10th level of the basic realm stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Jiyu Feng. In their eyes, Jiyu Feng, who was in the 8th level of the basic realm, had more prestige than Zhong Baicheng, who was in the 10th level of the basic realm. Yang Yong, Chen Zhong, your subordinate is here. You command the army to continue killing the demon disaster. Your subordinate obeys. After that, Zhong Baicheng looked at Hong Bin and said in a deep voice, "Follow me into the immortal plains." Your subordinate obeys. Hong Bin's face turned serious. The demon disaster's power had weakened. There wasn't a single skeleton above the 5th level of the basic realm. And as time went by, the strength of these skeletons was gradually decreasing until they turned back into bones. But if the skeletons were allowed to turn back into bones, it meant that the demon had completely absorbed their power. Zhong Baicheng naturally wouldn't allow this, so he ordered his men to continue killing the demon disaster. After that, Jiyu Feng reached a consensus with the others. In the battlefield of Feiya City, all the 10th level of the basic realm experts rushed toward the immortal plains. In the immortal plains, Ox Demon Lord's scales were broken, and under his hooves, there were broken black bones. The terrifying strength of the black skeleton. Until now, he still had lingering fears. If the black skeleton's strength hadn't suddenly weakened at the critical moment, Ox Demon Lord might not have been its opponent. And as time went by, more than half of the thousands of beasts he brought were dead or injured, and the rest were all injured and battered. But what puzzled Ox Demon Lord was that the besieging skeleton's strength was weakening at an alarming rate, causing the exhausted beasts to have the strength to counterattack. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand the reason. But for Ox Demon Lord, this temptation only existed for a few breaths before it completely disappeared. Kill them all. Ox Demon Lord's hooves plowed the ground, and his mouth let out an angry roar, directly smashing 2 skeleton knights. Who cares what the reason was? Anyway, it was time for the beasts to show their might. After being suppressed for so long, the losses were not light. There was no reason not to vent the anger in his heart. Chapter 115. Immortal Plains. The black hurricane swept in all directions. The undead demon lord was in the middle of the hurricane, as if there was endless power recovering in his body. The burning blue flame in his eye sockets seemed to become deeper and deeper. In the sky, thunder and lightning filled the sky. Even the heavens and earth seemed to feel a great threat. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Shujian's face was extremely solemn. The undead demon lord seemed to have shown the true strength of an evil demon. The black hurricane was formed by extracting the power of the demon disaster. And the power of the demon disaster was enormous. One must know, the power of a single skeleton may not be much. But if there were hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of skeletons, then the accumulated power was enough to trigger a terrifying qualitative change. At this moment, the entire immortal plains seemed to have the undead demon lord as the center. The skeletons that had lasted until now were almost all drained of their power, turning back into bones scattered on the ground. Niu Feng and the rest of the Cold Mountain Stronghold people looked at the undead demon lord in horror, not knowing what to do. You guys retreat a little. Qin Shujian shouted in a deep voice. The undead demon lord's power had made him, a person at the peak of the basic realm, feel a strong threat, and even his mind was faintly trembling. Even the peak of the basic realm was like this. If Niu Feng and the rest of them were only at the 8th level of the basic realm, not to mention whether they could deal with the undead demon lord, they would probably become the opponent's experience bag in the next moment. When the difference in strength between the two sides was large enough. Numbers. It was not so easy to gain the advantage. Not to mention, with just 300 bandits, they could fight against an ancient demon. Be careful, Lord. Niu Feng and the rest looked at each other, and finally slowly retreated. They were not blind people, and naturally knew that the situation in front of them was not so simple. Although they thought that their strength was not weak, it was only relative. On the undead demon lord's body, everyone could clearly feel that the crushing pressure of life, just the aura made their minds tremble, and they almost did not have the courage to fight. Dark black bone armor. After absorbing the power of the black hurricane, it gradually ignited with black flames. In the middle of the blue flames in the undead evil lord's eye sockets, there seemed to be a touch of undetectable black, and a strange expression appeared on the bone armor mask. It's this kind of power. How long has it been? I finally feel this familiar power. Ever since the seal. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he had absorbed energy so recklessly. That was the foundation of the evil demons. Under this power, there were already signs of recovery. But what made the undead evil lord regretful was that this power was ultimately still a little too weak. The devil Calamity was unable to plunder enough lives and was killed by him. But he had no choice. The person before him posed a great threat to him. An expert at the peak of the basic martial realm who had comprehended a concept was truly one of the top existences in the ordinary realm. Even as a member of the evil demon clan, it would be very difficult to kill him if he was seriously injured. Therefore, in order to deal with Qin Shujian, the undead evil lord resolutely chose to absorb the power of the devil Calamity in advance. First, he would eliminate the enemy in front of him. After that, he could just regenerate the devil Calamity. Qin Shujian's expression was dignified, the long blade in his hand was still flowing with cold light. The undead evil lord was right in front of him, but the black hurricane was like an insurmountable moat, preventing him from approaching the other party. The black hurricane was formed by the convergence of the power of the devil Calamity. In other words, to break the black hurricane, he either had to wait for the undead evil lord to finish absorbing the power of the devil Calamity, or use the power to contend with the entire devil Calamity to forcibly break it. He had already tried. To rely on his current strength to break the black hurricane, it was still far from enough. Looking at the increasing power of the undead evil lord, Qin Shujian had a hunch that if he waited for the other party to reach a peak, even with the existence of the shackles of the ordinary realm, he would not be able to contend against him. Looking at the source of life, it had already broken through 5 digits. After all, the source of life given by the undead skeletons was much less than that of the same level. But even if it was less, once the number of deaths was large, it could not be underestimated. Since entering the undead plains until now, not to mention others, just the number of undead skeletons that died in his hands was no less than thousands. A large number of undead skeletons died. Replacing them was a large amount of source of life. Looking at the tens of thousands of source of life, Qin Shujian's eyes revealed a touch of ruthlessness. Then, with a thought, the source of life was rapidly consumed. Correspondingly, the first level of the iron casting art rose at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a powerful force surged from Qin Shujian's body, causing the mercury-like blood and qi to surge wildly. The 6th level of the iron casting art, level 1 hardened skin. The 7th level of the iron casting art, level 2 hardened skin. The 8th level of the iron casting art, level 3 hardened skin. The 9th level of the iron casting art, level 4 hardened skin. The 10th level of the iron casting art, level 1 indestructible body. In an instant, Qin Shujian's skin changed from the original bronze color to a petrified grayish white, and the last touch of pale golden luster disappeared, and everything returned to its original appearance. At this time, the power of blood and qi that had been rich to the extreme was surging in his body like a fierce beast, trying to break free from the shackles of the body. Just when the blood and qi rushed, the skin of the body had a faint luster flowing, like an indestructible cage, completely imprisoning it. The emergence of a powerful force made Qin Shujian's face slightly distorted, and the shackles in the unseen world had reached the point where he could break it. But Qin Shujian looked at the imposing undead demon lord, but he still did not choose to break the shackles. Without the shackles of the ordinary realm, he would certainly become stronger, but the ancient demon in front of him would definitely become more terrifying than now. Not enough. This kind of power is not enough. Now the power was somewhat beyond his control, But Qin Shujian still did not think that he could break the barrier of the Black Hurricane. He needed stronger power. Under the premise of not breaking the shackles of the ordinary realm, he needed to increase his strength to a stronger level. Immediately, Qin Shujian's eyes fell on the flowing water. Without any hesitation, he directly threw in more than half of the remaining life source. The flowing water was directly deduced from the first level to the 10th level. The 10th level of the flowing water, the second level of the spiral true qi. After this technique reached the 10th level, it was like the eternal spring art, giving birth to true qi. Moreover, different from the gentle true qi of the eternal spring art, the spiral true qi born from the flowing water was more aggressive. Boom! The skin of the body cracked. The indestructible body, after all, had its limits. After the flowing water was deduced to the 10th level, the blood and qi that was rich to the limit finally had an unpredictable change. The blood and qi that was condensed like mercury flowed through the limbs and bones, and all the power in the body at this moment gathered in the back, as if a dragon formed by blood and qi was slowly forming. Qin Shujian's body, at this time, seemed to be out of control, and directly grew more than 3 feet on the basis of the original foundation. The tiger skin coat of the 9th grade treasure armor, in front of the growth of the body, was directly torn apart. On the skin of the body, a pale golden light bloomed and merged with the blood. A force that was beyond control, and even beyond a certain limit, erupted in his body in an instant. Qin Shujian's eyes suddenly became red. Qian Shanxue seemed to feel the terrible power, and the blade shook on its own, as if in fear and joy. Cut! The movement was like thunder, and the power was like the collapse of mountains and rivers. Qian Shanxue seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth, and directly cut the Black Hurricane. The terrifying power erupted in an instant, and the blade seemed to have a cold light, and instantly tore it apart. Rumble! The circling Black Hurricane was directly cut apart by the long blade, exposing the undead demon lord in the center of the hurricane. What? The undead demon lord was shocked. Looking at the cold light of the blade, he hurriedly cut out the bone sword, trying to block it. Bang! The two collided, and the dark red flame on the bone sword dissipated, and the undead demon lord's body that was floating in the air was suddenly shot down. One blade cut down the evil demon. Qin Shujian's eyes were still red. He took a step forward, and the long blade wrapped in endless power slashed out again. The undead demon lord had just come back to his senses when he saw the long blade's momentum. In helplessness, he could only raise his sword to meet it. Bang! It was another terrifying saber strike that sent him flying backward. Before the power of the devil disaster could be completely absorbed, it was forcibly interrupted by Qin Shujian. The remaining power of the devil disaster at this time was like rootless duckweed, and directly overflowed between heaven and earth. The undead demon lord's current feeling was like a happy thing that was directly interrupted in the middle. Just that even with the knowledge and experience of the nefarious demon tribe, he could not understand how Qin Shujian's strength had suddenly soared to such an extent. Cut! Qin Shujian's face was ferocious, and his blood qi burst out, and the long blade slashed down again. In one go, 2 cultivation techniques were directly deduced to the 10th level. The power generated was beyond the limit of what the body could bear. If it was not for the iron casting art's unbreakable body, he would have already exploded and died. But even with the support of the unbreakable body, this surge of qi and blood that had reached the limit needed to be vented. Or else, it would only lead to a dead end. So, the undead demon lord in front of him became the only target of his power. At this time in Qin Shujian's heart, he had long forgotten the identity of the other party. Whether it was the evil demon lord or others. In this battle, either he died, or the other party died. There would not be a third result. However, he did not want to die. So the one who died could only be the other party. Qin Shujian slashed out one blade after another. At this moment, the blood of thousands of mountains was really like fresh blood, and this fierce blade finally bloomed with the sharpness that it once should have. Rumble. Blood qi surged, as vast as the sea. The mercury-like blood qi finally converged on his back. Finally, a dragon's body appeared on Qin Shujian's back, and the faint sound of the dragon's roar could be heard. At this moment, he seemed to have completely transformed into a terrifying beast. His back turned into a dragon, and the hidden ability of his body was released in one go. The unbreakable body shone brightly, and blood marks appeared on his tough skin, and a dense blood mist erupted. However, Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to all the changes in his body. Urging the power to the peak, he finally slashed out the most terrifying blade in history. Chapter 116. Qi and blood turning into a dragon. Seeing this scene, the undead demon lord was really shocked. Qi and blood turning into a dragon. He saw a qi and blood turning into a dragon in the body of a basic realm human. That faint dragon roar, as well as the dragon body that appeared from the spine, all of them reminded the undead demon lord that he did not see wrongly. In front of this blade, any resistance would be futile. Or rather, in the ordinary realm, a qi and blood turning into a dragon at the limit of basic realm was enough to be called invincible. This was really invincible. Even the evil demon clan could not compete with a strong person who had turned into a dragon. Unless, to be able to devour all the living beings in the ordinary realm. In this case, the undead demon lord was confident that he could rely on the evil demon clan's means to counterbalance. Otherwise, seeing such a strong person, either he would turn around and run, or he would just stand there obediently and take the beating. But even so, the undead demon lord was shocked, but he was not too afraid. He put down the bone sword and stared straight at Qin Shujian, who was behind the blade. The blue-black flames in his eyes flickered. "You've won this time, but I won't die." Wait, he did not wait for him to finish. The terrifying blade had already reached him. The black flames on the bone armor did not have any effect and directly dissipated. Then the blade fell on the undead demon lord's body. Bang! The bone armor shattered, and the undead demon lord was directly split into two. The force of the wind did not stop and directly bombarded the distance. The blade mark that was more than 10 feet long clearly appeared on the ground. At the same time, after Qin Shujian slashed with the blade, his body seemed to be drained of energy. His originally tall body also recovered. His chest violently rose and fell as he panted. "You killed the evil demon. You have obtained 10 luck points." Seeing the message, he panted a few times and his face showed a look of astonishment. Dead. Qin Shujian recalled the fearless look of the undead evil lord, as well as the last words he said. It seemed like he had other tricks up his sleeve. And as an ancient demon, there was no reason for him to die so easily. But everything could be deceived, but the system's information could not be faked. Since the message stated that he had killed the demon, then the undead demon lord was most likely dead. After thinking it through, Qin Shujian also felt like he was in a dream. Just like that, an evil demon who had created the devil calamity died at his hands. It was also at this moment. No less than 10 powerful auras were rapidly approaching from afar. Qin Shujian immediately collected his thoughts and looked coldly into the distance. On the other side, the people of Cold Mountain Stronghold were in a state of shock from the beginning to the end. Whether it was the undead demon lord's methods or Qin Shujian's strength, they were all beyond their understanding. Even after the dust had settled, he still couldn't react immediately. However, the people of Cold Mountain Stockade were not weak. Although they were not as sensitive as Qin Shujian when it came to sensing auras, as those powerful auras got closer and closer, they immediately came to their senses. "Master, should we make a move?" Shu Yuanming stepped forward and gestured with his hands. Qin Shujian slowly shook his head. "No hurry, let's wait and see." Hearing this, Shu Yuanming immediately stopped talking. Not long after, nearly 10 horses were seen rushing over. With Qin Shujian's eyesight, even if the two sides were not too close, he could still clearly see the faces on the horses. When his gaze fell on one of them, his eyes flickered slightly. Ji Yu Feng? As far as he knew. Now that the Devil Calamity was attacking Feiya City, the Carrier Trading Company should be assisting Feiya City to resist the Devil Calamity's attack. According to Qin Shujian's original plan, He should have led people directly through the undead plains and then attacked the devil calamity with Faya City. But he did not expect. The undead demon lord did not attack with the devil calamity, but stayed in the undead plains. All these reasons eventually led to the current situation. Qin Shujian discovered Jiyu Feng and the others, and Jiyu Feng and the others naturally also discovered the people of Cold Mountain Stronghold. Master Qin. The moment he saw Qin Shujian, Jiyu Feng was only stunned for a moment, then immediately shouted. The reason why he did this was to indirectly remind Zhong Baicheng and the others that the people in front of them were his friends, and not to have unnecessary conflicts. Soon, several horses approached, and Jiyu Feng and the others dismounted. Looking at the ground that seemed to have been plowed, everyone was shocked. When they looked at Qin Shujian, Zhong Baicheng and the others felt as if they were not looking at a person, but a ferocious beast in human form standing there. The slight aura he emitted made them inwardly shocked. Jiyu Feng was also shocked. In less than 2 days, Qin Shujian had changed him so much. Now that he stood in front of Qin Shujian, he could not help but feel a sense of fear. However, this feeling just arose, and he directly dispelled it. He then introduced to the others, "This is Cold Mountain Stronghold's Qin Shujian, Master Qin. A few days ago, the Devil Calamity attacked Cold Mountain, and even the demons personally took action, but they were repelled by Master Qin alone. His strength has reached the peak." Hearing this, many people smiled and cupped their fists at Qin Shujian. Speaking of shock, they were not that shocked now. After all, Jiyu Feng had already mentioned to them about Qin Shujian at the beginning, and also let them know that there was an expert at the limit of the martial arts realm in the Starry Glory Ordinary Realm. Subsequently, Jiyu Feng then introduced to Qin Shujian, "This is Faya City's Zhong Baicheng, City Lord Zhong. This is Faya City's Hong Bin, Commander Hong. This is sect leader Chang Sheng of the 100 Victory Sec. This is..." Qin Shujian smiled faintly and cupped his hands. "Greetings, everyone. Master Qin is too polite." After a simple greeting, Zhong Baicheng looked at the surrounding environment of the fierce battle and immediately asked, "May I ask Master Qin, did you encounter the demons just now?" After that, the others also looked solemn. Seeing this, Qin Shujian nodded and said, "I did fight with the demons just now. May I ask Master Qin, where did the demons go now? Did they leave the immortal plains?" Zhong Baicheng quickly asked. Qin Shujian turned to the side and pointed at the black powder on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "This is the demons. Black powder." Zhong Baicheng and Jiyu Feng's faces suddenly changed. At this time, Chang Sheng interrupted, "Master Qin, are you joking? How can this black powder be the demons?" While talking, he also deliberately glanced at Zhong Baicheng and Jiyu Feng. However, the two of them had strange expressions as their eyes stared at the black powder. This made Chang Sheng's heart surge with a strange feeling, and the words that he was about to say were all swallowed back. Jiyu Feng slowly walked to the side of the black powder, and then took out a palm-sized jade pendant from his arms, and then threw the jade pendant on the black powder with trembling fingers. This action immediately attracted everyone's attention. The moment the jade pendant came into contact with the black powder, the dark green color quickly turned black, and in less than a second, it directly turned into light black powder. Hiss. Seeing this, the rest of the people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Qin Shujian's eyebrows twitched a little. He also did not expect that the black powder left behind after the death of the immortal evil lord would have such a power. Zhong Baicheng's face twisted and twitched, and said in a trembling voice, "Corroding flesh and jade, swallowing all spiritual things, this is really the corroding yuan bone powder after the fall of the demons." Corroding yuan bone powder, that was something that would only be produced after the fall of the demons, and it was also the only symbol left behind after the fall of the demons. Subsequently, Zhong Baicheng looked at Qin Shujian with a completely different expression. The demons are almost immortal. For so many years, most of the demons that appeared were suppressed, and only a few were killed by the strong. Today, Master Qin killed the demons here. If this matter were to spread, his name would definitely go down in history. On the other side, Jiyu Feng could not calm down for a long time. Qin Shujian was able to kill the immortal evil lord. This was completely beyond his expectations. This time, in order to deal with the demons, he had already prepared the seal. As long as everyone worked together to defeat it, he would seal it back in one fell swoop. As for killing it, Ji Yufeng had never had such a thought. Because as Zhong Baicheng said, the demons were almost immortal, and this was not just a matter of words. Or else. When the star-brilliant ordinary realm was born, the strong warrior who defeated the immortal evil lord would not have simply sealed it, and would have killed it once and for all. Because of this, the immortal evil lord had the chance to break the seal. As for how to kill the demons, Ji Yufeng himself was not sure. The Chengyun Trading Company was indeed powerful, but with his status, he could not come into contact with such secretive matters. So, after hearing Qin Shujian's words, Ji Yufeng's first reaction was disbelief. But when he saw the corroding yuan bone powder, even if he did not dare to believe, he had to admit this fact. Demons. They were really dead. After a while, Ji Yufeng took a deep breath, cupped his hands and said, "Leader Qin killed the demons in one fell swoop, and came into contact with the demon disaster. I thank you on behalf of the star-brilliant ordinary realm." After saying that, he bowed deeply. When he got up, he looked at Qin Shujian with a hint of respect in his eyes. It had nothing to do with anything else, it was respect for the strong. At this moment, Chang Sheng and the others did not believe it, but after seeing Ji Yufeng and Zhong Baicheng's actions, they understood. The person in front of them really killed the demons that caused the demon disaster. Then, like Ji Yufeng, they bowed to Qin Shujian to thank him. They were thanking him for killing the demons. They were also respectful of his terrifying strength. Among the people present, there were a few who had surpassed the threshold of the basic realm. However, they did not dare to be disrespectful to Qin Shujian at this moment. To be able to kill the demons, this kind of strength was not as simple as the limit of the basic realm. As long as he walked out of the ordinary realm, he could break the limit in minutes. And with this terrifying strength, after breaking the limit, he would definitely be an expert in that realm. For such a person, no one was willing to offend him. Chapter 117. Boom. Boom. Above Mount Liang, there would occasionally be a series of explosions. It was like a bolt from the blue, shaking people's minds. But to the people of Mount Liang village, they were already used to it. On a vast platform at the top of the mountain, Qin Shujian was practicing a set of palm techniques with his bare hands. This was the mortal low-class technique he got from Zheng Fang, the seven-leaf flower-piercing palm. This cultivation technique was originally created through the use of ethereal and nimble movements. But in Qin Shujian's hands, it changed. Every palm strike was powerful and heavy. Under the terrifying vibration of qi and blood, it directly bombarded the air, creating a series of explosions. The wind created by the palm strikes could even cause sand and stones to fly. Because of your comprehension, the seven-leaf flower-piercing palm has reached perfection. Boom. The last palm strike was like a violent wind. Qin Shujian abruptly withdrew his attack and exhaled lightly. His forehead was also covered in sweat. Perfection. When he saw the message, he shook his head and laughed. Speaking of which, the seven-leaf flower-piercing palm was a technique that he relied on himself to improve. The body-tempering scripture that he watched players break through was not in this category. For Qin Shujian, it didn't matter if he had reached a higher level or a higher level of proficiency, it was of no use to him at the moment. The reason why he used this technique was because, the qi and blood in his body were too abundant. If he did not vent it out, sooner or later, his body would explode and he would die from the impact of the abundant qi and blood. At this moment, after practicing palm techniques for 2 to 3 hours, Qin Shujian finally used up more than half of his qi and blood. But, feeling the qi and blood in his body quickly recovering, he had an urgent urge. He could not wait any longer. If he delayed any longer, he would either use up qi and blood every day or his body would explode and he would die. The only solution now was to break the shackles of the mortal realm and increase his realm. With this thought, Qin Shujian directly looked at his status panel. Name, Qin Shujin Identity, Mount Liang Village Leader Affiliation, Mount Liang Village Realm, Martial Realm 10th Layer, inside Mount Liang Village's territory, Realm +3, Force Level, 2nd Grade Force Cultivation Techniques, Body Forging Scripture 10th Tier, plus, Fusion as 1, Mortal High Grade, Black Tiger Saber Technique, Dao Initiation, Eternal Spring Gong 10th Tier, plus, Mortal High Grade, Flowing Water Technique 10th Tier, plus, Spiral True Chi Level 2, Mortal High Grade, 7 Leaves Piercing Flower Palm, plus, Perfection, Mortal Low Grade, 5 Elements Bagua Steps, Heaven and Man as 1, Mortal Low Grade, Tiger Subduing Body Forging Technique 10th Tier, plus, Vajra Subduing Tiger Level 3, Mortal High Grade, Monolith Skill 5th Tier, plus, Mortal Low Grade, Iron Casting Technique 10th Tier, plus, Mortal High Grade, Life Source, 7847 Luck, 10. He looked at his attribute panel. Qin Shujian believed that there was no one in the 10th stage of the martial realm who could have more magnificent attributes than him. The 5 martial arts that had been deduced to the 10th level allowed him to directly transform his qi and blood into a huge dragon. The shackles of the ordinary realm were nothing to him. But before he broke through, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, focused his attention on the newly appeared luck value. This was an attribute that had never appeared before. It only appeared after killing the undead evil lord. What did the word luck mean? He could roughly understand. But how to use the luck value was a problem. But when Qin Shujian's thoughts fell on the luck value, information about the luck value directly appeared in his mind. Luck value: consume a certain amount of luck value to fuse with martial arts, allowing it to break through the shackles of the original level. According to the level of the martial arts, the amount of luck value required is different. Luck value can fuse with any item, allowing it to transform into a treasure of luck. Fuse with martial arts, break through the level. Fuse with items, treasure of luck. Recalling the information in his mind, Qin Shujian's expression kept changing. Then, he saw a row of grids in front of him. There were as many as 7 of them. When his attention fell on the grids, Qin Shujian couldn't help but move his thoughts. One of the grids suddenly appeared with the words Forging Scripture. It was as if he used his will to forcefully drag the body tempering scripture into the grid. Could this be the fusion of martial arts? A light flashed in Qin Shujian's mind, and he couldn't help but move his thoughts again, dragging the Eternal Spring art in as well. With the appearance of the 2 martial arts, the originally dim grids had colorful light flowing. At the same time, a message appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. Do you want to fuse the Forging Scripture and the Eternal Spring art? After the fusion, the level of the martial arts will not change. The new martial arts has a high probability of reaching the true level, and a small probability of maintaining the current level. This fusion will consume a bit of luck value, he thought to himself, as expected. When he looked at the message again, his face couldn't help but darken. Probability. In his previous life, when playing games, Qin Shujian could be said to hate the word probability the most. As long as the success rate wasn't 100%. Even if it reached 99%, he would still fail. Although this fusion of martial arts didn't fail, there was a small probability of maintaining the current level. That was no different from failure. 2 mortal level high-grade 10th level martial arts, and he also spent a bit of luck value. In the end, he exchanged for a mortal level high-grade 10th level martial arts. This was definitely a loss. At this moment, Qin Shujian seemed to feel the fear of being dominated by probability again. Immediately after shaking off this illusion, he looked at the grids in front of him again. There were as many as 7 grids in front of him, and so far, only 2 of them had martial arts on them. He thought of a certain possibility. Qin Shujian moved his thoughts and dragged another martial arts in. This time, he dragged the tiger subduing body honing art. Do you want to fuse the Forging Scripture, the Eternal Spring art, and the tiger subduing body honing art? After the fusion, the level of the martial arts will not change. The new martial arts has a high probability of reaching the true level, and a small probability of maintaining the current level. This fusion will consume a bit of luck value. It was still a bit of luck value. The difference was a high probability had become a high probability. Sure enough, this fusion of martial arts is just as I guessed. The more martial arts I put in, the higher the success rate of fusion. Subsequently, Qin Shujian made up his mind and threw in the 6 martial arts he had learned, including the iron casting art that he had not improved before. Do you want to fuse the forging scripture, the eternal spring art, the tiger subduing body honing art, the boulder art, the flowing water power, and the iron casting art? After the fusion, the martial arts will break through the original level shackles. The new martial arts will 100% reach the true level, with a certain probability of reaching the middle level of the true level, and a very small probability of reaching the upper level of the true level. This fusion will consume 3 luck value. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not stop thinking. Instead, he tried to drag in another martial arts. This time, he dragged in the 7-leaf piercing flower palm. But as this martial arts was dragged in, the original fusion state suddenly became non-fusion, and the colorful light on the grids also dimmed. At the same time, a message appeared in his mind. Martial arts conflict, non-fusion, conflict. Qin Shujian moved his thoughts and took out the 7-leaf piercing flower palm. Immediately, the lattice was once again able to be deduced. Seeing this, he fell silent. Regarding the true level martial arts, Qin Shujian did not have much understanding. Previously, he thought that if he deduced the martial arts to the 11th level, he would be able to upgrade it to the true level. It was just his personal guess, and there was no actual basis. If the 11th level was still not the true level, or after the fusion, the true level martial arts obtained would be far more powerful than the mortal level. Qin Shujian stood there in a daze, his expression constantly changing. Logically speaking, the safest way now was to honestly deduce a martial arts to the 11th level, and then directly break the shackles of the mortal realm and advance to another level. But looking at the martial arts in the grids, he hesitated. Qin Shujian had a premonition. If he fused the martial arts, perhaps the benefits he would obtain would be greater than if he directly upgraded a martial arts to the 11th level. This premonition had no warning signs. Or it could be said that it was purely the gambler's heart that was causing trouble. It could also be that any player or NPC who faced the fusion or lottery interface would not be able to control the impulse in their hearts. It was like a coincidence. Qin Shujian directly moved his thoughts. When he woke up, the grid in front of him had already become overflowing with light and color, and all the martial arts on it had disappeared. You have consumed the body tempering scripture. You have consumed the eternal spring art. You have consumed the tiger subduing body tempering art. You have consumed the boulder art. You have consumed the flowing water energy. You have consumed the iron casting art. You have consumed 3 luck points. You have obtained an unknown martial arts. Please name the martial art. You have obtained the 12th level of the unknown martial arts, and your strength has increased. Dense information continued to surge in, and before Qin Shujian could read it carefully, he heard a thunderclap from the sky. Crack! This thunderclap shocked all the creatures in the Star Brilliance ordinary realm to raise their heads. At this time, Qin Shujian's mind was completely immersed in his body. He saw that the mercury-like qi and blood was boiling violently, and the qi and blood on his back revealed the body of a dragon, as if there was a qi and blood transforming into a huge dragon soaring. The terrifying qi and blood seemed to be guided by something and opened the hidden secret in his body. At the same time, in his dantian, the terrifying qi and blood transformed into a mist-like true qi and quickly filled it to perfection. Soon, the mist-like true qi reached a limit. However, the transformation of qi and blood did not stop. Drip. A drop of green liquid dripped into his dantian. It should have dripped silently, but now in Qin Shujian's ears, it was even more deafening than the thunder in the sky. Boom! As the first drop of green liquid appeared, drop after drop of green liquid dripped and gradually gathered in his dantian. Buzz! There was a shackle in the dark. Qin Shujian's mind just happened to withdraw from his body, and his eyes looked in the direction of the sky, as if there was divine light in his eyes. In his eyes, what he saw was not a sky full of lightning, but a black thread that observed the entire star brilliance ordinary realm. Chapter 118. This is the shackle of the ordinary realm, the shackle that prevents everyone from breaking through the boundary of the basic realm. In his mind, such a thought naturally emerged. Since it was a shackle, that was to break it. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. Qian Shanxue, who was stuck in the ground in the distance, seemed to feel some kind of summoning. He suddenly let out a soft cry and immediately separated from the ground and fell into his hand. Immediately after, a mellow power surged from his body and a strong power erupted. It was silent and breathless. Qin Shujian directly waved his saber toward the sky. After the saber was out, it was as powerful as thunder. In an instant, it seemed to resound throughout the entire starry ordinary realm. The black silk thread seemed to be far above the sky, but also seemed to be close at hand. As the long saber slashed out, it instantly cut through the black silk thread, effortlessly cutting it off. Rumble. As the black silk thread was broken, the entire starry ordinary realm seemed to tremble. If one looked from the outside, one could see that the starry ordinary realm was like a giant beast that had awakened from a deep sleep. It was breathing with its mouth wide open, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly swarmed in. Inside the starry ordinary realm, anyone with a higher realm could feel the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring in. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is pouring in. Someone is going to break the shackle of the ordinary realm. In Feiye City, Zhong Baicheng felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth become denser. The shackle that had been on his body quietly disappeared without a trace at this moment. Looking at the change of thunder in the sky, his body and mind were shaking. Breaking the shackle of the ordinary realm. This kind of thing, even he, the city lord of Feiye City, had only seen in the ancient books and had never seen it in real life. Now, it was the first time he saw it. There was no reason for it. Qin Shujian's figure appeared in Zhong Baicheng's mind. In the ordinary realm, the person who had the most chance to break the shackle was the one who killed the evil spirit. Not only Zhong Baicheng. The change in the starry ordinary realm not only involved the ordinary realm, but also attracted the attention of many people outside the ordinary realm. It seems that another expert has broken the shackle. On a misty mountain peak, a Taoist in blue clothes stroked his beard and looked into the distance. His gentle face revealed a hint of seriousness. How long has it been? Even he himself couldn't remember clearly. After leaving the ordinary realm, there were many experts who had risen to higher levels. However, those who could break through the shackles of the ordinary realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. F***CK, what happened? Somewhere in the starry brilliance ordinary realm, a player suddenly cried out when he saw the changes in the sky. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. Immediately after, the other players were also dumbfounded as they watched the sudden change. At this moment, everyone in the entire starry brilliance ordinary realm could feel the changes in the world. Lion-Tiger Plains, Demon Ox Cave. The Ox-Demon Lord was desperately absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as if he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to reap more benefits. Not only that, the beasts with intelligence and the wild beasts without intelligence had all stopped fighting at this moment. Instead, they relied on their instincts to absorb the rich spiritual chi between heaven and earth. In the cold mountain village, this place seemed to have become the center of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushed into his body like crazy just by breathing. Zheng Fang and the other hall masters passed down the order. Everyone, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with all your might. After that, they sat down cross-legged and used their cultivation techniques to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and nourish their own chi and blood. As for why such a change had occurred, no one had the time to think about it. In their opinion, such an opportunity only existed in their imaginations. Now that it had really appeared, They would gain more benefits if they could hold on for even a minute. No one wanted to waste time. Qin Shujian had already sheathed his saber after slashing the black threads with one saber move. At this moment, he was enveloped by the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth as he felt the changes in the world. The entire starry brilliance ordinary realm was soaked in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The space was becoming stable. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, all sorts of exotic flowers and herbs were being born. This process, it lasted for more than an hour. Then, the extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually dissipated. A powerful aura emanated from the peak of Cold Mountain. At this moment, it seemed to have received the blessings of heaven and earth as it spread across the entire starry brilliance ordinary realm. Anyone who felt this aura would be filled with reverence. They could not help but feel a sense of reverence in their hearts as they bowed in the direction of the source of the aura. You broke the shackles and advanced from the ordinary realm to the true dominion. You can name the true dominion. 2 messages appeared. Qin Shujian spat softly, his tongue thundering, Liang Shan. You have successfully broken the shackles and advanced the starry brilliance ordinary realm to the true dominion of Cold Mountain. You have received the blessings of heaven and earth. You have received the title, Cold Mountain Protectorate Lord. Cold Mountain Protectorate Lord title. While in the true dominion of Cold Mountain, you have received the blessings of heaven and earth. Your cultivation level has increased by 5 small realms. Cold Mountain Protectorate Lord title. While in the true dominion of Cold Mountain, your attack will be reduced by 20%. Cold Mountain Protectorate Lord title. While in the true dominion of Cold Mountain, your attack will be increased by 20%. Cold Mountain Protectorate Lord title. While in the true dominion of Cold Mountain, your cultivation speed will be increase. Dense system messages appeared. Before Qin Shujian could be shocked, more system messages appeared one after another. Because you have both the title of Cold Mountain Protectorate Lord and the identity of Cold Mountain Stockade Leader, you have the qualifications to establish a sect. You can designate a place to establish the foundation of your sect. If you agree, Cold Mountain Stockade will become a sect. If you refuse, you will receive the corresponding providence point. Countdown, 10 seconds. If you exceed the time limit, the default choice will be random. After reading this, Qin Shujian did not hesitate and immediately made his choice. As for the providence points, he did not find any other use apart from the fusion of cultivation techniques and providence treasures. On the contrary, Cold Mountain Stockade played a large part in his rapid growth. This was the benefit of having a force. As for establishing the foundation of a sect, Qin Shujian did not plan to change the location. He immediately chose Cold Mountain, which was beneath his feet. After he made his choice, the entire mountain started to tremble. Immediately after, Qin Shujian watched in shock as the entire mountain started to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. This continued for more than 10 minutes. When he fixed his eyes on it again, the entire Cold Mountain was much taller. When he looked up, he could faintly see clouds and mist. The originally barren mountain forest had unknowingly become verdant. You have chosen Cold Mountain as the foundation of your sect. Please name your sect. These 2 messages made Qin Shujian come back to his senses. He had received too many messages from the system today, which made him somewhat absent-minded. Cold. Just as he was about to say something casually, he suddenly stopped. That was not right. It had originally been a small Lulin force. There was no problem in calling it Cold Mountain Stockade. However, he had now established a sect. He could not possibly use the name Cold Mountain. Should Cold Mountain Stockade change its name to Cold Mountain Sect or Cold Mountain Sect? Regardless of which one it was, Qin Shujian felt awkward. After thinking for a moment, he finally made his decision. Then we shall call it Origin Sect. You have established Origin Sect. Due to your identity as the Cold Mountain Stockade, Cold Mountain Stockade will automatically change its name to Origin Sect. Your original identity as a bandit will automatically change to that of a disciple of Origin Sect. At this point, everything was settled. Before Qin Shujian could check his own attributes, he saw Zheng Fang and the others rushing over. Stockade. Sect Master. Zheng Fang had just opened his mouth when he hurriedly changed his words. His eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at Qin Shujian. When he had broken the shackles of the ordinary realm and named the True Dominion, everyone in the True Dominion had received the corresponding information and learned the name of the True Dominion. Cold Mountain True Dominion. Listen to that. It was so direct and so prideful. As a member of the Cold Mountain Stockade, Zheng Fang and the others had also received the corresponding information about the establishment of Origin Sect. However, due to the suddenness of the situation, they had forgotten to change their words for a moment. Xu Yuanming sensed the aura emanating from Qin Shujian's body and asked in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, have you really broken the shackles of the ordinary realm?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly changed his words. "Sect Master, please don't misunderstand. I was just agitated. I did not mean to question you. I hope you can tell me what the realm after basic martial arts is." In the past, Xu Yuanming would have dared to face Qin Shujian directly. However, he no longer dared to do so now. His magnificent aura, which surpassed the basic martial arts realm, was enough to shock any basic martial arts expert and make them involuntarily lower their status. That's right. Qin Shujian did not mind Xu Yuanming's slip of the tongue. When he looked at the others again, he could see the longing in their eyes. Obviously, what was after basic martial arts? Everyone wanted to know. Upon seeing this, Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "After basic martial arts is the true martial realm." True martial realm? This is the true martial realm. Qin Shujian opened his palm, where a ball of condensed green true energy appeared. The moment the green genuine qi appeared, everyone felt an unstoppable and fatal threat from it. Subsequently, Qin Shujian swung his palm upwards. The green true energy immediately flew out and transformed into a huge, condensed palm print in the air and bombarded the sky. In an instant, the clouds lingering above the mountain peak suddenly dispersed. The first stage of the true martial realm is to condense quintessential essence. The basic martial realm refines the blood qi. The true martial realm refines the quintessential essence. When the quintessential essence leaves the body, the attack will be unparalleled. Qin Shujian withdrew his palm and briefly explained the essentials of the true martial realm to the others. Seeing this, the shock in the eyes of Zheng Fang and the others became even more intense. With a single palm, the clouds were dispersed. Even though Mount Liang was now higher and the place where the clouds were condensed was not far away from them. But no matter how close it was still not a place that basic martial arts cultivators could reach. Now, for a true martial arts cultivator, it was only a matter of one palm. At this moment, the others finally understood. What was the true martial realm? Chapter 119. After asking Zheng Fang and the others to deal with the promotion of the ordinary realm and the change of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian immediately dismissed everyone. He wanted to do a detailed understanding of what had happened after his breakthrough. Name, Qin Shujian. Title, Mount Liang Protectorate Lord. Identity, Sect Master of Yuan Sect. Affiliation, Yuan Sect. Faction Level, Level 2 Realm, Level 10 of the True Martial Realm, Mount Liang's True Dominion, Realm +5, Yuan Sect's True Dominion, Realm +3, Cultivation Method, Unknown 12th Level, plus, Level 9 Life Prolonging Technique, Level 5 Indestructible Body, Level 4 Fragmented Star Vital Essence, Low-Grade True Rank, Martial Arts, Black Tiger Saber Technique, Tao Initiation, 5. Elements 8 Trigram Steps, Unity of Heaven and Man, Low-Grade Mortal Rank, 7 Leaf Flower Piercing Palm, plus, Perfection, Low-Grade Mortal Rank, Vital Source, 7/847 Luck Value, 7. Compared to before, the attribute panel had undergone a huge change. If one had to point out what had changed, it was that it had become more complete. In the past, the cultivation method was equivalent to a hodgepodge and was not divided into many categories. But now that he had broken through to the true martial realm, the cultivation method was divided into 2 categories. One was a cultivation method and the other was a martial art. When he saw the column of unknown cultivation method, Qin Shujian suddenly remembered. It seemed there was also a prompt for him to name the cultivation method. Seeing this, Qin Shujian thought and gave the cultivation method a name. Then, he saw the unknown cultivation technique distort and turn into new words. Yuan Dian. After that, Qin Shujian looked at the plus sign behind Yuan Dian and thought again. In an instant, 6,000 vital sources evaporated. The words of the 12th level of Yuan Dian twisted and turned into the 13th level. The 13th level of Yuan Dian, Level 11 Life-Prolonging Technique, Level 7 Indestructible Body, Level 6 Fragmented Star Vital Essence. At the same time, Qin Shujian felt that the total amount of liquefied vital essence in his dantian had increased again. The surging vital essence and the mercury-like qi and blood complemented each other and made his physical body more compact. Ever since he had broken through to the true martial realm, his physical body seemed to have unlocked some kind of invisible and untouchable hidden potential. This greatly increased the potential of the physical body. The qi and blood that was originally enough to cause the physical body to explode was also greatly alleviated. Instead, they continued to absorb the qi and blood to nourish themselves. Just as Zheng Fang and the others had said, entering the martial arts realm refined one's qi and blood, while genuine martial arts realm refined one's true essence. Qin Shujian now had a feeling that the myriad of great Taos all led to the same destination. At the basic martial arts level, regardless of whether one walked the path of tempering the body's qi and blood or the path of cultivating genuine qi, in the end, it was all about developing the body's potential and nurturing the qi and blood to the peak. After that, only then could he use his powerful qi and blood to nourish his body and nurture his true qi from his dantian. In this way, the powerful true qi nourished the qi and blood, while the surging qi and blood nourished the true qi. With the two complementing each other, one could truly extrapolate one's genuine qi and blood qi to the extreme. In this way, when the first drop of true origin was born in the dantian, the person would naturally break through the boundary of the basic realm and enter the first level of the true martial realm. When one first entered the true martial realm, the true qi in the dantian would liquefy and not have much reserves. However, when Qin Shujian saw that his dantian was almost overflowing with true origin, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. When Yuan Dian broke through to the 13th level, his own realm naturally broke through to the 3rd level of the true martial realm. However, don't forget that there was still the bonus of the title and influence. With the combination of the two, he directly pushed the 3rd level of the true martial realm to the 10th level of the true martial realm. If it wasn't for the fact that this bonus couldn't allow one to cross a realm, he probably would have surpassed the 10th level of the true martial realm by now. True martial realm. Qin Shujian felt the changes in his body and was very satisfied with his previous decision. There was no denying it. Spending luck points and many cultivation techniques to fuse the Origin Codex was a very profitable transaction. If he had only upgraded one technique to the 11th level at the beginning, he could have broken through the limit of the basic martial realm, but his strength definitely wouldn't have increased as much as it did now. It could be seen just by looking at the attributes included in Yuan Dian. This cultivation technique already contained the attributes of the Eternal Spring technique, the Solid Rock technique, and the other cultivation techniques. It was a more perfect cultivation technique that had been deduced. Of course, he had to give up some things, but the benefits were also real. More importantly, the cultivation technique created by the fusion had directly jumped to the 12th level. This could be considered a good thing. It had directly reached the low-grade true rank. Qin Shujian was very calm. Now that he had already obtained many benefits, he didn't expect to directly jump to the middle-grade true rank or even the high-grade true rank. Just as Qin Shujian was secretly happy, in the outside world, a huge uproar was created. For the people of the True Dominion and the Liang Mountain True Dominion, the advancement of a True Dominion attracted everyone's attention. After all, this wasn't as simple as the birth of a true martial realm expert. This was breaking the shackles of the ordinary dominion and directly helping one advance to the true dominion. As a result, This meant that an expert at the level of a Protectorate Lord would be born in this newly advanced True Dominion. Any Protectorate Lord, even the weakest one, would be an extremely terrifying expert in the True Dominion they were in. Needless to say, the birth of a Protectorate Lord would most likely signify the emergence of a powerful sect. The impact of this would be even greater. Therefore, when the Liang Mountain True Dominion successfully advanced, many experts immediately sent their subordinates into the Liang Mountain True Dominion in an attempt to catch a glimpse of the new Protectorate Lord. As for the advancement of the Liang Mountain True Dominion, for the players in the True Dominion, an earth-shattering change had taken place. The Liang Mountain Stronghold Master, Qin Shujian, is a talent that transcends the heavens and earth. He has broken the shackles of the ordinary dominion and become a true martial realm expert in one fell swoop. At the same time, the Star Brilliance Ordinary Dominion has officially advanced to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. The place where you are has advanced to the True Dominion. The Novice Village will no longer be a fixed resurrection point. You can randomly bind yourself to a resurrection point. The Liang Mountain Stronghold Master, Qin Shujian, used the Liang Mountain as a foundation to establish the Origin Sect. He is now the Origin Sect Master. The sect mode has officially been activated. You can join the sect based on your own effort. Note, you can learn more profound cultivation techniques and obtain a corresponding identity in the sect. This will make it easier for you to travel around this world. The long string of system messages shocked the players so much that they could not come back to their senses. After a long period of silence, suddenly, a perilous situation arose. The Liang Mountain Stronghold Master? What the F***CK? Is he the big boss who destroyed a few novice villages? Damn it. If the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master had not named the Liang Mountain True Dominion, I would have *T while doing a handstand. This boss is too awesome. The players went completely crazy. There weren't many players in the game who didn't know the name of Mount Liang's Fort Master. However, the players who paid the most attention to the Liang Mountain Strongholds initiative had to be the only ones in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. There was no other way. A few novice villages in the ordinary realm had already been attacked by the boss. Their novice village was also here. How could they not pay attention to the actions of this village-exterminating big boss? In fact, many players were already considering how they should retreat with dignity if this boss pointed his butcher's knife at them. In the end, the butcher's knife did not arrive. The first news they received was that the boss had broken through to the true martial realm and advanced from the ordinary realm to the True Dominion. In the forum, wait. After recovering from their shock, some players immediately reacted. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the Sky Origin Sect has become a force that we can join? If that's the case, doesn't that mean that we can rely on the support of the Liang Mountain Village's master? The moment these words were spoken, the other players were instantly alerted. That's right. Sect mode activated. This meant that players could join a sect and not rely on the novice village's martial arts centers to learn those superficial cultivation techniques. As for where the sect was, this question was no longer a problem. The system announcement had already stated that the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master, Qin Shujian, had established the Origin Sect in the Liang Mountain True Dominion and was the sect master of the Origin Sect. Does anyone know where Liang Mountain is? Idiot. You can find it on the forum. Yes, yes, yes. Instantly, a large number of players went offline. They only knew that Liang Mountain was in the Liang Mountain True Dominion. However, the Liang Mountain True Dominion was so big that it was not easy to find its exact location. In reality, the news of the Star Brilliance Ordinary Realm advancing to the Liang Mountain True Dominion had already been uploaded to the forum. As expected, the activation of the sect mode immediately caused a huge uproar on the forum. Below the related posts were a lot of comments. First comment, some big shots have already explored this. They believe that one has to leave the ordinary realm and break through to the basic realm to officially get rid of the newbie status. Who would have thought that the novice village could be directly transformed into a town? Second comment, I'm so envious. Please carry me. Third comment, there might be even more powerful monsters after reaching the True Dominion. Players of the Liang Mountain True Dominion should be careful. Fourth comment. Are there any Liang Mountain True Dominion players who can tell us what the sect mode is like? As Wang Renbin read the comments on the forum, he immediately picked up his communication device and projected a virtual image. The image was of a middle-aged man with a clean, white, and beardless face. Although he looked ordinary, he had an aura that could not be ignored. In the game, the Liang Mountain Stronghold Master broke through to the true martial realm and allowed an ordinary realm to advance to the true dominion. It also allowed the players of that realm to activate the sect mode, Wang Renbin said as he looked at the man. When the middle-aged man heard this, he asked calmly, "What do you think? The sect mode should be considered the true core of the game. I intend to let the people who are still in the Liang Mountain True Dominion try to enter the origin sect and see what's different about the sect mode." Wang Renbin paused and said, "I also suggest that some of the people in the ordinary realm who have reached the 10th stage basic realm should not leave the ordinary realm. Instead, they should try to break through to the true martial realm. Based on the current situation, the first person in the ordinary realm to break through to the true martial realm would benefit greatly." When he heard this, the middle-aged man did not reply immediately. Instead, after being silent for a while, he slowly said, "You can do that, but you have to think clearly. If we leave a portion of the 10th stage of the martial realm players in the novice village, it will not be beneficial to our development. You win some, you lose some. You can decide on this. Also, there has been some progress in the cultivation technique. Come back when you have time." When the middle-aged man finished speaking, he immediately turned off the projection. On the spot, Wang Renbin was left with a shocked expression. There had been progress. These 4 words were great news to him. Originally, he had not intended to go back so quickly. However, the information given by the middle-aged man was so tempting that he could not refuse. Chapter 120. Sect Master, Mount Liang has been raised to a height of 700 feet. It is now more than 110 feet tall and the mountain is 3 times wider than before. The newly built village at the foot of the mountain was destroyed due to the mountain's movement. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Zheng Fang reported the situation truthfully in a temporary meeting hall. Qin Shujian, on the other hand, could not help but take a look at the other party's attributes. Name, Zheng Fang. Title, None. Identity, Yuan Sect. Disciple affiliation, Yuan Sect. Influence level, Level 2 realm, Martial Arts realm Level 9 cultivation technique, Body Forging Scripture Level 8, Eternal Spring skill perfected martial arts, 7 leaves flower piercing palm, perfection, 5 elements 8 trigrams steps, perfection, just like him. Zheng Fang's attribute panel also changed. At first, Qin Shujian thought that the change in his attribute panel was caused by breaking through to the true martial realm. However, after seeing the other party, he overturned his guess. He looked at the other party's attribute panel. His identity had changed from the former martial arts hall master to a Yuan sect disciple. This meant that after the Yuan sect was established, the position of Mount Liang village no longer existed. As for the change in his attribute panel, Qin Shujian thought that it was related to joining a sect. Soon, Qin Shujian came back to his senses and asked, "How much silver do we have now?" "About 2,200 silver taels." Zheng Fang answered truthfully. 2,200 silver taels. This included the original assets of Mount Minute Gari, Chuanyun Village, and Mount Chaotic Gold. It seemed like a lot of silver taels. However, there were thousands of people in the Yuan sect now. It was too horrible to look at. Qin Shujian said, "How much silver do you think it will cost to renovate and rebuild the Yuan sect?" Hearing this, Zheng Fang was deep in thought. Qin Shujian did not urge him. After a while, Zheng Fang came back to his senses and cupped his hands. "Sect Master, you are now the Protectorate Lord of the Mount Liang True Dominion and the Yuan sect is the only sect in the Mount Liang True Dominion. If we want to renovate and rebuild it, we must be careful. According to my estimation, if we meet the requirements, we will need at least 20,000 silver taels, more than 2,000 silver taels for one person. At least 20,000 silver taels for one person. The difference between the two was tenfold. Qin Shujian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Even though he had broken through to the true martial realm and became the Cold Mountain region's domain lord, he still couldn't get rid of the problem of money. Could it be that he was going to rob someone? As soon as this thought arose, he rejected it. Things were different now. He, Qin Shujian, was the lord of a region and the sect master of Yuan sect. If he were to engage in robbing, it would seem that he would be degrading himself. There was no reason for it. Qin Shujian thought of someone. At this moment, a person came in from outside, bowed his head and cupped his fists. Sovereign, Ji Feng of the Chengyun Trading Company requests an audience at the foot of the mountain. Welcome. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up. Speak of the devil. At the foot of the mountain. Ji Feng stood alone at the foot of the mountain. He raised his head and gazed at Mount Liang, whose peak could no longer be seen. Move the mountains and overturn the seas, shift the universe. This was the true power of heaven and earth. If he hadn't been to Mount Liang a few times before, he definitely wouldn't have believed that this majestic mountain in front of him was originally a bare mountain. Mount Liang's true dominion. I didn't expect him to really break through the shackles. Ji Feng's thoughts drifted away immediately. Previously, he had been willing to cooperate with Mount Liang because they were in the ordinary realm and the other party was a second-grade force. It would be helpful for his branch to do business in the future. Later on, it was to deal with the demon disaster. However, when he heard that Qin Shujian could fight against the evil spirit, Ji Feng was completely concerned. It wasn't until the undying evil lord fell in the hands of the other party that he was even more shocked. An evil spirit. He had died at the hands of a person who was at the peak of the basic realm in the ordinary realm. Even in the past, this kind of thing was absolutely rare. Since then, Ji Feng had roughly understood Qin Shujian's thoughts. He wanted to rely on his own strength to break through the shackles of the ordinary realm. Otherwise, he should have left the ordinary realm and gone to other true dominion long ago. Given his strength and foundation, he would probably be able to break through to the true martial realm after leaving the ordinary realm. At that moment, Liu Er came down from the mountain. When he saw Ji Feng, he immediately said, "Steward Ji, the sect master invites you in. Sorry to trouble you." Ji Feng nodded. "Please." Liu Er led the way while Ji Feng walked side by side. The former Mount Liang Stockade's current origin sect was actually quite familiar with this steward of the Chengyun Trading Company. After all, it was hard not to recognize Ji Feng after their previous cooperation and the few times they had delivered goods. The spirit qi of heaven and earth is really dense, Ji Feng said emotionally as he walked on the road that had been temporarily opened up by Mount Liang. Liu Er smiled and said, "I wonder if the spirit qi of other sects is like that of our origin sect. When the true dominion is promoted, the sect established by the Protectorate Lord is favored by heaven and earth. In such a huge true dominion, most of the spirit qi of heaven and earth is gathered here. This is the time when the sect is at its peak." Ji Feng didn't answer the question. When he saw Liu Er's curious expression, he couldn't help but smile faintly and say, "Only sects with a protectorate lord are favored by heaven and earth. Most of the other sects of the true dominion do not have a protectorate lord. The sects are only established in some relatively good mountain ranges. Naturally, they are far inferior to the treasured land of Mount Liang, which was created by heaven and earth. There is simply no comparison between the two." When he heard this, the smile on Liu Er's face widened. As a disciple of the origin sect, he naturally felt proud when someone praised the origin sect in front of him. The two of them chatted as they walked. Before long, they arrived at the conference hall. After bringing them here, Liu Er retreated. The original Zheng Fang had left long ago. At the moment, only Qin Shujian and Ji Feng were in the conference hall. In Ji Feng's eyes, the simple and crude meeting hall before him was far more honorable than those luxurious palaces. There was no other reason. It was because the true Dominion Protectorate Lord was here. As the saying went, a mountain was not about its height. If there was an immortal, it would be spiritual. As long as there was a dragon, the water would be spiritual. To a certain extent, the status of a protectorate lord was extremely honorable. It was much more honorable than the status of a sect master. Brother Cai, Brother Jiu, how have you been? When he saw Jiu Feng, Qin Shujian greeted him. When he realized that there was a mistake in his words, he immediately corrected it. Brother Cai, Brother Jiu? A trace of doubt flashed across Jiu Feng's eyes. However, he still cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Protectorate Lord Qin." As he spoke, his tone was filled with great respect. A sect master was just a small family. A protectorate lord was a big family. Brother Jiu, you are welcome. Please take a seat. Thank you, Protectorate Lord. Jiu Feng bowed again and sat down. Then, he lamented with admiration, "Protectorate Lord Qin broke the shackles with your own strength and promoted the advancement of a protectorate. This can be considered as benefiting the living beings of a protectorate. Your merit is immeasurable." Qin Shujian smiled and said, "What happened in the Mount Liang True Dominion was unintentional. Brother Jiu, you are exaggerating. It has always taken a long time for an ordinary realm to advance to a true dominion. Now that the Protectorate Lord has ascended to the true martial realm and promoted the Protectorate, it is admirable no matter what." Jiu Feng paused and sighed. Now that the Mount Liang True Dominion has been promoted, the neighboring ordinary realms will be affected by the Heaven-Earth Spirit energy. I'm afraid that the promotion time will be greatly shortened. When the neighboring ordinary realms complete their transformation, the Mount Liang True Dominion will be considered a complete True Dominion. The Protectorate Lord's actions will not simply affect the Star Brilliance ordinary realm. Jiu Feng's words made Qin Shujian wonder. A trace of doubt flashed across Qin Shujian's eyes. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Please elaborate. If an ordinary realm is compared to a family, then a true dominion is equivalent to a village." Jiu Feng pondered for a moment and explained in a more common way. Every true dominion in the world is extremely vast and far surpasses the other ordinary realms. All the true dominions were promoted step by step from the ordinary realms. The reason why a true dominion is much larger than an ordinary realm is because when an ordinary realm is promoted to a true dominion, the surging heaven-earth spirit energy will affect the neighboring ordinary realms. These ordinary realms are equivalent to the subsidiary realms of the newly promoted true dominion. When these ordinary realms absorb a large amount of heaven-earth spirit energy and are promoted to a true dominion, they will merge with the original true dominion and become a whole entity. At this point, Jiu Feng cupped his hands and said, "Although the Mount Liang True Dominion has just been promoted, the heaven-earth spirit energy is already abundant. I believe that in a few years, the surrounding ordinary realms will also be promoted to a true dominion. When the time comes, the origin sect's power and influence will definitely increase greatly." Upon hearing this, Qin Shujian finally understood. There would be such changes after the true dominion was promoted. The things that Jiu Feng had given him had records of the Protectorate Lord. However, they had only been briefly mentioned and not described in detail. As a result, he didn't know much about them. However, Qin Shujian didn't think too much about this for the time being. Instead, he looked at Jiu Feng and said, "Speaking of which, I almost forgot. May I know why you are here, Brother Jiu? The upper echelons of the trading company are very grateful to the Protectorate Lord for killing the evil spirit and resolving the devil calamity. However, they thought that it was inappropriate to offer the equivalent of a true-grade cultivation technique in exchange for the Protectorate Lord's help. Later on, they heard that the Protectorate Lord was going to establish a sect and would need some resources. Therefore, they asked me to come here. If the origin sect needs anything for the sect's construction, feel free to ask. The carrier trading company will definitely do its best to fulfill your needs as a reward for killing the evil spirit." Jiu Feng spoke sincerely. As for how much of what he said was true and how much was false, it was up to the benevolent and the wise to the wise. However, there was one thing that was certain. After learning that Qin Shujian had become the Protectorate Lord of the Mount Liang True Dominion, he had already caught the attention of the upper echelons of the carrier trading company. Experts with such great potential had always been on the good side of the carrier trading company. This was because people like him, it was much easier and further than other people on the path of cultivation. Qin Shujian could almost guess what the carrier trading company was thinking based on the fact that Ji Yufeng kept mentioning the Protectorate Lord. However, Ji Yufeng's last words were exactly what he wanted to hear. Therefore, the smile on Qin Shujian's face widened when Ji Yufeng finished speaking. Just as he needed the sex construction, Ji Yufeng came knocking on his door. A person like him, if he had been in the ancient times of his previous life, he would have been called a timely rain. Chapter 121. Ji Yufeng brought the Chengyun Trading Company's sincerity. The rest was simple. Silver was a problem for Qin Shujian. However, silver was just a number to the rich and powerful Chengyun Trading Company. Or, tens of thousands of silver was nothing to them. After a simple negotiation, Ji Yufeng left. Ji Yufeng immediately stood up and bid farewell. Qin Shujian also enthusiastically sent him off. However, less than a day had passed. Ji Yufeng climbed the mountain again. Unlike the previous time when he had come alone, this time, he had brought hundreds of craftsmen with him, as well as many construction materials. Obviously, the Chengyun Trading Company thought highly of Qin Shujian, the new Protectorate Lord of Liang Mountain. In other words, the branch that Ji Yufeng belonged to was very concerned about Protectorate Lord Qin. Manager Ji Yu, I'm sorry to trouble you to come here personally. Zheng Fang chuckled. He had a warm smile on his face. After all, Qin Shujian was now the lord of a domain and an expert in the true martial realm. Although Ji Yufeng's status was not low, it was impossible for him to accompany him the entire time. Therefore, Zheng Fang became the person who directly contacted Ji Yufeng. Hallmaster Zheng, what are you saying? Protectorate Lord Qin has helped me a lot. This time, it concerns the renovation of the Yuan sect. Naturally, we cannot be careless, Ji Yufeng replied with a smile. He knew very well, the old man in front of him was actually an expert of the 9th stage of the basic realm. Of course, in the current True Dominion, a 9th stage basic martial realm expert was not considered very powerful. However, the old man was Qin Shujian's trusted aide. In terms of status, he was not below the branch manager. Ji Yufeng asked the craftsman to carry the materials up. The rest of the work was left to Zheng Fang to manage while he assisted from the side. On the peak of Liang Mountain, Qin Shujian stood on the peak and looked around. It was as if he could see the entire true dominion of Liang Mountain. He could reach the peak. He could see how small the mountains were. At this moment, such a feeling rose in his heart. The higher the level of a player, the slower it is to level up. Judging from the average strength of the players on the Lion-Tiger plane, there is a high chance that they are around the 8th stage of the basic realm. For the time being, there won't be any true martial realm players. Although I'm currently at the 3rd stage of the true martial realm, I'm basically at the peak of the true martial realm in the origin sect. Even if I leave the origin sect, I'm still at the 8th or 9th stage of the true martial realm in the Liangshan True Dominion. Even if the bonus from the realm is a bit weaker than the real cultivation, the overall strength is still far beyond the players by a large margin. Qin Shujian looked at the scene in the distance, and his mind had unknowingly drifted away. Ever since he came to this world, or rather, was reborn into this world, the players had always been a thorn in his side. After all, with his identity as an NPC, it was destined that it would be difficult for him to get along with players on equal terms. Either he was weak enough to be killed by the other party, or they were so strong that players feared them. Other NPCs that died in the hands of players could be revived, but he couldn't guarantee that he could do the same. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had been desperately trying to increase his strength. However, when he encountered the shackles of the ordinary realm, Qin Shujian did not say anything on the surface, but in fact, he was very anxious in his heart. The existence of shackles meant that one's realm might be stagnant. All this time, the reason he suppressed the players was because he relied on his strength that was far beyond the players at this stage. Otherwise, with the thousands and hundreds of people in Cold Mountain Stronghold, the players would have already come knocking on his door. They might even have cleared this instance. Therefore, Qin Shujian valued the shackles of the ordinary realm more than anyone else. Fortunately, in the end, he still broke through this barrier, and his realm soared to the third stage of the true martial realm. This caused the gap between him and the players that had just closed a little to widen to a certain extent. Only now did the pressure from the players finally lessen a lot. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took off the green cloth on his back, and after unraveling it, revealed a silver-white long saber. He grabbed Qian Shanxue. The long saber hummed without wind, as if it was cheering. He suddenly remembered that he still had 7 luck points that he had not used yet. After breaking through to the true martial realm, Qin Shujian also tried to drag the Black Tiger Saber technique and other martial arts into the grid, wanting to use his luck points to try to fuse them. Unfortunately, luck points seemed to only be able to fuse cultivation methods, but had no reaction to martial arts. Later, because of the changes in Cold Mountain, he temporarily put the matter of luck points aside. Now that the matter of Cold Mountain and Yuan Zone was taken over by Zheng Fang and the others, he, as the sect master, had become the most idle one. Therefore, Qin Shujian only thought about the luck points now. If he remembered correctly, he would be, in addition to being able to fuse cultivation methods, luck points could also be fused into items, turning them into treasures of luck. As for what treasures of luck were, Qin Shujian actually didn't know much about it. However, there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that fusing with luck points was definitely beneficial to any item. After all, anything that involved the word luck seemed to be quite high and mighty. For Qin Shujian, among his personal items, only the Qian Shanxue could be used, and he sincerely liked this weapon. Therefore, after knowing about the treasures of luck, he actually already had an idea in his heart. The problem is, how should I fuse the luck points? Qin Shujian looked at the luck points on his attribute panel, as well as the Qian Shanxue in his hand. He tried to control it with his mind, but there was no change. It was different from fusing cultivation methods. In the grid that appeared, he also tried to put the Qian Shanxue in, but he didn't succeed. Finally, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the Qian Shanxue's blade. Name, Qian Shanxue grade, 5th grade refined weapon, upgradable, introduction. This blade was born for slaughter. Those with weak minds will eventually be reduced to puppets for slaughter. This was not the first time he had seen the attributes of the Qian Shanxue. But this time, it was different from the past. At the end of the grade, there was suddenly an additional word that could be upgraded. Immediately, Qin Shujian's idea landed on it. You have luck points on you. Do you want to consume a certain amount of luck points to upgrade your grade? Yes. The idea moved. Suddenly, his 7 luck points dropped by 1. At the same time, there seemed to be something that couldn't be seen clearly falling down. Then the long blade hummed softly, as if it had received some kind of benefit. There was a faint horizontal line on the silver-white blade. The line was very shallow, almost imperceptible. But with this line, the Qian Shanxue, which was supposed to be a killing weapon, had an inexplicable taste, and its sharpness had become stronger. Name, Qian Shanxue category, treasure of luck grade, 4th grade refined weapon, upgradable, introduction. It was supposed to be a killing weapon, but it accidentally merged with luck and transformed into a treasure of luck. Holding it can play the role of improving and suppressing the sect's luck. Compared to before, there was an additional category division. It was directly upgraded from a 5th grade refined weapon to a 4th grade refined weapon. Looking at the long blade in his hand, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered, and he praised, it turns out that the treasure of luck can improve and suppress the sect's luck. Isn't this effect similar to the legendary innate spiritual objects that can improve luck? After praising, he looked at the consumed luck points and raised his eyebrows. Consuming 1 luck point directly upgraded it by 1 grade. Is the grade of a refined weapon worthless, or is luck points more precious than I thought? Looking at the remaining 6 luck points, Qin Shujian thought for a while, and directly piled them on the Qian Shanxue. Buzz! On the peak of the mountain, there was a sudden breeze, gradually pulling the clouds. A crisp sound of the blade instantly resounded through the entire Yuan sect. Everyone felt their bodies relax, and the sound of the blade seemed to penetrate deep into their souls, washing away the filth in their minds. This is. Hearing the deep sound of the blade, Ji Yufeng raised his head and looked in the direction of the mountain peak, his eyes filled with doubt and shock. With his knowledge. For a moment, he didn't know what was going on with the sound of the blade. Then, a powerful aura that made people in the basic martial realm tremble came from beside him. Ji Yufeng was instantly awakened, and immediately saw Zheng Fang, whose grey hair was fluttering, and his aura was like a rainbow. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Real martial realm." A second ago, he was an expert of the 9th level of the basic martial realm. In the next second, he became an expert of the real martial realm. Ji Yufeng was confident that he wasn't mistaken about the powerful aura that belonged to the real martial realm. In the branch of the Chengyun Trading Company, there were also experts of this level. Although an expert who had just entered the real martial realm was extraordinary, with Ji Yufeng's status, he wouldn't be too shocked. What really shocked him was the speed at which he broke through. Almost at the same time as Zheng Fang broke through to the real martial realm. Within the Yuan sect, close to 10 auras erupted. Every aura was far beyond the basic martial realm. Every aura. It was as if they were telling Ji Yufeng that these were all experts of the real martial realm. The change in the Yuan sect. It shocked Ji Yufeng, and also caused the craftsman he brought to tremble from the aura, not daring to act rashly. Soon. Ji Yufeng immediately reacted. A third-grade force. To be able to increase the strength of everyone in the sect, only a force could do so. The Cold Mountain Stronghold used to be a second-grade force. Although the Cold Mountain Stronghold no longer existed and only the Yuan sect was independent, it didn't mean that the Cold Mountain Stronghold had been disbanded. It had simply changed its name and the nature of the force. However, in essence, it didn't change. Therefore, the Yuan sect was now a second-grade force. If it was promoted further, it would only become a third-grade force. At this thought, Ji Yufeng found it hard to remain calm. A third-grade force. It could even be ranked among the top in the true dominion. Some of the old sects that had existed for hundreds or thousands of years were mostly third-grade forces. Just like that. These sects could survive for a long time. The Yuan sect had just been established, but it had already been promoted to a third-grade force. In the future, it might be able to reach the 4th or 5th level, or even surpass the 5th level. If it really reached that stage, even the entire Chengyun Trading Company would have to treat it seriously. For a moment. Due to the sudden promotion of the Yuan sect, Ji Yufeng stood rooted to the ground. His thoughts. Unknowingly, he had drifted far away. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.